Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360. Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
Trim, edge, shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
Trim, edge, shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Showstopper on on the menu. Nightfall from Welly immediately comes out, and Sad just makes the most of it. It's out, and Sad sit on the other side. He has to go in blind, and it's an extra body!
And on these extremities too, X is going to get caught off, you'd imagine. The spray through the smoke at least is going to guarantee one as X stands ground.
There's the flash, the dash. Oh, what a shot from Son of Core in the knife right through Kumi's heart. But
Operator on high, Blaze into the run it back. Paint's gonna give it the old college try, but Vita quickly failed away. Paint making some space, and Zash covering his back!
Still pushed up C-Long.
Yeah, this would be bad. Yeah, there's just no exit. Oh, and the collab. A little bit more. And now all of a sudden, Paint, last one left, nowhere to go through mid. 2 flawless rounds in a row for Energy.
YFT on the edge of match point, and Atlas is just the final boss. He crosses up multiple, making
that first pick. And listen, recoil's down, so they had to go into sight. Barely any information given. They can't play the post plant with anything other than maybe Jakey watching Heaven in the extremities, getting these picks in. And you can see they're active to work with here, but is the wide swing gonna happen? They know that information is there, and Core, they just follow up on it. So a flawless round.
It has been so fun so far watching these teams battle it out in the Stage 3 North America VALORANT Challengers playoffs. And today we'll get to figure out 2 teams that have made their way into the upper finals. Welcome in, everybody. I mean, this is the last rodeo here, Emily, for Challengers. And of course, 4 teams playing for a coveted play-in spot for this opportunity at Champions. Like, the stakes could not be higher.
No, not at all. And I think it just goes to show, like, I mean, if we're looking at the top 4 teams right now in the upper bracket fighting today, you know, we could very well have a repeat of what happened during stage 2. But at the same time, there's a lot of other teams here that really want to prove themselves this time around, since it is kind of like the last run for a lot of these teams.
I mean, talking about the teams and taking a look at the bracket, I mean, we have not been shy to talk about the fact that there has been some very clear front runners within this entire thing, just based off of the caliber of talent and what we've seen throughout our regular stage. But of course, Marks, when the going gets tough, we've gotten to see some teams really be able to step it up. And of course, there is always the opportunity to win this entire thing, to secure their own spot for that play-in. So even if the teams aren't those big teams, the SRB, the M80, like, there's a lot of staying power in these other teams to maybe get that run.
Yeah, let's just like, hey, there are 2 titans in this lobby. We know that already. M80, Shopify Rebellion Black. I mean, they're both in these upper semifinals, and these are the games that we're going to be covering today. But there are like those tier 1B, or maybe like the upper tier 1B teams that you kind of see in those Sad Esports, in that Nightblood Gaming. I'd still throw Core into there. And then NRG Academy, which that was a much closer game than I expected, up against Evil Genius's Academy. While obviously you see the M80 and Shopify Rebellion Black, and everyone's got their expectations on where those teams are going to be going, there's still a very scrappy second group of people who are these underdogs, who are looking for that opportunity really to show that what they're capable of on this stage.
And I mean, for any of those teams that aren't the M80, the SRB, or even that Core that's sitting there in that lower bracket, anyone else just has to go and win the entire thing to get that play-in spot. For those 3 teams, points would be enough to get a spot to LCQ. Of course, for Core, their chances are dwindling, but SRB and M80 looking good on the day. And of course, wins here would just further cement just being that one step closer into it all. So let's start talking about our matchups for today. As Mark said, we will be focusing on our upper semifinals matches, starting with M80 going up against Nightblood Gaming. I mean, an M80, Emily, that has scaled so much, but a Nightblood Gaming that during the stage 3 really showed up and impressed a lot of individuals.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, like, NBG has made a pretty similar run to M80. The only team that they've lost to is ADG, and while they've had a lot closer games that I say, you know, M80 has had in their run, they're still looking really good. And this is a match that we haven't seen before. This isn't any sort of rematch. We haven't seen it in this past 2 stages. So I, for one, am very excited to see how, you know, these 2 teams kind of fare out, because when you're looking at M80 as well, they are the team to beat right now. They are undefeated since stage 2, way back in March. March. And I think, you know, it would be a huge achievement and a huge way, kind of step for NBG to take to be able to kind of, you know, take down the champions of challengers right now.
And on top of that too, like M80, because they've had such a clean run, they haven't faced a lot of the teams in this whole stage. And so this means that this is the first time that we are going to be seeing this Nightblood Gaming up against M80 matchup in this playoff scenario. And of course, like when we take a look at M80 as a roster, like, you know, these guys are just bringing so much firepower to the table. You can see all their wins down there. Obviously, it's been a clean record across the entire board, but all of these players have been working together and synergizing and becoming that much better throughout the entire progression of stage 3, which is crazy because they won stage 2.
I mean, outside of just their most recent stages, like, I'm thinking about how impressive they've been since the start. You know, the turnaround that they had with the new roster, with the new coaching staff, and finding success in stage 2 with only having 2 weeks of prep going into it all. It was just so crazy. And we've been able to see them kind of continue with that same amount of growth each match that they play. I think one thing that really stands out to me when watching them play is that they are consistently on the same page, even with mid-round or last minute kind of pivots. And even at a micro level, I think one thing that's super impressive with the chemistry that they've been building that you were kind of touching on there is how even in their last best of 3 against Core, even when it was super close rounds like 3v3s, 3v2s, at a micro level, they were just so ahead of Core when it comes to setting up for certain crossfires, their timing on their peaks, little things like that that really secured those rounds.
And one of the narratives that I've been noticing throughout the entirety of stage 3 is utilization of the duelist. And obviously M80's duelist Bonnie is one of those crazy, insane players. But what we've seen M80 do is start to utilize Bonnie even more. And it's starting to click. And this duelist has been looking on fire, where in the past, teams have kind of struggled to find that duelist's positioning to make it to that kind of caliber of crazy plays that we see.
I mean, Bonnie is crazy. We cannot deny that. But I want to talk about a couple of the changes that we saw heading into stage 2 that helped really cement this roster's identity. And I mean, that re-change in like leadership right here, Emily, when you look at the impact that Caillou and Kaplan have brought into the roster. First, talking about Caillou, because Caillou was someone who we've gotten to see compete at the highest level, but also before even in Challengers, we got to see the growth. And not only can we see him lead the team, but also just the kills, the impact he has is incredible.
No, literally, they are honestly the dynamic duo for me. And when I'm looking at Caillou specifically, he's been performing so well up, basically this entire stage. I feel like he's really one of the only players that's been able to find that balance when it comes to IGLing, supporting his teammates with that utility on the initiator role, and still keeping up with his mechanics. And I think one big thing that differs from that makes him stand out from every other IGL is how good his understanding of the game is at a core level. I think the timings, especially in that first best of 3 against Core in playoffs, the timings of his calls that he has and what he's been able to do on the fly while keeping every single player on the same page, and the way that they like kind of ping pong off of each other throughout that entire kind of aspect that they have within that team is just so impressive and outstanding from Caillou.
I mean, you talk about the dynamic duo, right? And it's funny because a lot of the times when we talk about a dynamic duo, we talk about 2 players who are currently, you know, holding guns in their hands and fragging out in the server, right? But for this team in particular, it is that leadership and where Caillou's gotten to really work with the staff here, specifically talking about Coach Kaplan. I mean, you get to see the ideas through this team. And Emily, when you look back, like, the accomplishments speak for themselves. Like, we had no doubts his addition to this roster would be a very welcome one.
Yeah, I mean, just it's so impressive seeing what he was able to do in Tier 1 with Sentinels throughout his years there, but then coming into Stage 2 and finding immediate success and completely turning the core of M80 around, especially with the addition of Caillou, bringing back Nismo. They just looked so good, and I think a big part of that is Kaplan and the macro understanding that he's brought to this team. The level of understanding of like how certain maps play out and how opponents will react to little things going on that his team creates within the rounds, and that he was able to kind of teach that to every single one of the players shows in the server, and it's ultimately what keeps them on the same page because they have that same fundamental of understanding for each map they go on. And I think it really shows in the younger players, Alvin and Bonnie, that have been on M80 since the start of it. I feel like before they were great players, but you saw that there were little gaps between them and the rest of the team. But I feel like here we saw them kind of level up. You know, Marks was kind of talking about how good Bonnie, how good of a duelist Bonnie is, and how well he's been performing recently, and how how they've been utilizing him a lot more in a lot of different ways. And I think the same thing goes for Alvin. I think the confidence on how he kind of anchors certain sites. One thing that comes to mind is how willing he is to kind of fight on Fracture A site or Fracture B site. Like it's actually insane how much bringing on Kaplan and Caillou as a duo has improved just all the players all around.
Yeah, and like you have to take a look at M80 at the start of the year. Obviously, like we're looking at M80 right now. We're like, these are the titans, these are the gods that you have to defeat in the server. But it was a completely different story when 2026 started out in stage 1 with that M80 roster going in. And you know, you can sit here and be causation, correlation, any of that type of stuff, but you cannot deny the impact of Kaplan and Caillou stepping into this roster to really turn things around, exactly like Emily was saying. And for me, the reason why I know that this is definitely the case was because in stage 2, whenever we saw those timeouts happen, boom, suddenly M80 win like 2-3 rounds in a row. And for me, that is a big impact and big stats just in your face happening live on screen.
I mean, there is a reason that we have not shut up about this roster. Like, genuinely, like there is a reason the stocks on M80 are so high. Like, there is just no other way to really be able to slice that piece of pie. It's just they're one of the teams to beat, right? But of course, we've really talked about this stage 3 just being a completely different monster, and being able to see these different rosters step up has been truly wonderful, with Nightblood Gaming being one of them. Talking about their regular stage 3 split, I mean, the first week they take that loss. It was a pretty good loss. Like, you know, we get the 1-2, we get the 3 maps, and after that, Marks, that's where we get to see the turnaround. Look, the 2-0, the 2-0, the 2-0 up against Core, right? A team that, I mean, we've talked about so heavily. So this is definitely a roster that we've seen improvements from going from week to week with some really heavy hitters of their own.
Absolutely. And listen, now that I'm on the analyst desk, I just get to like craft the narrative myself, which is going to be the support of the duelist. Everybody pay attention. Stage 3 is all about supporting your duelist to do crazy things. And in Nightblood Gaming's case, that is Son of Car. I cannot understate the value that Car has brought to this roster previously, but most importantly, Nightblood Gaming have started to pull things together and really support Son of Car in so many different ways. We were seeing previously for NBG, like Son of Car was basically just being tossed in there and, hey, good luck, buddy. Try and find us the round. Try and find us a bunch of kills. But throughout this entire stage, we've seen them start to work together a lot more to make that setup play happen and really let Carson shine. Of course, all of the other players as well are more than happy to kind of take that on and take the responsibility on their own as well, but they're keeping the tip of the spear as sharp as it can be. And that really is, for me, going to be their key to success.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. I just feel like with NBG, when we're talking about them, we're always talking about the individual talent. We're talking about a lot of insane hero plays coming out of from players like Son of Car or maybe Stellar in that last series with his lurk timings. Oh, yeah. But I think the big thing for this roster is being able to find cohesion with that. So they're not always relying on the individual players to kind of control the entire game for them. I think we're gonna be needing to see a lot of those fundamentals on point, especially when it comes to playing together. Ensuring that trades are coming out from the insane things that Son of a Car is doing. Ensuring that we're able to use Sellers look to the highest of their capability and kind of change the outcome of the rounds. And I feel like in the past, we've seen them have those small mistakes when it comes to spacing, when it comes to timings. And recently, they've gotten a lot better. But for me, it's just consistency. They have to be able to bring that today and bring everyone as an individualistic level, bring their A game today going up against M80, because they are the kind of team that will take advantage of small mistakes, and those will add up.
I mean, that has definitely been the narrative going up against these top teams, is you can't falter at all, right? But when we talk about the level up coming out from Nightblood Gaming, I'd love to see the new additions that we've got going into stage 3, especially with players that have competed and within this scene and have done so well. I mean, I call back to some of the time over on EGA, and I love to see just Emily, the different, like all the roles that he'll take on, like the Phoenix, let's go, Boppin, but being able to just like go back on these smokes, anything else, whatever the team demands. I love that level of flexibility coming out from him.
And I think that's because he's able to keep a similar playstyle when he's on this Phoenix and transfer it over to the Omen, because he is quite a hyper-aggressive Omen when we see him on that. But I think the impact that he brings to the team, being that second entry a lot of the times, even when he's on that Omen, like when he's on Lotus, kind of TPing in, and getting space for his team. And not only that, but he's mainly the one having to get a lot of those trades, having to support, you know, Son of Kar in whatever path he wants to take on whatever map it is, or just kind of going for a lot of those picks that we're used to seeing him do. Son is kind of the bridge for that. He has to be the one to get those trades and kind of step up for his team today to ensure that, you know, there aren't any gaps, there aren't any timings that, you know, M80 could take against them.
Yeah, like, and once again, we've talked about individualistically how great Nightblood Gaming are, and Stunna is definitely that player, but the point being that they're stepping into more like that support, being able to play with the team a little bit better, and for me, that really is a key component to Nightblood Gaming and making sure that they can keep Son of Kar looking as sharp as he is, and also make sure that the team gets bailed out of some of these more crazier situations where their opponents want to take advantage of the fact that Son of Kar might be just kind of playing alone. So Stunna's positioning really helps just round out NBG altogether.
And last but not least for these two teams, we have to talk about our Philips Norelco head-to-head with two players that just performed at such a high level going into the Swiss stage. I mean, Bonnie and Son of Kar. Bonnie was such a known quantity. Like, we've talked about Bonnie, like, to the moon and back, right? Like, the performance and the level up that Bonnie has had has just been so impressive. But when I'm looking back to regular season 2 marks for this impact that Son of Kar has had, it has been incredible. He has leveled up like no other. There is a reason that these two have been leading that leaderboard in terms of stats in that regular season. And to see them go head to head today is going to be incredible.
Oh, it absolutely is. And my narrative, it just keeps on building itself. It's like we planned out this whole show or something. But both Son of Kar and Bonnie, the two duelists at the front line of both of their teams. What is crazy is we've all sat here and, hey, listen, if you watched an M80 game, you know Bonnie's impact here. But then you look at the stat comparison, and across the pretty much every single stat except for just those final two, Son of Kar is beating Bonnie in those head-to-head statistics, which to me is absolutely insane. Just given the fact that we all know Bonnie has that household name, Son of Kar has not single-handedly, but been a huge impact for Nightblood Gaming in making sure that they continue to win their games.
Yeah, and honestly, I want to propose a question to you guys, because we know what both of these players at an individual level can bring to a game. We know that they can completely take control of a round, get insane multi-kills, and kind of just secure the round or even a game for their team a lot of the times. But I think going into today's matchup, I think it's less about how well they kind of take over the server, but more about how their team, like which team is going to set the duelist up for the most success. Which team is going to be on top of those trades? What team is going to be the best at supporting that utility to ensure that their duelists are able to kind of activate? Because I think when you look at both teams, they're kind of ready. They know they're going up against superstar duelists. They're going to be ready to kind of put that to an end. And, you know, it really is just going to be a battle of not just the duelist head to head, but how well the teams are able to kind of work around that.
And that'll be so fun to see it come to light. And just, I mean, how effectively a team can shut down that other duelist, make sure they just don't even get activated. But another big thing going into today's series, of course, is going to be the map picks and bans. We're almost ready to go with this game, guys. It is so close. But we got to make sure we can really set the stage first. And going into this series, the first map is going to be quite interesting because for M80, I mean, M80 split, let's go. Nightblood Gaming are familiar with this one, but I mean, it's been a little bit, it's not quite as coordinated here, Emily, as split. So I'm excited to see what growth they've had and maybe if there's some counter trading into M80 or if they'll just be clean M80 sweeps to kick this off.
Honestly, I think M80 will be, you know, going for a little bit of those counter shots, but I think it's more interesting in the fact that out of all of Swiss, we didn't see M80 breeze, we didn't see M80 split, but now here we saw M80 play against Core, and it looked so clean. It looked like something they have been playing for a while, something that they've kind of kept in their back pocket. And I like that they're now pulling it off in playoffs because, like I said, in that first time we saw them play it, it was so impressive. So, you know, that first map is going to be a little bit of a tough one for NBG because they don't have a lot of time to work with. Being able to kind of watch that footage and take whatever they can from it to give them a little bit of leverage going into today. But then we look at that second map, NBG is 5-0 on it. They feel confident. They know exactly what to do and what plays they can make, but also being that they're 5-0, M80, they have that footage to kind of prep. So it's really a gamble here.
It'll be so fun to see how the gamble's going to be paying off. But before the agents go, of course, quickly our predictions. I feel like an M80 and SRB on opposite end of the brackets. It's script writers being lazy. Surely it can't be that simple going into today, guys, right? Truly, but we'll have to see. I mean, for the first map of the series, this is where we get to see that double aggression coming out from Nightblood Gaming. But Emily, back to that Nismo Raze.
Oh no, I honestly love it. And I also love seeing the Raze Neon combo coming in from M80. Like, I don't mind NBG's comp either, the Phoenix Raze, but when you have to go up against that Bonnie stun and having a lot of that utility where they can form a lot of those traps, especially starting off on that defense half, it's gonna be tough. And one more thing I really want to give a shout to is for M80, ever since that first best of 3 against Core, I've noticed that when they win that pistol round, they have such good scripts to kind of ensure they win that pistol, that anti-eco, that bonus to try and convert those rounds. And every single time that they did win those pistols, they were able to make that bonus round happen for them and give them such a good lead. So I really want to pay attention to, if they're able to secure that pistol rounds, how well they're able to convert the rounds coming after.
Man, I know I wasn't here the last time that M80 played Raze, but the Nismo Raze to me is still just so fun to watch. So I'm really excited to kind of see how this double duelist synergy works out for M80, because on the side of Nightblood Gaming, I mean, Son of Kara on that Raze has always looked amazing. And of course, Stunna coming onto that Phoenix. We've seen it be a little bit inconsistent, but I'm still really excited that hopefully some of that stuff got cleaned up to make sure that NBG can kind of find that upper hand on M80.
I mean, going into not just this series, but entirety of playoffs, M80 has been the team to beat. But we do love an underdog story, so it's time to see, heading into M80's map pick to be kicking off the series, it may be could start to tell that tale. Let's find out with your casters. Let's head over to Roy and Tenric.
Thanks so much, Sierra, for handing us the keys to this banger on the docket. It is the duelist of the stage versus the duelist of the season, the overwhelming favorite versus the ultimate underdog, M80 versus Nightblood Gaming. Roy, we are in for a real treat today.
Oh man, I think this whole day is going to be amazing to kick off with M80 and Nightblood Gaming first. I mean, it's about to be a good one, man. It's about to be a real good one for sure. But yeah, let's just go through the context, right? Of like M80 being built to win. It feels like, you know, they've had their ups and downs. They've had their ebb and flow, right? With split 1 and then split 2 happens. And even in split 2, they looked a little shaky, but still managed to win. They looked a lot better towards the very end. And now it feels like everything's kind of aligning. All their hard work has come to fruition, right? They look like undeniably one of the best teams in the league. They've had a phenomenal run so far. They've looked undefeated. The bar is just so high for that roster. Then you take a look at the other side for NBG, right? They're a hot upcoming team. They're led by Stellar, a very experienced player. I mean, just overall, it's just been a steady grind for these guys in tier 3 events and all things considered. But I think overall, between these two teams, there's a lot of skill in the server. And I think maybe that probably goes without saying at this point, but yeah, the level of talent, man, is just unreal right now.
Real proving ground for either side this game is. But this map being M80's first pick, and Caillou debatably being the best player in the region on this map specifically, definitely gives them a good, secure start. And they'll play secure, very patient, nobody overextending, playing a lot for this connection with Nismo. On top of the util, and in it goes. Paint shells to the back. Alvin's got to slowly back away, and Nismo's going to follow him.
Yeah,
no space taken.
There's nothing. They haven't really gained much. They don't even have space towards the A side of the map, so a lot of space needs to be re-cleared right here. And the fact that their lurkers are split up, one towards B, one towards A, gives them options depending on what happens in mid. But, I mean, they're going to have to decide ASAP because time is ticking, man. There's 30 seconds left. Oh, he's been spotted.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, already positioned for it, but Zeke still adjusts, gets his on the way down. NBG are gonna go for the B pinch, but the 3-stack is still here and feeling good. Fully cleared, and Tuzi's left alone in an instant 15 seconds, and the spike in Narnia. That'll be a pistol round with 4 up. Good start for M80.
Absolutely. Another thing for us to consider as well is M80's only shown this map one time, right? It was against Core. They've been hiding it the entire split. They pull it out against Core. They looked so good. The set pieces were clean. It looked really refined. It looked like they've been working on it for a while, to be honest. But you look at the match history, and M80 didn't really show a lot of rounds on the defensive side. Like they only played like what, 5-6 rounds on the defense side. So there's actually not a lot for NBG to even go off of on this map pick. You know, like, yeah, you can kind of have an idea of what they're doing on the attack. It was very set piece heavy, but on the defensive side, you don't really know what the trap setups look like. You don't know what their general philosophy is. So there's going to be a lot of problem solving required from NBG in this half. And I feel like typically when you force teams to play slow and having to figure out every little crevice of information, it can get a little overwhelming, man, especially under the pressure, especially when rounds start dwindling away and your things are not working out. So I don't want to see NBG get forced into this ultra slow pace. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, unfortunate, but there's a little rat in the sewers, and he's almost behind them.
Stun has gone the distance, and well, they're certainly not expecting this. It's good on NBG to come up with stuff on their own. That's the way they win these, and that's 2 for Stunna. B site open for a 2v3. Where now they've got some guns. Yeah, Stunna has that hero rifle, but doesn't really have a secure pocket at times, so he's got to take a pretty predictable spot. Stellar now with the Spectre, gonna tuck in a little easier on the boxes to get some damage, but can't chip all the way down, and Bonnie can finish off that still not armored health pool with a simple Marshall shot, so M80 can still keep 3 on the follow-up. But already you're seeing that NBG are coming with their own ideas, and that's exactly how you want to see them play this. They can't learn the matchup before winning it. They just got to start winning.
Mm-hmm. And just looking historically at M80's success and the teams that have actually gone close to beating M80, it's really been about the teams that have been able to devolve their style, right? Like, you're not going to match M80 on a macro level, man. It's the experience is too good on this roster, bro. There's not a single rookie here, right? Like, Bonnie is the quote-unquote rookie, but, I mean, Bonnie's like a T2 vet at this point, you know what I mean? So, like,
yeah.
you got one of the most experienced coaches in the world on this roster. You got Nismo, who's been... I mean, every high-stakes match in Tier 2 possible that you can think of, Nismo's pretty much been there. So I feel like the level of experience is going to be really hard to match. Yes, Stellar is experienced, but they're going to have to devolve the rounds. And they had a really good shot in that round, but already the B main brawls unfolding. The 1-for-1 trade, lots of utility being unleashed by both teams, and spaces being taken by M80 towards the mid side. And it looks like NBG is still posturing for this re-hit. They want this B main.
Be commanding on B main. Nismo still needs the help after the C's traps him for a moment, and NBG, they're gonna go for this again. Wondering how they peek this. Is Caillou sticking around? Tough angle down to 18. And the hot hands should finish it. Yeah, building him out, getting a quick extra. And now M80 will place farther back. See if they can intercept another.
Yeah, the passive play happening right here as well. Nothing really too much given up here for M80, but a bit spread out for M80. They're kind of forcing these awkward positions, and they're too far back to advance. And by the time they do, I don't think they'll have a real good idea of where to be. So a lot of pressure on Bonnie to make something happen. But I mean, look at his gun. He's got a judge all the way in screens, man. What's he gonna do with that? It's just gonna have to be a flat out Son of Car doing the reconnaissance work towards the B side of the map. But yeah, as we know, it's mostly towards the A side pivot here for NBG, and soon for M80. It'll be quite known. I think him showing Raze here is actually genius. By the time Bonnie, there you go. Now the information is known, and it's now a sight race.
And with that shotgun, he can't exactly do much from there, so he's got to try and go for the rush in. I respect it.
I respect it.
Nice shots from Nismo from heaven. He's here quick. And the paint shells are going to catch Stellar on the tail end. That'll just do a little bit of chip, but he still gets spiked down, no problem. Now the re-entry from screens as well from Spaz. He's also got that short-range weapon. But he can make the distance a little easier now that the site's been broken into. He might be able to get this turn on to Stellar, but the noise has been given away. He's ready for this peak, and he'll win it. Nismo stands alone. See how much he can get on the way down here for this to be a bonus that's valuable. Son of Car, again, revealing too much without peeking the right direction. That'll be an easy oneer, but with a lack of time and information, Zeke will be able to clean that up easy. So, bonus taken for NBG, only 2 rifles to call to their own, and still having to play with the clock pretty hard.
Yeah, kind of nice little flush on the macro for NBG as well. I mean, they played that textbook, right? Not cowering from the B main, not letting them M80 have the space, brawling it out, using a ton of util to make it happen. Yeah, it got devolved a little bit towards the very end, and there were some moments where Nismo looked a little scary, but overall, nice solid round. 2 alive though, a little less than ideal for the money, but you know, a round on the board early feels nice, and Stunna's already got to run it back online, man. So they have a lot to work with coming into this one. I'm kind of curious if they're going to start setting the tempo with these ultimates. Oh, they're already going. Yeah, it's just a brawl.
Yeah, it seems like M80 has the read that NBG wants to keep playing for these B orbs to keep farming those run it backs, regardless of whether they end there or not. But this time they have Stunna planted outside of that since he has that ultimate already, and yet they still fight for B main and do trade it away. Omen for Omen.
Joke's over. You're dead.
Now the running back's going to get used to push up mid. Yeah, make sure that nobody can clear out through vents. And with the hot hands, Bonnie is obscured, obstructed. And now that's let the insert come through. He's not ready for it, but the adjustment, Zeke can't land the shot. And he's got to go for the duel or else he's going to get pincered. Bonnie will win it. A couple extra shots on top. Oh, yeah. It's going to be that kind of game. Son of will end up getting his onto Bonnie. Now the insertion onto B main. And the showstopper from Son of Car up to heaven doesn't kill Caillou off. 8 HP still the threat. Now the high-low proxy with Spaz as NBG is a little stranded. Son of Car having to tear this open in order to get Stellar in. He'll finish Spaz off. 8 HP to try to hold on to this defensive round for M80. Caillou taking the pixel. Nobody landing the shot. Stellar can hold this plant, and Son of Car can start the creep, watching heavy up the sand. But every repeat is a scary one against this guy who just constantly controls this map.
Right.
Let's jump up from Stellar. Just trying to bait out the drop. There it is. Looks for Son of Car. Eventually finds him. Snaps back. Stellar's not on top of it immediately. Right behind the box. Plenty of time to toy with it, but he takes none, and Stellar can flip to it. That was close as can be, but it's still NBG.
Oh man, that came down to the absolute wire. The timing was actually there for Caillou. If he had just a little bit more HP, man, it actually would have been terrifying. But I think NBG is playing exactly how they need to. The run it back was a little questionable, I won't lie, but the push and pull, the forcing the structure to break down, allowing kind of NBG to do what they do best, which is take those fights and those comfortable fights they're taking and kind of just devolve the structure, devolve the team play for M80. That's exactly what NBG needs to do to kind of take away this defensive half from M80. So job well done so far. 2 on the board for NBG, nice and early. And the economy here for M80 is fully in shambles, my friend. So broken purchases, ults are coming online, and the ult cycle is actually mostly coming back online here for the M80 side. But during this round, I think it's worth talking about, you know, the differences in duelists for these two rosters. Bonnie is a lot more structure, right? They tend to run a lot more double initiator compositions, where Bonnie gets a lot of support. But for Son of Car, it's really just been double duelists almost across every single map. I think except with the Fracture is the only one. It's been mostly just Son of Car doing this, just running them over, man. He's so good. He's so talented. And oh yeah, it's beautiful.
Ow. And it's not just him either. That's the beautiful thing about it. Zeke on the lurk has help this time, and with that extra body, has some extra TTK too. Crowd quickly cleared. This round was being played on easy mode, but keeping as many guns as possible is preferable. We'll see what Spaz can find.
Yeah, probably just a little weapon.
Yeah, and then save it.
Nice clean Vandal. What skin is it though? That's what matters. Oh, okay, not bad, not bad.
Not too shabby, yeah.
Yeah, it's
he doesn't have to keep looking, so he can...
I love that. But yeah, man, this is great. I'm liking the way NBG's playing, because I think that this style that they're operating on right now is going to have to force M80 to try to be proactive again, because they're getting push and pull to a crisp, man. It feels like M80 is not really quite sure where they want it to end after the first 2 rounds unfolded. And I feel like that style, if they let it go rampant, it's going to be really hard for them to kind of get a grasp on how Stellar's calling. And we've seen this before, right? Like, yeah, NBG's an underdog team, quote unquote, but Stellar's an experienced caller, man. If he gets in your head, if he gets under your structure, like we've seen the takeovers from him, like not even on an individual level, but just purely on a calling level. And also his recent individual performance has been on point as well. So shout out to him. But yeah, calling wise, he's been mostly on point this entire split. So M80, at some point, they're going to have to start brawling, but that's where things start to kind of fall into MBG's lap, right? They're comfortable brawlers. They're down for that. They want the structure to devolve into that, because it feels like they manage the chaos so well. So a lot of decisions here for M80 to consider on this defensive half.
Proactivity for the B main from either side, really. Just a little bit of noise made by Tuzi. Son of Car gets caught early, creeping up mid, but they're gonna double down and try to find Spaz. They do, but Stunna meets a bullet instead. And now you gotta abandon ship, surely. I know Tuzi is still here as well. They'll just place Bonnie here. Way less pressure you need to apply otherwise. Everyone else can pay attention to the tower. MPG's made no space. This is not gonna get smoked off. Oh, never mind. They're ready for it.
Yeah, I mean, this is tough. You feel like you kind of got robbed 2 players in the beginning, right? Like, the first one was a spam through smoke. The second one was an attempted play shut down by Spaz. A little bit overzealous here. That's a way in now for Zeke. But massive investment coming out from NBG. They're looking to convert on this B split, but they still need to get past this Bonnie operator in the back of the site.
This entire B channel is still unchecked. And now Zeke having to take care of that haunt early.
30 seconds
But still, this fight comes through and they have nothing for it. But Bonnie doesn't press the trigger. Nismo! Zeke is snappy today. Bye-bye, ulti. Burn to ash.
Sweat.
And in the 1v3, Zeke will decide to pit.
Planted.
Kind of like it. I dig it. Don't give them a single chance. They're locked in. I mean, it looks so favorable on the mini map for M80. A lot of pressure now on Alvin Boyd. He's got the pit to get through. Oh, he's got no HP to work with as well. And they still got the paranoia. I mean, yeah, that's it. That's gotta be the formality at this point. Unless, nah, it's over. Zeke, 3K, a massive one from him as well, coming in on the side hit. A huge play. I mean, it looked so unfavorable on the mini map. And that's gotta be frustrating for M80 because it really doesn't feel like they're playing poorly. You know, like they got the first 2 picks. Yeah, maybe Spaz's decision was a little bit too confrontational considering the advantage that they had. But in terms of macro, they were in the right place at the right time despite that error from Spaz. So overall, if you're M80, you just got swept on a really well placed, well called round. So I mean, I'm not even sure what the conversation is even like right now for M80. What do you even say? Hey, they're devolving us. Hey, they're pressuring us on the extremities. We tried putting the operator there, it got shut down. We tried brawling it, lost it. What's even the solution? I'm not even sure what the conversation is like for M80. I think for NBG though, they're chilling, man. They're 4 rounds already on the board. There's a lot of room for more. The economy here for M80's mostly broken. So more room for NBG to steal and put up some rounds on this attack side.
Ultimately, I think it's just meant to try to have M80 just clean up. I feel like that's what this timeout needs to be for. It feels like the protocols are decent. The movement's been really solid. It's just a couple of really tiny mistakes when it comes to the micro that have kept M80's plans from actually working enough. Like Bonnie absolutely could have gotten an opening kill with that opt-down B main last round to start. Just couldn't land that. And then, yeah, that Nismo showstopper. I mean, most other rounds that'll catch something or at least give some extra space, but Zeke was so quick to it.
Dude, he got deleted.
I think you just lock in, if nothing else. And Bonnie is going to do exactly that. Overdrive up, and he's got his mojo back. Now looking for more. A couple guns to try to counter him. Big crowd he surfs into, and he's just going to keep going until he runs dry. Now the rest of the team is here to crunch it, and M80 is going to make it work. Bonnie's picked up that rifle, too, and they've completely controlled the market. Zeke now alone catches Alvin on the smoke setup, but it's Bonnie again! Welcome back, M80, of Thrifty to take us to 3-4.
I mean, this is a recall back to their last match. It was the set plays that put M80 in such a comfortable win against Core, right? Now they're kind of coming back to it again. An easy way to kind of take away rounds on this map when you're being defaulted so hard is to just break through one part of the default early. And that's exactly what they did. The mid to B crunch. You don't really see it that often, to be honest, on this map. But when it works, it looks so good, man. You gotta love that proactivity from M80. The brawls, they're not giving up on it. And that's what I kind of like seeing from them is they're not giving up on that early fighting. They want to take the fight to them. They're not afraid to resolve it mechanically. It's not just strategy anymore. But a fast play here towards the A side of the map. Nice util, but Bonnie finds the opening pick.
Once again, unafraid to get in front of it, and the slide still gets him out despite the stun from the relay bolt. Still lobbing some op shots for anybody who dares to stick around, and NBG won't. They'll go in through the main line, and now Bonnie's there too! A second with the op, and all of M80's made it back at this point. Son of Car, as always, though, snappy as can be. Nismo finally gets to it. And all of a sudden, it's just Stellar left.
Oh? Huh? I mean, he's in a triangle of doom right now. But he actually, if he can get past this up, another uncharacteristic miss by Bonnie to walk up here. The double peek's coming in. Yeah, it's shut down now. A round one for M80. Nice little brawl towards the A main side of the map. And overall, feels like first of all, there's a bit of a little gap in Zeke's wall. I think they're gonna have to fix that. That wall needs to be as pixel perfect, by the way. It needs to be lined up. You cannot wing that one. I don't even think he is, to be honest, but maybe you just got to touch it up, be a little bit more careful with it. That gap just cost him a life right there. That would have been really useful in that 3v2. But all good. Things happen. M80, though, recovering nicely off what looked like a nice little momentum swing for NBG. Now, the ultimates are on the board. They have the Viper's Pit. They have the Nightfall available. So tons to work within this map. There's also the issue for NBG to figure out where the Bonnie's op is because he's moving around every time. He's not doing the same thing. This time he's top ramp. And overall, it's just util dump in mid. A huge play coming out of the Wombo combo to pressure the Viper's position. And now they've got the advantage, and it's a press for space here in mid for NBG.
Nismo already so low, has to back up even heavier. M80 trying to respond by pressing a little extra space. Alvin creeping up B main. Bonnie and Caillou trying to take on what they think could still be this lurk. It'll turn into an A pinch off of Zeke, but they'll run it back going up towards tower. Alvin's now found Tuzi. Operator out from Bonnie. He's made it all the way down, and Zeke manages to take a wall bang to the shoulder, but he's turned back around to the vent clear to take down Son of Car. And yet again, NBG have to win the foot race that they are running into a headwind for. Let Bonnie keep on fragging. He's not going to stop for anyone.
Look at that smile on his face, man. I feel like Stunna is just so far removed. He's got to get control of the spike. He has 30 seconds to try to find a path onto the CI. He knows the B side of the map is a little bit weak. He was up there earlier, but still, as soon as he goes for the spike tap, everyone on M80 is going to know their regroup's going to be there. But the only saving grace right now for one, it's Stunna. Mechanically, he's an absolute animal. Two, there's two players on the M80 side who are a bit wounded, so they still need to be careful in this 1v4. It is possible. There is a bit of util here available for M80 to try to flush out where Stunna wants to hide in this situation, and they're expecting aggression to come out typically in the 1v4. So due diligence here for M80, and now it's the 1v4. Stunna on the defense.
With that lower health pool, we'll drain the well first for the open spots. Stunna gets the head taps going early, but Bonnie immediately with the response, and it's 4 this time for him. And like you said, all that macro in the world, all that planning that Practo and Monsi and Kaplan on the opposing sides have been doing, it horseshoes right back around when you hit the skill ceiling to just being better on the day.
Yeah.
And the confidence that M80 needs to have to prove that is starting to show again on this half.
I mean, it's like that one meme where it's like in the beginning, I got to work on my mechanics. And then in the middle, there's the bell curve.
Yeah,
and it's like, oh,
yeah.
the bell curve's like, I got to work on the macro, and I got to flush the maps out. I need to understand the maps and the alt usages and all these like things. And at the end, it's just like, I got to work on my mechanics. It's like, it always comes back to it, man. I mean, MBG on the map looked like they're in great spots, right? The showstopper comes out. It was looking like a textbook, perfect A crunch on the A ramp players. Exactly what they needed to do, but the shutdown mechanically by Bonnie. A smile on his face the entire time, too. Bit of a jump spot. See Stunna. Information is kind of there right now for M80. It's looking like a pretty much a normal default. They hear a little bit of noise towards the B main. Whoa. Ambitious. A solo walk in. Caillou holding ground.
Yeah, Caillou holding the court before Bonnie can let that trigger finger sing again. And with mid fully pitted, NBG will sink all their chips into B main. Alvin with the proactive smoke as the blast pack comes coursing on in. Son of Car is here, and Alvin is distracted, but it don't matter because Nismo's got his help. And they'll quickly get rid of the sack again. M80 just sinkholing all these threats the moment they actually appear threatening.
Yeah, this is such a difference to the M80 that we saw last play, where it kind of felt like they were too rigid in the structure, and that's always been one of my complaints about this roster, right? It's like that I always perceive that as a weakness. Like you don't need to be textbook perfect all the time. But I feel like now this version of M80, I feel like everyone on this roster understands their individual expression and like where to express it as well. Like they're totally fine resolving things confidently. Like it doesn't need to always be logical and mathematical and all of these things. Like they're totally down to just take the fight. If you want to peek carelessly, if you want to have these zero pressure unsupported fights, we'll take them. And that was the IGL. Caillou holding ground that time. This time they're pressuring the day main control. They're getting the lineup for Bonnie. That's going to give them a ton of space to work with. Counter util here for Spaz to delay things on up, but I think M80 is in pretty clear control as to what's happening on this map. Mid control for NBG, and the A line established for M80.
Yeah, they're tuned in. Nismo's going to be the early responder. Paul Revere, once he hears the drop, there it goes, and he still wins the fight against Carson. Stellar quick to it with the stinger, though. So that's one gun recovered potentially, but I'm not sure who could be watching it, so they won't fight. Zeke on the lurk again, still getting watched by Bonnie, now holding that outlaw. And then Heaven now policed from a distance from Caillou so he can stay safe. This is a little more disconnected, but not deconstructed the way NBG need it to be, the way they have been to get the wins so far this half. Spaz taking the worst part of the damage pool, so 3 peaks gotta be better. It is. Prowler eventually finds him. What a weird snake that took. The rest of M80 once again slowly backing away, giving the space but not the fight. Nelvin spraying away as the repositions come through. It's got to be singular from him, but only momentarily, because the rest of M80 is once again here in time. With some despair, it's 7-4.
Yeah, that needed to be much faster for NBG. I mean, they had the macros all there, the two isolated players. They also got them to low HP as well before all that unfolded. I think it was 40 HP for Spaz, so opportunities were there. But M80 is just so quick, that A line, allowing them to have the fast pivot towards the B side of the map. Again, the macro coming into play here for M80. Peekaboo. Yeah, I mean, just mind games right now between these two players, between these two teams, excuse me. And I feel like overall, there's not a lot of panic in M80. Like, they're so confident right now on the reactions, right? Like, yeah, they're getting pressured, but they're not really overstepping too much. It's measured. It's perfect. They're holding ground where they need to. The counter util's on point, and it's drawing out a lot of the time here for NBG in these rounds.
A lot of this slowdown is purely self-imposed by NBG, and I don't think that's anything that they're doing wrong. They'd love to play with this clock a lot to force M80 to second guess the way that they have previously so far this season. But that's also kind of just the M80 effect, where you're a little timid to push in against them. Back to the 1-1-3. Operators back up again. Overdrive active if they decide to swarm him, and they can't just yet. The slide reset, he goes for it again. Respect, brother, but not the dub. So it's a 1-for-1. Son of Car can nip that in the bud.
Dude, Bonnie always has a smile on his face when he's playing the game. He's no matter what's happening, he's such a killer, man. He's so unfazed, and he always says it like, oh, I could have more confidence. Like, brother, where can you have more confidence? It's oozing from your skin. Now the pivot back here at NBG. Wait, this is gonna put so much pressure. This is awkward now for M80. They're divided. These players here can take their time, although they don't have much of it now. The night falls in exchange. Alvin gets overlooked top ramp, but it's an absolute chaos and a sight race.
Barely sprint to him in time before the TP can activate, and Tuzi is just behind the timing. Showstopper in, it's close, and Nismo still wins it. Oh, it's falling apart for NBG. Son of Car in the 1v2 clutch, 7 seconds to go. M80 can take their sweet time with the peaks. He's got to stick this, and Nismo, no blast packs, but still has enough time to finish this round up. And it'll be an 8-4 half after all is said and done in favor of M80 as we'll swap sides.
Yeah, the pace just got completely taken over by M80. I would have liked to see a timeout coming out from NBG at some point throughout this half, just to like rediscuss their option after M80 made their... I mean, dude, they took attack and they pretty much went out. I think the Desk was talking about this earlier as well, where they mentioned that this is so ambitious. I love it. I mean, this level of disrespect is kind of what you need sometimes in this game to really establish the dominance. But yeah, just to kind of go back, I think the attack timeout was on point. Whatever M80 discussed worked flawlessly. I think it was a combination of getting the lines, getting Bonnie comfortable somewhere to shut down one part of the map, and just everybody else on the M80 side just kind of supporting it and flooding to where the action's happening. So a solid half for M80, all things considered. And for NBG, you know, 4 is doable. It's not the worst. And it's on a half that M80 hasn't really shown, but now you kind of have an idea of what M80's done before, right? This is where there's really no more blind spot for NBG. So as long as they kind of rewatch and got some of their footage and kind of, at least a feel to how M80 wants to play this map, it should be a little bit more controlled for NBG.
Yeah, so you do wonder what new tricks they have up their sleeve if M80 still decided to pick this one. Stunna looking to get active early in the phase, but the Haunt plus the Poison Orb is going to make it so they have to pause, at least for now. 4-stack on mid into the curveball. Bonnie does a good job avoiding the first, but swings back into it, not knowing how many he's walking into. Now that M80 has a better idea, they'll work off of Spaz's pivot that is wrapped all the way up through screens. Nice but Stellar able to win that out. Yeah, it is. Now all about the backstabs. Alvin also watched for NBG playing very hyper aware of where M80 could try to end at the moment. And they have the perfect respawn amount on both ends of this.
And I'm really digging the pressure that NBG's already putting on this defensive side. I mean, just holding, look at that. They cannot get anywhere without going through, having to force through utility, but the spikes still towards the A side of the map. Tenric, this is all just a ruse. They're drawing the attention. They're drawing the rotates, but it's still got to be very clean for M80. Look at the HPs across the board. Nismo 36, Caillou 23. And with Nismo showing now towards the A main side of the map, it should be fairly obvious for NBG where this is ending with 50 seconds left.
A good read from Stellar to keep Zeke here earlier on, and they'll both win their fights for the take. Caillou can't hold it either. The jump is just going to be into another bullet. Zeke is on fire this game, man.
The cinematic cam, too. He's got like the side profile with the you know the forward blur.
Yeah, type of thing I'd see on the social network or something.
He's absolute killer, man.
Good framing, man.
Yeah. Gotta love it, man. And performance on top of that, it's just so good. But yeah, this is kind of what I was saying earlier, is like the pressure that NBG's putting is actually gonna be really nice early. Make M80 overthink, make them slow down, make them play controlled. Because last time M80 played this, and they ran Core over. It wasn't even close. There was no moments in time where Core felt like they could fight back or gather their thoughts. It was just M80 cycling set plays. And I feel like that early pressure will at least make M80 overthink it a little bit. You don't want to call the set play into the wrong part of the map.
See how much of the playbook is opened after the third round of the half, but for now, it's, yeah, M80 playing the anti. Pretty by the book here.
5-player event. You don't see this often.
Zeke not touching it.
Oh, he's in for a surprise.
Relay bolt in. Stellar has to launch this C's nice and early, but it's a little too far out, so M80 gets to enter kind of early onto this. And now Son of Car walking into 5. There's 2 down. Whips back out the Sheriff to keep the bullets going after the double shot goes down, and even the Decay can't save the rest of the crowd. 3v3 for the retake. Spaz now the one holding onto that Outlaw post plant. Alvin tries to get ahead of it, but Stunna can take care of that quick. It's Caillou who finds the pocket outside of screens. Off the paranoia, NBG aware of it and ready for Spaz to very clean. Keep him 3 up after it's all done. And it's a fun idea from M80, but not a winning one.
There was a moment in time where it looked doable, but the composure...
It looked really, I mean, it was well done. Yeah, it was well executed.
I mean, just a util dump. And I think that's part of the reason why we see, yeah, this first of all, that double kill was so nasty. Alvin getting a little ambitious right there. I mean, their risk was required, right? The disadvantage was clear. The weapons were just not there for NBG, or excuse me, for M80. They needed something to happen. But for now, NBG keeping 3 alive. Exactly what they need for the economy. The Ragtag purchases a couple a Bulldog, a Guardian, a Bucky, the scariest weapon of all, and the Outlaw in the hands of Son of Car. But full armor across the board here for M80, so the Outlaw is going to have to be very tricky in how it gets kills. Now, I'm curious to see the general approach here for NBG, because the pistol round was very aggressive. Out and wide for Zeke. Stunna following up with his own trade. Not bad, the 1-for-1. You take those in this kind of rounds. A lot of pressure now on Stunna, who's, I mean, mostly solo. Reinforcements are arriving slowly here for Son of Car, but again, it's only an Outlaw in these close-range engagements. And yeah, he's forced back.
Nesmo can egg that on a little bit heavier now, but that also requires the bridge through mid, and Stun is still watching this, so it's got to be a double. Oh, and it's not Nismo the first in. Stunna snapping. That's clean too. Alvin now gonna meet Stunna halfway at this spike as Spaz will make his way back over to it. He'll try to double up again.
This is so spread out. I mean, look at Stellar. He's on a really slow flank. He could find the timing. Spaz and Alvin gathering the spike. 37 seconds left on the clock. Stunna's already repositioned. It's really just a guessing game. It's a shift walk up now, Tenrik. It's really just about who finds a contacting kill.
30 seconds left.
If they go straight sight, they could find themselves crunched, but I feel like maybe the awkward thing for them is figuring out where that B player is, because they know Stunna's around here somewhere, but there it is. That's the smoke. That's the noise. Stellar should have an idea that it's ending towards the B side of the map. Wait. Still kind of quiet, I guess. He's not really picking up on it, but yeah, Spike's gonna go down, and Stunna, is he gonna take the play?
10 seconds left.
The snake bite forces him to, but Alvin's watching upstairs and can finish him off for the ace. Let's go, indeed.
Bonus?
That's unbelievable from him.
Oh my god. That's so nasty, man. The instant trade in mid, the double kill right here with the Guardians. The first one was a little dicey, but the second was clean. The heal up, the brawls that followed as well from the M80 side, the timing, the confidence to make that play, the supporting util as well. I mean, man, it's perfect. It all just fell onto his lap, and he capitalized perfectly on the bonus. And things are so much closer now because of that. 8-7, what was an 8-4 lead at one point. Again, economy here for M80 broken. A potential 8th on the board, and the equalizing round right here for NBG. And this kind of circles back to what we were saying before, right? Is if you're M80, you don't... Oh, it's fast.
Oh, but Stunna can still control it. Bonnie with the quick follow-up, but again, Stun is there, and again, NBG have extra. Tuzi zipping up quick, finding the double. And now circling back to where Alvin's crept up through main as well. Another quick anti-eco W key moment from M80, quickly bottled up by Nightblood. And they are quite set up for a lot of this half now, thanks to it.
I mean, man, Stunna's having an insane series right now already, 15 and 13. Don't get me wrong, he's been a phenomenal player for a while now. Like, he's been impressive, but he's a little quiet on this roster for a little bit. Not like bad, but just, you know, quiet, overshadowed largely by Son of Car, Zeke, 2Z, all of them having phenomenal games, even Stellar picking up. We haven't really seen the Stunna hard carry in this regard, but I feel like with every match he's played, he's gotten so much more confident, so much more comfortable. Like, that flexibility is getting less taxing now with the more reps he gets. And right now, he's looking unstoppable, man. 8-8, things tied up. Son of Car looking for that A line. A dose of what M80 was doing to them on their defensive side. And they could just leave him nice and comfortable right here. And Stellar, all he's got to do is just hold the A split along with Zeke. A slow brawl ready to be happening right here for the M80 side. Util being dumped and space being taken.
Doing anything to avoid Stunna being able to try to pinch this, and the double duelist has been installed into the vents.
Joke's
They'll
over.
turn back. See if...
Wait, what?
Stunna, did he just ulti? Wow, to re-clear tower, he thought they crept. Well, I guess now you know they haven't.
Information gained.
Yeah, now you can put Zeke back up here. Oh, with the poison orb, he's gonna go in front of it. Does he swing this? Oh, he sure does!
No.
Bye-bye, Bonnie! And he gets out scot-free! Nismo trying to retake it, but the snake bite's gonna fully wear him out. And Son of Car is upping now, folks!
Getting dissected, man. I mean, that was a really sick play from Zeke to capitalize on what was just pure information ult from the run it back. I mean, they got nothing from that. It was actually almost false information. There's a player even closer to that orb, but he didn't really have the line of sight on Zeke. He goes in, steals the kill onto Bonnie. The line gets activated on the A side of the map, and it's a save call.
10 seconds.
They have to be. They got completely dissected that round. That's so well played from NBG. These kind of heads up plays, man. That's been the key and kind of the identity for NBG. And oddly enough, it's been also M80's weakness. Is like whenever they start to get rounds dissected in this way, that's typically where M80 starts to struggle and they start to overthink their macro and their ideas.
It feels like the weak point for this next round, which M80 will choose to take a timeout to discuss.
Valid.
Feels like it has to be that operator, because it doesn't seem like NBG is going to shift a lot of like pole positions around. Like, you're going to keep Stunna in the towers, you're going to keep Carson opping on A main more often than not. And I figure if you sell the lurk to start, then you can swarm him pretty quick, even with the blast packs. Like a good relay bolt, if you clock his spot, you can very easily take the A site from there. It takes a little bit of intel, but that is what Caillou is there for, and he does have Nightfall coming into this round. And this is the one in order to hold on to the eco for most of the half. Like, getting NBG to double digits here would really sink your chances at this game.
Yeah. The other thing to consider, though, here for M80 is you're up against a comp that is almost a mirror to yours, but Phoenix has a lot to work with, man. I think people kind of sleep on that. Like, you got the Molly, which absolutely shreds. You have a wall to, you know, relieve pressure that we saw in mid, just like wall off the choke, and in middle, be able to re-clear vents, be able to wrap the vents player if they so take it. You have the flashes that are constant pressure throughout the entire parts of the round, right? You don't know if the flashes come in mid, you don't know if the flashes come in top ramp or B main, right? You're always worried about it. You're always having players forced to be anti-flash or sort of, you know, sitting back. So it kind of just spreads out your numbers. But I feel like right now it's playing into the operator for Carson, because this pace is like, it's watery mouth drooling if you're the opera player, right? You want people to play slow. You want these like back and forth kind of rounds, because you're giving so many points of failure. But this time for M80, it's looking like the explode play here. They're trying to get through, but that's the controller gone. And the follow-up ult, it has to be clean right here. Oh,
but it decently is. Yeah, Bonnie with the high and low, all on his lonesome. The snakebite kept out everyone else on the team. He did it all on his damn own, but now NBG is once again here to strike back early on. A seized spike planter will cause Caillou to get put under some pressure on that post-nightfall plan. On the chase down, Stun has made his presence known, and now has help from the other duelist with that Phantom now picked up by him, and their own high-low looks a lot stronger. Spaz holding from main, one down, snakebite on the spike, still 2 to go. And Son of Car could be, well, not anywhere now that that blast pack's been landed. Half of Spike held down by Stellar, who's still at a decent 50 HP. And he's just gonna hold on this other half while Son of Car gets the rest of the job done. And it ain't enough. NBG get over the line once more, possibly the most important time of all this map.
Yeah, the communication is just so obvious for NBG right now, man. The crunch from Spawn to Heaven, the 2v1 right there against Spaz. I mean, everything is just on point, man. Tuzi, so nasty, man.
There is no right option for who you pick first. Like, you can't target, you can't prio against NBG. They're all so good.
Right? And then just the communication in the 2v1, the half stick through the molly just helped so much, man. And the immediate pressure, the full trust onto Son of God to lock it down. It just absolute insane team play coming out right now from the Dark Horse, NBG, the underdog in this, what is a Goliath versus David story, if you will. It's a slow play for M80. Nice. And it's getting so close.
They're not ready for this op to be here after the rifle got spotted. They smoked out vents first, but now they smoked out tower too. That's a lot of the kit for Alvin gone, but they read the pathing back through the vents. And Nismo's able to get the spray down on the operator nice and early this round. Stellar giving himself away. Spaz biting at the Prowler. Stunna creeping up. Spaz ready for it. Do-see doing till the Prowler can catch him, distract him, and eventually, right? Yep. Get that done. Now you got to go for the fast pinch onto the B side. Back to speedy business, but Zeke not caught by this Prowler. That means everything. No! Few checks! Too respectful! Or disrespectful, I suppose. And now Bonnie towing with that last bit of tempo to take care of Tuzi's plant on the B main that was still as constant as ever. So we're back to the retake for the IGL and that Star Duelist that's popped off this map. Good ass start for Stellar. Alvin goes down, no more smoke resets. Hot hands on the plant. That's gonna tear Caillou down pretty hard. Stunna does the rest. Bonnie with the refrag though, and it's down to Stellar, who's been caught, found, and killed. M80 can stop the bleeding there and make it 9-10.
Yeah, it's becoming a game of details, man. Everything's coming down to the absolute wire. Just small little details. The trigger discipline. Caillou checks. He saw Bonnie wasn't looking. Immediately checks. The good reaction here from Stunna as well. It wasn't clean. It wasn't a highlight reel, but a fundamental decision to try to leverage the disadvantage that you found to crunch you for Stunna. The follow-up from Bonnie, I mean, man, is perfect across the board. No gaps from either of these two teams. Team play from beginning to end, and it feels like both teams are starting to level up with every passing round. The competition's getting tight. The rounds are getting even tighter as we get closer and closer to the end of this first map. And right now, it's information for NBG, but not a ton of eyes on the cross right here. So shroud of map control hiding the numbers here for M80. By the time they realize what's happening, it's pure pressure on this A split. A set play from M80.
Oh, the showstopper from Nismo tries to chase down Son of Car. It'll just chase him away. The re-entry from Stun is quick on top of the run and back. The cover on the top of Tuzi. Bonnie just keeps spraying it down. It'll slide back into the refrag, but Stun nails down the overdrive activation. Tries to turn on a Nismo. Stellar with that distraction against the curveball actually slows him down too. And a couple bits of NBG falling on top of each other this round, leading M80 to take a much easier command of it. It'll be a two-man save and a 10-10 scoreline.
Wow, the set plays, man, for M80 are so drilled, and even with no value from the showstopper, it still gave them so much space. Yeah, they didn't get the kill, but the space, the isolating players on the site, perfect from M80. Again, the same thing that we saw against Core, man. It dismantled Core, a team that is so experienced in the league, one of the most experienced teams in the league that we have in VCL history. Insane, man. It's so clean from M80. You gotta love that. And for NBG, there's so little room to capitalize. Like every opportunity they get, they need to make sure it's a fruit. They can't leave it empty. It has to bear fruit. It has to be clean. Can't give a single inch away to M80 without, you know, capitalizing on the positions you're into. So 10-10. It's getting tight, man. Economy here for NBG looks decent. Yep, the saved weapons helps a lot. The showstoppers are up online. The Nightfall here for Stellar as well. And a timeout here for NBG, the first to discuss their options on what is could be the round defining round of this half and potentially this first map.
Really admire Practo and Monsi for holding on to both of these for this half. Wonder how they were perceiving that streak M80 picked up last and how they thought they'd respond. But the need for the call here feels like it's purely on like how you respond, because like you said, the setups that M80 have had for these takes so concentrated once they find the ISO, they can turn that into an easy clear. And that heaven space on either site is so important to this composition. Bonnie and Nismo can get so active from anywhere. So can Alvin. Shoot.
Yeah.
Like you can have such a wide range the second you open from those spots. So very critical for NBG to properly guard those. They've been using Carson with the operator a lot of the time for A. They'll switch him over to the B site this time. And then maybe go screen for screen, because last round, the one that was set up by Spaz was kind of a godsend.
Now, what would be absolutely deadly right here is if they show this initial pressure in B main and then leave Carson posted up on the passive line. They'll never expect the operator to be here. It'll be an absolutely free kill, and that's exactly what they're doing. They're showing the omen. They're showing a little bit of that. It's a trap play off the operator. But the op is there. The showstopper's there. The Nightfall is on the A side of the map. Stellar on a complete island looking to kind of just unravel the information, allowing the round to unfold. But you can only hold these trap plays for so long, Tenrik, before he starts to get a little antsy.
Arnold gets smoked out, so Stellar will call for the slight shift of weight for Carson to come over and make sure nobody's heavily crossing through vents, because that's your weak spot at the moment. Tuzi tempted to give away more, but no immediate smoke cycle for main. Seeing if somebody peeks ahead. Now that Son of Car has been fully moved in with this stack, it's on Tuzi to manage whatever comes his way. There's one in, still nothing more sold, but feel like he has a decent idea. Blast pack in to try to gain the space back, but Tuzi is way out of there. Actually, TV's past the fast lane, back behind the wood. But M80 are not going to press into this. Just keep Bonnie here, a couple pot shots. Yeah, they've got to make this pivot quick, but they're going to make it all the way through T-spawn.
Yeah, they're just gunning it.
Because they're scared that, they're scared that Zeke has crept up.
Now, the only thing for M80 that's a little scary for the NBG side of things is if they get on the site with this Viper's Pit. I mean, that's pretty much a checkmate, right? It's so much harder to win the round once that goes down, and now the information is there. The utility to pressure the angles off, and a completely open site for M80. The spike will go down uncontested, and it's now the 5v5 retake. The Viper Pit goes down. An absolute brawl is about to happen right here on a very important round, Tenrik.
You can tell where they were expecting the Nightfall to come from after Stellar already gave himself away, but the showstopper up from Sona Card finds the perfect spot. Bye-bye Viper's Pit. In goes NBG, and they rip through M80 setup.
Mopped. Wow.
I mean, that is the right body to find if there ever was one, if you're Nightblood Gaming.
Yeah. Wow. I mean, 3 alive with a Viper's Pit down?
It takes the Nightfall of that, too. It takes the knowledge that you have the Nightfall, and it takes the knowledge that M80 knows where Stellar is coming from, so they're setting up against the Nightfall. Everyone backing up into that opening half of A site. Let Son of Car have such a smaller amount of space he has to manage with that ulti. It's insane.
Oh my god, that's gotta be frustrating if you're M80. You have a completely open site, the Viper's Pit's down, and you just get swept in seconds, man. That happened so fast. No one even had a single moment to think. It was just pure fast flood coming out for NBG. Now their money's looking good with that round. 3 alive is exactly what you need so late into the game. Pressure though on the A line. Stellar. Oh, they're playing with fire against Spaz right now, but the walk up from M80 towards mid.
I said quick again, and Nismo gets rid of both. Lickety split. Now Tuzi's hella pinched. Has to find Alvin quick, crept up a little further, but already spotting him, jumping with him, toying with him. Here comes Bonnie. It's only a matter of time. Just keep feeding Nismo for this round. Be the body in front of the problem. And that will send it. NBG, another 2-man save, another tie game. Make a wish, folks.
11-11. Gotta love that. I mean, man, it's decisive. They see the 2 players on the forward on the A main. They immediately know that it can't be a stack in mid, right? The advance happens instantly. The utility dump, the follow-up, the double kill for Nismo. I mean, the desk was highlighting the Nismo raise. The man's a beast, man. It doesn't matter what he plays. The mechanics, the experience is going to shine on no matter what role the man's on. Absolute animal. 11-11. The economy here in this next round, though, Tenrik, is going to be mostly all in for NBG. So it will likely seal the fate of either of these 2 teams. I think NBG is kind of good with 4 players alive. They will be able to afford weapons for the remainder of this half, but NBG will be tested economically if that next round's not clean. Now, they do have a couple ults to work with. The run it back is up. The Viper's Pit is in the hands of Zeke. And for M80, they're also staring down the barrel of a couple ults themselves. I think the Nightfall's online as well for Caillou. And Nismo's very close to that showstopper, which could be a factor in this next round and maybe the round after, depending on what happens right here. But 11-11, down to the absolute wire. And woo, the operator's still online for Son of Cart. I wonder what they're going to be up to, because the thing with M80 is you need to do stuff against them, but you can't be obvious with what you're doing, because you'll get punished on the macro side so quick. It's too many vocal players, too much experience on that roster to give up your macro that easily to them. Love that early molly to deny the early space, but Son of Car's fearless, man. Already through that, has the A line now. It's going to allow a massive advantage in the macro, allow players to pivot, lean over towards the mid side and the B side of the map. And for M80, that seems exactly what they're eyeing out. So, good early start here for NBG. Pressure's now on M80 to flush out the map control.
He'll get pressured again, back in vents. He's just been tiptoeing back and forth with the help of that poison orb. Another early run it back, this time from Stunna down B main to clear that early space. This will confirm basically everything. Alvin just staying a bit back to see if he gets greedy. He won't. A smoke cover on the tower to path into A. Or again, Zeke is the more heavily pressured player. Carson's still watching with this op. Down 52. They're crossing the bite. They'll back out a mid again.
They're posturing A.
Full-blown A main, yeah. Reading where that operator could be heading. And if they know Carson, they know he's going to be tucked up nice and quick. Zeke's response would be pretty poor off of this.
There's still a Prowler in play as well, so they'll likely get checked. The Nightfall goes out, the wall goes up, the Prowler's there. There's not an opportunity to fight back and overrun completely. Zeke's got the Viper's Pit. It's going to cause chaos, but his HP is a little scuffed. He gets the one. He gets the... Oh, he gets the second. He's even things up now, Tenrik. The 3v3. Stellar's out already.
And he's gotten behind the map spawn. He's flipping to it in time, though. And Tuzi a little late to the party. Stunna has to re-clear all events, and Spaz has that too. 1v3 for this Omen. Predictable position. Really good players he's up against. Resets on the peaks as well. It's a done deal. It's a 12-11 game. M80 can take it back. Carson left with choice paralysis, and the forced pit is solid, but the aggression on top of a still vacated site's even better.
The game of inches, man. We're seeing it on full display. I mean, the second of hesitation he had to walk behind that Viper wall, it goes up. He gets Prowler. He gets ulted instantly. At that point, that's it. The decision's over with. Gets overrun by Nismo. Now the showstopper's up online. That could help seal the deal right here on what is the 24th round now between M80 and NBG in an absolute banger match in the upper bracket. The underdog versus the overdog. And M80 looking for another set piece right here. Looking to go off the showstopper. Son of Car here to defend. Stellar here as well. They have a lot of util to work with, but they can find themselves overrun once again here soon, Tenrik.
Michelle's at the ready this time. Once again, so in front of this. Showstopper out. Attempt to chase away from Son of Car, but Nesmo's going to track him down after the Showstopper loses and still finds Stellar in a second. Spaz watching the extension from Smoke as well, and this time nothing is working for NBG. Fully deconstructed the other way. Stunna with the shotgun, having to whip out the sidearm in order to hold a candle in this longer range fight, and still so much to clear in the meantime. You have no idea how far out anyone else has gone, but M80's nice and sardine packed on this A site, waiting for the pack fight. Hot Hands has to be used to field away this Viper, and it will. Decent job there. But with the Vandal and low health, you gotta kind of kamikaze it for the sake of Tuzi, who has basically no time and now no chance. M80 on their own map pick end up barely escaping. When all is said and done, it's 13-11, but it's still theirs.
And it's the composure, and they went back to what's been working for them on this map. The set plays, the team play, the executes. They're so drilled. The experience coming in, the perfect utility coming out from M80 towards the very end. A hard-fought battle on M80's map pick, but a map win regardless, avoiding overtime as well. M80, a close one, but they're feeling fantastic after that first map. Now we're going to be going into NBG's playground. I'm curious to see how this is, because if it's a repeat of what we just saw on Split, man, we're in for an absolute banger between these two teams in the upper bracket. NBG versus M80 already sending out to be just so exciting, so fun to watch, man. You gotta love it.
Yeah, this is already the kind of match that we were hoping to get on the day, and this is already the kind of game that you want these players to have to start things up. Everybody's warm, everybody's feeling themselves, and everybody's headed to Ascent after the break. Don't go anywhere.
Trip. Edge.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
Showstopper on the menu. Nightfall from Welly immediately comes out, and Sad just makes the most of it. It's out, and Sad sit on the other side. Yet they're going blind, and it's an ace from Body.
And on these extremities too, X is going to get caught off, you'd imagine. And this spray through the smoke at least going to guarantee one as X is stat.
Going into split, it was M80's map pick and expectations for them to win. They will in the end, but 13-11, a very, very close affair. I mean, Nightblood Gaming here, Emily, they pushed M80 to the absolute max, and I loved that we got to see that to kick off this series.
No, they looked really good. I can't even lie. They were playing so well off of each other, and also just not being as individualistic as we've seen in the past. And I also think for M80, they had a rocky start. They were not looking like themselves. I felt like there were so many gaps, especially on that first half within their defense. They were getting picked apart. And props to NBG for kind of being able to take advantage of that and secure as many rounds as they did in a row there.
It was kind of crazy. Like, we were seeing this game start. We were all like, oh, yeah, okay, let's go, M80. We know how this one is going to play out. And then after a couple of rounds, like, immediately it was like, hold on a second. Okay, this just got a lot more interesting. And honestly, Nightblood Gaming, it felt like they were kind of running the map. Like, they had such a good finger on the pulse of what M80 were doing just as these rounds were kind of playing out. And genuinely, this is why the scoreline was the way that it is. If Nightblood Gaming won that map, I think they 100% would have deserved it against M80.
I mean, it was incredible to see even like early on. I know M80 in the first half were better off in the score, right? But we got to see in Nightblood Gaming, like what Emily said, with that coordination to really be able to fire back. And I loved being able to see how they're able to disrupt a couple of these strategies. And then later on in the map, like the retakes, the aggression from them themselves, I think as well as M80 kind of just having a slower start, it was an NBG that at some point seemed like they were getting kind of a little nervous. We had talked about not being able to make mistakes up against this M80. And Emily, as we got later on into the map when things got crucial, I think that started to play a couple more of those cracks started to show in an otherwise really, really close series.
Yeah, I felt like they had the momentum for majority of that game, but then anytime M80 pulled out a round, were they able to kind of put that to a halt? It's like NBG started to kind of rethink their game plan, and they definitely did get nervous. You saw them making a lot of those mistakes that we didn't want to see, and M80, like I said, that they would take advantage of it in the end. But I mean, we got to see some really great plays from NBG. I really have to give props to Stunna as well for playing that Phoenix and being able to control that mid and kind of use his walls of cycling, use those flashes to never really let M80 get it for free. And he just had a really good game overall.
And on the other side as well, like Tuzi was doing such a great job of anchoring down that B site on that attacking half. And you see like M80, they were approaching it. They were approaching things a lot more cautiously, I think, throughout the entire map. And this is something with the caliber of player that we have on M80 was a little bit surprising, because then it felt like they were falling into some of those traps that Nightblood Gaming had set up. And especially with Stunna having such an immaculate game, and when he wanted to kind of pop off, it was looking a lot more like Nightblood Gaming should have won out a lot more of these rounds.
And even when you look at the stats right here, even though M80 did have those 15 first kills, which is definitely a lot more than 9, I think we can all say, it didn't feel like it in this server. Like, I felt like they were playing a lot more reserved. They were playing a little bit scared. They weren't taking space as willing as they were against Core, for example. So I think the pressure is definitely, starting to heat up a little bit. They're getting further in the tournament. They really want to secure their spot in playoffs or LCQ or whatever the case may be for them. But I think the fact that they were able to turn around and still close it out in the end, especially on a map that they haven't showed too many reps on. They had that great game against Core, but besides that, it was kind of a mystery for them. I think the fact that they were able to turn that around, lock back in, and just close it out on this very important first map, especially for what we have coming up, that's still very impressive from M80, even though they didn't have the start that we all thought they would.
I mean, we've talked about Stunna and Nightblood Gaming, but we highlighted the Nismo Rays going into it. Mark, specifically to, you were like, I can't wait to see this Neon Rays even more, right? And maybe it was a smidge slow to start, but like once those two got cooking, like, oh my goodness, especially to like Nismo Rays, like just when we got into the later things, when we were seeing that little bit more aggressive M80 that was willing to push back against its MVG a little bit more, I feel like Nismo is where that all got to start.
Yeah, Nismo's not afraid of just getting down into it and ready to throw hands, especially in some of these brawls that were going up against Nightblood Gaming. Obviously, we would have expected Bonnie to be kind of like that person who was just flying in there, ready to get all those kills and everything. But both Bonnie and Nismo were doing such a great job to kind of pull things back together, give the team the injection of like momentum that they needed to feel confident once again that they were able to win some of these rounds against Nightblood Gaming.
And I mean, I want to go back to that first half of things where we did get to see M80 put a stop to Nightblood Gaming and start to rack up the rounds of their own, starting with round at 7. Marks, you got a little presentation for us here.
Oh boy, yeah, open up the PowerPoint, why don't you? But of course, it's just gonna be the Bonnie show, right? Like, you just see Bonnie fly in there. This is right after a timeout where it really felt like Nightblood Gaming were just coming out on top round after round. And then you see, this is one of those rounds that we get to see M80 finally play a little bit more aggressively, not just kind of fall for that default trap that was kind of going on, because at this point, it seemed like Nightblood Gaming were gonna continue to run away with more of those rounds. But then, they hit the timeout, they calm things down a little bit, they decide to go for that set play, and it just felt like, oh my goodness, that's right, this is M80 we're facing. M80 can run in there, M80 can win these battles, most importantly. And then it really shook Nightblood Gaming and kind of set the pace for a lot of those future rounds.
I mean, even just 2 rounds later, Emily, looking at that round 9, because a key part was don't make mistakes up against M80 or you'll just get punished.
Yeah, and like I said, I feel like NBG were doing a lot better as a team being coordinated, especially with using their utility in a lot more creative ways. I mean, getting this opening pick on their Viper, the one that controls mid the most, and being in that man advantage. But then as the round kind of plays out, you see it fall apart a bit. You see them kind of stall towards that mid side, not really having a set idea where they want to go. They don't have that A lurk. We have our own out towards B, but we know that there's pressure B heaven. So it kind of puts them to a halt. And then you see they're not even fully regrouping yet. Instead of playing that man advantage, they're playing a 1-3-1, a lot more split. M80 are obviously going to try and even out the numbers here, and that is what they do. We see the op getting pushed back towards A, being scared of just the solo Viper, and we see M80 just kind of get this pick towards B main, get those 2 op kills A heaven after we already know that the op is positioned there on the side of NBG, and then it just falls apart. There were no trades coming out on top. They didn't try and go for a regroup and kind of rethink their whole plan going towards that mid after getting that first pick. And those are the mistakes that I was originally talking about for M8 or for NBG that they just cannot be making, because M80, they will try and even out the numbers. They will take space and try and just take advantage of whatever mistakes you are giving them.
I mean, still though, this map was so close. And I think when we really highlight like those little mistakes, it shows that this was a map that really could have gone either way between these 2 teams, right? That was the slimmest margin. And the fact that that was the first map within the series, one that we had pretty well chalked up to be a strong M80 win, to see it play out otherwise, I think was really, really impressive. It definitely gives me a lot of questions heading into the next map, because of course for M80, with how fast they went through that regular stage, there is a lot of information we have missing. We got to see them on Ascent once, but not nearly here marks the same amount of reps we've seen from Nightblood.
Yeah, and like this is the big question right now, because if I'm being just completely candid, it didn't feel like M80 were that kind of crazy hyped up squad that we were expecting on Split. Now, given the fact that they haven't really played Split that much throughout the entire stage, it remained a little bit of a mystery. We did see them face up against Core, but still, like, they just didn't come in with that sweeping firepower that we necessarily expected. And then Nightblood Gaming, they're really starting to click together. It's clear a lot of these players are having really good games. And so coming into this Ascent where they've got a lot more of that practice, I'm cautiously optimistic about M80, but I'm not saying anything.
Yeah, I completely agree, because while they did have a slow start, I think those timeouts coming in from Kaplan, the way that they were able to turn around that first map and kind of close it out, was looking really good. And I think M80 kind of have the upper hand here. They haven't shown much with this double senti comp with the waylay that they like to run. They were really restrained with showing what they had with this comp, whereas Nightblood, while they have a great record on this map, there's also so much footage to see a lot of key things that they like to do, a lot of their protocols, how they like to approach the map. And M80, they are the team that will counter that. They have their assistant coach Finn, who's gonna be ready on deck to try and give them some sort of upper hand going into this map that it looks like, for if record shows right, NBG should be winning.
I mean, it's already been a series that has been so close. We kind of teed this up as a David versus Goliath, but even footing on the first map, it's time to see going into the second then, it'll really be M80 out of the door strong or a Nightblood to be able to equalize the score. Let's find out with your casters. Back over to Roy and Tenric.
Sierra and Ditto, at the end of the day, you know, we just hope this match delivers above all else. We just want everybody to have a good time and do really well and be really great players. But M80, still the favorites coming into this Ascent pick, in which their unconventional comp, Roy, is actually relatively familiar to Nightblood specifically.
Yeah, a little too oddly specific, isn't it? Right, kind of a little shout out back to the old times. Turtle Troops Stellar was actually one of the pioneers of this composition. He was the one that made and put on the Deadlock Cypher composition into the meta, and a lot of teams copied what he did, but they never quite could run it the same way Turtle Troops did. So I think there's a lot of familiarity when it comes to this matchup in terms of Stellar's, you know, intuition to how the ins and outs of this composition and kind of how it operates. And I think we'll be seeing a lot of elements of that. That being said, Tenric, you're still up against M80, who sometimes looks like David and Goliath simultaneously. So there's a lot of brains and a lot of brawn on that roster, and it never feels like there's a shortage of either of those two things. So for M80, it's still a challenge here and a lot of problem solving that still needs to be made for NBG. Yes, they have the Phoenix, which gives them a lot of options, but those gadgets can be an absolute pain if not checked correctly. So for NBG, the tempo needs to be measured, controlled, but not too predictable. Otherwise, you'll find yourself very difficult M80 to deal with.
Just check in over on B main. They have Stellar on that lurk.
Here.
Trapwire will get cleared on A main by the group. And they'll try and crash it in now. Nismo holding actively, Cypher Util holding passively. Nobody able to land a clear shot until they extend beyond the smokes, and the Heaven shots are cleared. Alvin still creeping around this smoke, will eventually get found, but still land 3 kills on his way down. And so it's a 2v1 with the spike stuck on site. Stellar, through an already broken window, can get to Heaven without being heard, but surely they're expecting this to potentially be the case. Double stuck in hell, the crossfire should be clean on the spike. Oh, the drop is heard. Saturate activated early, it doesn't land, but they'll still chase this down and land the final kill to net M80 the pistol.
Dude, Alvin danced on him on site, man.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah, actually, he got away with murder. 3 there? You get 3? Oh my god, his movement was so good, man. He went through the smokes. He knew exactly where to hold the yin-yang around the site through the smokes. Was so good. Bought enough time just with his pure movement for the fast flow to come in from Heaven and support him to capitalize. I mean, it's just so good from Alvin, man. It's such an underrated player, and I feel like he's been largely overshadowed by... I mean, actually, nah, he hasn't really been, honestly. We've been giving him a ton of flowers, man. Let's be real. He's an absolute monster. He's not been overshadowed at all. He's a solid player. We've been singing his praises, and that right there is exactly why. He's that mechanical player that you want to have in these kind of scenarios. So quick on his thinking, so fast with his movement and decision, and mechanically just absolutely checks you on those sites. So good start here for M80. Nice and measured pace. It was nice and measured until you get the long range spray from a stinger. Well, stink face from me and Tenric, and overall, NBG's pace is controlled, but Stunna got the ult orb up. Not bad.
We take those. A little grimace inducing, but we'll be okay.
I must wait a moment.
NBG will go for the entry. Stack again. Quickly found. And just snapping his style on him sometimes, it seems.
This one's not really letting him do much, is he?
Little freeze to go for one last attempt at a dissuasion, but I don't think they're gonna fall for it.
These guys have a lot more discipline than me, man. I'd be running it down for the free eco kills, man. Let's get the stats up a bit. There we
now
go.
He'll do it. Yeah, now that he's at 6 HP, he'll get it over with. So yeah, only losing the 1 gun for that follow-up, so they'll be decently kitted for this next round.
Yeah, and I'm really loving the way that Nismo's evolving his util, right? Because he's holding the grav net for so long. He's not really using it as a counter. He's strictly holding it so far for the executes to know they're out, and then he's just holding them down when they're kind of in no man's land. So it's gonna be very annoying to deal with for MBG. Again, historically speaking, against these types of comps, Tenric, the key to victory has always been a lot of slow play, the attack op as well, putting pressure into tree, being very precise with the utility on the Sova, right? You got to make use of those double shocks. You got to figure out where it is. But looking at the mini map, look at the stack of util, the trap into tree, the stun sensor as well on Cat, now moved forward by Nismo, the stun sensor on Switch, just a ton of if there's a late A pivot, there's so much to get through, man. It's gonna be an absolute mud concrete feat not trying to get through that area,
and none of it cleared. So NBG, if they haven't found it, it has to be assumed as something that isn't an option. Bonnie, another second chance afforded thanks to the refract with this outlaw, but NBG have still crept quite a bit through mid. And with the door closed, Son of Kar is able to chill out here despite being on 10 HP. The team gonna slowly but surely get through this catwalk clear. Stunna taken by the grav net. Spaz re-peeking it will fall quickly. 40 seconds to go, and Son of Kar will finally start making the walk up, but Bonnie, quick as can be, lands the outlaw shot to finish him off. And now NBG definitely have to put their foot on the gas, but another trapwire will slow that down. The paranoia doesn't reach all the way to hell, and Bonnie is back again through heaven. Another outlaw kill to continue the positive trades going M80's way.
Enemy remaining.
And Nismo's position found. He still lands the shots onto Zeke. That's unbelievable, man. 3 people still up for a bonus stolen on the defense.
And the pace is just getting slowed down to an absolute T, man. They have no momentum on these sites. I feel like that's going to be a problem that has to be solved immediately for NBG. Like, once it's time to go, you really got to go. And they had so many opportunities to just brute force to a lot of that util, but just getting stuck right here, not being able to move up. Like, you got to have at least a couple players scaling, trying to make space. That's exactly, you're playing into exactly what M80 wants, is for you to get stuck at those chokes, for the fast rotators to come in. Like, yeah, you can play the slow round out. You can kind of figure out what the gadgets are. You can try to draw out, you know, some of the early time. But as soon as you have the read that it's time to go, like, you got to put the foot on the gas. For M80, a nice clean round. The economy's looking terrifying, man. 4,500 weapons available for M80. MBG on the back foot now. You don't want to get swept on this half, Tenric. We've seen it so many times before. Teams choosing Ascent and getting absolutely swept on the attack side. You don't want that to happen against M80 right now, especially with how close the last map was. You want to get at least 5 on the board right here on this half, at least 5.
It's already a good start for them, knowing that Bonnie's going to play a bit more reclined with the Outlaw, knowing he just has those 2 shots before he can get decently swarmed. They'll take him down quick, while only losing a bit of HP for stun as part. He can heal up if he wants to. He's still got the hot hands. But first, he'll use that run it back that he gained with that kill he got onto it. Exiting from the top and able to get Caillou and clock Alvin's position. He'll quickly change it to catch the respawn as well. Son of Car now, though, picking up that Outlaw, taking down Alvin on the backstab. And NBG looks like they'll prevent the sweep at the very least. They figured it out this time. Can they finalize it? Tuzi, the late creep. Nismo watching. Timing is good. Turns it to a 2v3.
You got the
Zeke
ult.
still with the Sheriff in hand as well, so just 4 rifles abound. Trading some shots through the spray as Spaz will come back him up. But Son of Car, quick peek, quick trigger. Finds the 1, and Nismo, tough call from here. What do you make of it? Looks like he'll go for the exits if nothing else, but it'll be an NBG round. That is for sure.
Wow. I mean, they got M80 to completely submit to their spacing. They had so much room to work with in mid, so much room to work with in market, and just got M80 in these awkward spots. Alvin doing his absolute best, though, to claw them out of that one. The double, the run it back kill and the Phoenix kill on top of that with the Cypher hat, the neural theft going online. I mean, that almost sealed the deal, but there's so much space was available for MBG. Kind of exactly how they needed to do, right? Controlled and measured in the beginning, and when it's time to go, foot on the gas, exactly what they needed to do, plucking out all these M80 players. So job well done for MBG. Signs of life, that's for sure. And then Thrifty to kind of start the turnaround right here early on for MBG. I want to see more of that, but on the gun rounds, man, it's perfect. But now the operator is online for Bonnie. That's another element of this composition that you have to worry about, right? Back when Koala was on this roster, he was doing a lot of the stuff that Bonnie's doing, right? Putting pressure in mids, putting a lot of the operator attention in the mid part of the map to force the reaction on the extremity. And oh, no. That's a yellow card, man. That's not supposed to happen. Oh, I mean, what do you even say?
You can't say anything to that. That is unreal. Through the plays, through the wall,
Wow.
through the people.
The double duelist too. They have no movement now.
What? You don't need the annihilation. You don't need extra people. You don't need anything. You can take your hands off the keyboard for this round if you want to, if you're M80.
I mean, you just got to consider the save here, right?
I think you
maybe
do.
they're kind of looks like they're posturing for
30
it.
seconds left.
How do they get past the operator though? That's the real question. Do they just
you too?
Oh,
There.
no, they're going for it. I mean, they're guessing correctly. They're going where they need to be going. Let's see if they're able to clean up these kills. They got 15 seconds left. I mean, nah, this is a save. Has to.
Done. No way.
They're still going.
There's no way they have time, and they're still gonna go for
Wait.
it. They'll at least get rid of Bonnie, but
Enemy remaining.
yeah, they don't have time. Well, at least they'll get rid of the annihilation. I'll give it to them for that, but yeah, no time. Jeez, man.
Wow. I mean, that's an unfortunate round.
Yeah, that's rough.
Now, I think the worst part for MBG is there's no real takeaway. Like you didn't learn anything from that round loss. Like you got robbed in mid, bro, and then they just oh no, reduction. That's dirty, man. I mean, yeah, like I said, like it's not like a forced error or anything, right? Like you You took a Hail Mary through the smoke, got the double duelist in one shot. What did you learn from that? Absolutely nothing. Timeout for NBG. That round's got to hurt. You got to discuss your options now. There's a lot for them to work with, though. And I think, historically speaking, the attack op has been a decent way to do things, right? Get the op, you know, peeking into cat, peeking into tree, see if you can find those players that are jiggling for info, especially if you can figure out where Bonnie's playing early on and kind of really wedge yourself on a really strong line on the attack side. That gives you a lot of room, right, to walk up to break some of the traps with your gun before you commit. And it kind of gives you the green light onto the site. So I am curious to see what Son of Car is going to be up to with the operator. Okay, you might reconsider it, though, considering that the blades are online and he might want to buy someone.
So yeah, I think that's the conversation you have to have is, do you let Son of Car be more individual because he has his blades so you don't have to babysit him as hard? Because normally that would involve, if you're having that attack op, you would need a little more of a pack available, and that'll inevitably lead, especially with NBG, to more slowdown. With this ultimate, he's able to play a little more on his own so the rest of the team can pack a little bit heavier, but that does sacrifice a player having a gun. But yeah, it looks like that's what they'll do. They'll have him have this hero moment, and it's going. Kidding, man. You're kidding. You're kidding. You're kidding. You're kidding. You're kidding. You're kidding. You're kidding.
He's so fast. He's always in the right place, too, man. I mean, this is the first time.
How is he already over here? Yeah. What am I looking at, bro? What am I looking at?
I mean, yeah, he's locked, man. He's locked in. There's no hesitation in his movement right now. The intuition is absolutely on point. I mean, it's a minute 15. You've already lost 2 players. That's one of your info is gone as well. So you're going to have a hard time knowing where Bonnie's moving around. You've got nothing, man. Look at the mini map. All the gadgets are online towards the A side of the map. The Omen's still there with full Yuto. So was the Deadlock. You try to pivot back B. The Operator's here. The Odin's here. The Cypher's here.
You're just gonna walk into it, and
it's
now
relentless pressure.
Hero-Gun's gone again. Yeah, Tuzi is already gonna start hightailing it with that operator because that's all they have. And again, it looks like they might be able to buy in the next round to an extent. So they'll give it a go, but boy, oh boy, what a starting 6 for M80 on their breakpoint pick. NBG walking into this with the confidence from that 13-11. And M80 choosing a half that is doing them well.
I mean, Bonnie and Nismo have been farming first bloods, even in the first map. I mean, between both of them, they had 9 out of 24, man. Insane. I think they're kind of doing a repeat right here as well. I mean, that's how many opening kills for Bonnie now? 2? 3? Oh, good.
Nice shot, buddy. Okay.
He got to keep the op. That's something to work with here in this round. The knives are still up for Son of Car if he requires them, but now there's a lot of ults in place. I think the script is a little different, right? They've been slow. They've been trying to figure out where to go. They've been getting picked apart by the operator, but now you have ults online. You don't want to be too slow. You don't want to open up these rounds to be slow enough to get picked apart by the op, right? Because you want chances to use these ults, get value out of them. So I'm curious to see what the switch up here for NBG will be. I expect it will happen for sure, though. Unless still a little spread out.
Yeah, they have Carson soloing mid still because he's still got the blades. So it'll be a 2-on-2 to start.
Look at Bonnie now, passive opping.
Yeah.
He's an absolute savage, man.
The aura is just gonna burn so much time.
I think a lot of players, or maybe viewers rather, not players, kind of overlook how strong it is to alternate your style as an opera. Like going aggressive multiple times in a row and then going passive is just like a lingering presence of paranoia that you're gonna have to deal with throughout the entire round, because now you don't know where the opera is. Is he cat? Is he passive opping tree? Is he on site? Is he in wine? Is he in B main? Does he have a line? Like there's so many questions for NBG to ask. And look at the pacing, man. 45 seconds left. It seems like they're finally posturing for the A split, but a ton of gadgets to still get through. And the operator is also here for Bonnie, and he's got the path as well, the ult.
Uzi ulti did confirm that spot. Spaz just spraying through the smoke on the walk-up, and he gets Carson again! This kid has not been allowed to do anything this game! Smoke up on Heaven. M80's been backed out decently enough. And you still have the Hunter's Fury plus the Neural Theft for the post plan. NBG has some sort of shot at this, but the Convergent Patson and Nismo's immediate exit gets rid of Tuzi to start. Everyone from NBG bottled into tree. Stunna taking the fight against Spaz. He'll back out after neither. player lands a bullet. Now the re-entry back in, 1 for 1, and they're backed away almost fully. Zeke has to play for this Hunter's Fury before Stellar can wrap it. Bonnie missing the shot. They're not going to take the ult. They've got to save again.
Wow. I mean, dude, it's got to be so frustrating if you're Son of Car. He got completely shut down on the first map, and now it's kind of happening accidentally this time. They're not even trying to do what they're doing to him. It's just happening. The double kill early on, that one through smoke. There's so many rounds he's just been unable to play. Like a third of the rounds he's just been deleted randomly, man. It's got to be so frustrating, especially considering the conversations surrounding him and the expectations that's been self-imposed, I guess, right? He's having an insane play. He's the stats leader by a large margin, man. And just to have this kind of performance, it's not even his fault, but like the performance that he's having, the outcomes that he's finding himself in are just so unfortunate. And it's got to be really frustrating for him because he's trying to get active. He hasn't lost confidence, but I mean, it's just all conspiring him for it to be awkward. Now, Bonnie's checked here.
After missing the recon bolt shot, they're going to give this a go, and they'll win the fight after the Carson swing on top of the Satch. So that is a good start for sure, but Salvin peeking out, finding stun his insert, forces NBG to once again fork the road. Neural Theft is gonna give away NBG spots as well, so Son of Car having to play independently, and he will against Spaz, swinging on to Alvin, and he'll win that fight. So mid retaken by M80. Now it's the Cypher's turn to go toe-to-toe with the Ditto, as the rest of NBG starts toying with A main. Now the Neural Theft onto the defensive peaks. This will confirm the A-weight shift, but with enough util cleared on the site, NBG's just gonna go with it. Swing out once again early. Tuzi still gets rid of Nismo the second he pops out. Now it's just Alvin on his own, but not for long. Caillou comes in with his own 1-for-1 trade. A clutch for Alvin in the 1v2 would be what is necessary to keep this streak going. Zeke playing with them on Jenny. Alvin giving the steps away, and Stellar with the wrap will cinch it. NBG finally get out of the slump and make another round happen.
I mean, is it a coincidence that Carson gets 2 right there and it's a round win for NBG? It's not a coincidence, Matt. It's just the win condition was laid out really well by the desk. I mean, again, I'm not the type of person to put, a lot of responsibility on one person's shoulders, but when you have a player who's feeling it, who's like such a hot upcomer right now, you want to be able to be enabled. You want to have a chance to play the video game. And he did. And of course, it was Zeke in the pulse plant that just stood ground, held it down in the pulse plant, bought so much time for Stellar to make the flank happen, and overall closing up the round. Now, it's a 6-2 lead right now for M80, man, but there's still many opportunities for MBG to close the gap a little bit and try to make this a more, a closer game. Even again, 4 rounds, 5 rounds on this attack half is a success, in my opinion, especially considering the way this started. So, no, it's not all doom and gloom right now for MBG. Yes, it's a tough half so far, but there's a ton of room to work with still.
Salvageable at the very least, but it'll take a lot of chipping away. Giving very active help to Stellar's lurk here. Son of Car is actually in front of it. The cam is gonna spot that. The double senti set up on B site from the boathouse. Jump peeking from lane will once again confirm Son of Car's position, but not Stellar. He hasn't been spotted yet.
Whoa.
Cross into logs is gonna be reacted to by the barrier mesh. Nismo, are you gonna peek this, dude? No way.
Thing is, like, how do they really even play off this? Like, they're so spread out. If there's no follow-up right here, it's just pure solo pressure coming in. Now the run it back's coming in here on the B split, but overall, there's players out and about. Does MAD expect him to be this close in front of their faces, though?
30 seconds left.
IU's gonna clear that run it back, still placated a little bit by that. Son of Car getting in front of the stack and losing, but Stellar finally makes himself known. But now he sits alone, has to distract the rest of M80 from the rotation, and he'll do it for just long enough for NBG to get to this A site. Sonic sensor slowing him down a couple seconds, though, is gonna make this a little testy. And M80 will be back here relatively quickly, but Tuzi way in front of this. Yeah, this cross on the immediate archway, stopped on one angle, but now the Hunter's Fury to fully clear this crowd out. And Tuzi's got a full-blown shooting range. 3 down for him. Nismo on a crumb, and Tuzi will eat that up to 4 for the Omen, and now 3 for Nightblood.
Oh, man. Hats off to the person that called the mid-round right there for NBG. It was absolutely criminal, man. The amount of pressure that these players had towards the B side, the instant pivot into the open plant, and the crossfire. I mean, that's a checkmate crossfire, right? You got the smoke, you got the paranoia in that position. And then, of course, Tuzi, the absolute rock for this roster. And I think we've said this before many times, but I think it's worth mentioning again. The fact that Tuzi, he's not the person that's going to put up Carson numbers, but it's not a lack of skill. It's just like he's taking on this more like traditional role where like you don't take a lot of risk, but when it's time for him to shine, when the situations fall into his lap, it's so rare to see him flop, man. He's always capitalizing on these scenarios, and you can see it in his clips. Like whenever he does hit those clips, like you can instantly tell that this guy is insanely talented. Like the mechanics are so crazy. Him and Alvin, I feel like they're very similar players in my eyes, where they're not taking like a crazy amount of risk, but when it comes down to holding your ground and making things happen, like dude, they're insane.
Very territorial and very good at holding their own.
Like cats.
Yeah. Love to see Tuzi getting to show that a little bit more in this game. One of the newest additions to this roster for Nightblood Gaming after Fireball Ops got munched up by C9. I mean, it required such a big identity shift there because Fireball Ops was such a crucial part of how Nightblood functioned up until this point. It was Son of Car and him. Now, yeah, that star power leads to that sole member, and so everyone else having to pick up the slack, and Tuzi managing to do that so quickly into this stage, even after not being able to fully play in his first match.
Now, the economy here for M80 is completely in, man. It's broken. It's in shambles. It's an opportunity for NBG to come out on top, but the crossfire here for M80 is absolutely there. Carson with the... Oh, wait, Hunter's Fury.
Oh, on the grab net. That'll hunt down one and trap Stunna. He had to jump away from it. Zeke with the immediate refrag, and Spaz is vulnerable. And that'll get cleared away, but already 2 down and still a couple more obstacles to go. Caillou, this shock dart is gonna drive Zeke down to 1. Caillou, the wall bang on the Sheriff makes it possible. 2v2, door going down, desperate to plant this, and Tuzi getting legged as that rifle gets picked up. Now the drone reset the peak as Alvin has made his way here. And it's gonna be a mid-plant fight. Tuzi clocked by the owl dart, and he has to TP back into hell, already repositioned with the double swing on top of Stellar, but the smoke timing is perfect from Tuzi to reset that to 2 2v1s and make sure NBG survive the night.
Oh man, that looks so scary. The Gravnet combo with the Hunter's Fury, the rundown as well, and of course it's Tuzi in the late round to hold it down, man. The rock of this team just capitalizing in every scenario, clawing them out of absolute disaster. But 4 on the board now for NBG, all things considered. Tenric, I mean, there's room for a couple more. If NBG can get this one, there's a potential 6th on the board as well available for them. So a salvaged half already. Anything beyond here is a bonus for NBG. Not a lot of ults to play with. The Omen ult might come into play, but for the M80 side, they still have the Deadlock ult.
Last time
still strong.
Last time Tuzi used that ulti, it was to find Bonnie, who is once again playing very far back with that operator on top of this M80 full buy. Annihilation is up close and personal, though, and it'll crack open Stellar, but the rest of the team is here. Nismo just gonna fire through and find one. M80 already get the party started. TP out of the hot hands. His stun is trying to track this down, but the stun from the Sonic Sensor prevents him from getting the final kill. He'll get refragged pretty quickly after getting his own, and the rest of M80 can pinch after the barrier mesh is set on the last fire escape.
Last round.
So it's a 7th now for M80, and like you said, it would be great for NBG to find one more here. But 8-4 was definitely on the cards when we started this half, and it may be when we finish it.
There's a pace change attempt here for NBG as well, trying to switch up the tempo, trying to catch M80 off guard, but the only thing they've overlooked is the fact that M80's been dumping all their gadgets on this A side of the map, and it felt like NBG walked into every single one of them. The run it back got stalled, the follow-up kills got stalled. Everyone could not capitalize on the crossfire, on the crunch that was happening on the A side of the map. So overall, they got a taste of the M80 setup. Again, the guns are available here for NBG, so still 5th potentially on the board, but they're starting to get an understanding of what the setup looks like, right? Hopefully they're dumping a little bit more util for it. Oh, look at Carson. He's already gone deep into territory. This is a completely isolated players on the A side of the map. A lot of pressure on Spaz here.
That drone wasn't checking for him, but he still shoots it down, and it'll get cleared thanks to it. Bonnie finding Stunna with that up, having to refract back, so Nismo's got to hold it down for a moment here, but they've read his position too, and Tuzi has such a great angle to find that without getting vulnerable himself. Bonnie's finally made it back, but Son of Car winning the duel. Alvin quickly breaking the door and refragging, decapitating him as he fell. That was a quick frag. 2v3 for the retake. M80 spraying and praying their way through it. Alvin gets swarmed, and so the 3v1 should be easy enough. There it is. 5-7 on the half. NBG once again making things look competitive right when the chips are down.
And we're seeing Stellar showing personality. Usually he's the nice, cool, calm, chill, nonchalant warlord IGL, but I've seen emotion pouring out of him right now. He's fired up, man. 5 on the board after losing the pistol, losing the bonus. You're happy with that if you're MBG. This could have been an absolute sweep for M80. A 9-3, potentially more. It was on the cards at one point. It was 6-1 lead for M80. So for it to end 5-7, I think MBG's very happy with that result. Now they get to set the tempo on the defensive side. Of course, M80's comp does have the Waylay. It does have the Omen Paranoia. But apart from that, it doesn't have too much to work with on the site. So they need to be clean with those entries. So I think we're going to be seeing a lot more measured of a style. Maybe not in the pistol, maybe not in the second round. But overall in these gun rounds, it should be nice, slow, and measured for M80's side.
Standing ahead.
And they know it can become pretty one and done once they've been red. But once they bunker down, they are not unstoppable. Great shock dart to get things started. Nismo already on a bit health here, dashing back into the barrier mesh. Zeke taking out the Gravnet dart, quickly taken down by Bonnie. Laying waste to the rest of the site, terraforming that B with this Sentinel util. Stunna here. Rest of NBG is too, replaying it right when that spike goes down. Bonnie peeks again. That's kill number 3 for him. And he's still on these boxes. He's not going to stop, and he doesn't have to. 4 stay up. M80 lay waste.
MBG's going to have to problem solve this immediately, by the way. The falling back to the back of the site on B is not an option against his comp. The Gravnet is too annoying. It's too strong back there. It's exactly what M80 wants. They want you to fall back there because as soon as you do, you're cooked. You get the wombo combo, you can't move anymore, you have to give away the audio cues, or you're just stuck getting peekers advantaged. So I think for MBG, falling back is not an option. You have to try to hold back strong early and then fall back. It can't just be like oh, let's immediately fall back there. And I think they already got a taste of that. So I want to see if they're going to be solutions to that problem. But M80 eyeing out this B side of the map again. The brawl happening early on. Son of Car with the trades, but the M80 players looking to converge.
In front of it really quickly, and Zeke is going to get close again now that that Sheriff is gone. You got to play close quarters with the rest of this and see what you can get away with. M80 happy, maybe just this once to fight this out off rip. For the Graham. Oh, again, Zeke! He's so good from this specific spot. Hot hands, skate around and find Bonnie too on top of this defensive smoke. This is insane. Opens past the Guardian, undetected, frags back to Stellar, picking the gun back up, and Alvin doesn't have his own. It's a mismatch on the rifle to take this anti-eco away. Alvin with the reset on the cage, and Stellar clutches it up for Nightblood, and it's 8-6.
Yeah, absolute brawl, man. Zeke, the hero of the round. Carson getting the first kill helps so much, but Zeke's double kill is so nasty, man. It's beautiful. And the jump through smoke as well, the follow-up, the micro comms for MBG on display once again. I mean, we talk a lot about the macro of MBG. We've talked so highly about how structured they are as a team, despite them being underdogs, despite them being slept on by the entire community. They still show how good they are in these high chaotic micro scenarios. And I think that really is the beauty of MBG. It's that flexibility between flexing on the macro scale, but also having insane fighting mechanics and insane fighting tech as a unit, as a team. Steal away M80's round. The Thrifty, 8-6. Economy in shambles for M80, and MBG looking to claw away at this deficit real early into the second half.
Hell of a start. See how they round it out. M80 again, cruising for a bruising on B main. Same setup from the Sova and Cypher. Gravnet on top of where Zeke is usually planted. Backs out quick. Paranoia into the lineup as Bonnie tracks that down, but Stellar still wins while short-sighted. And they can line up the rest of these pistol-clad men in mere seconds. It's 7-8. It's flawless. It's Nightblood Gaming with a strong setup on this defense.
I think they took a total of 50 damage right there, too. It's insane, man. The crossfire's on site. No one really giving up. The trap right there as well, providing so much extra pressure. And just the absolute bait and switch back and forth jiggles between the NBG side. So round secured, but it was just all pistols for M80. Nothing too wild going on. The one way's available here for NBG. Now I'm curious to see what the default setup looks like for NBG on this defensive side, right? Because I mean, it was very very clear what it was for M80, a heavy utility on the A side of the map, but for NBG, it's a lot of mechanics at play.
Usual suspects for the hold on A main with Omen and Phoenix. The Gravnat's going to catch both of them, but luckily they avoid the spray off of it. Catching 2, though, means M80 wants to maybe turn heel for a moment, and they'll start taking Cat really aggressively. Smoke on top of mid-top. But the camera's
so
way up, so that reads the crowd. Yeah, that's a major piece of intel, so M80 have to speed things up. They will get through mid. Bonnie already with the light speed in the market, going for the peak war against Zeke again. Forced to back away. Convergent Pats, but Stellar once again avoiding this, finding the right angle, but missing the shots. That's crucial, and Nismo's refight makes it work. Now it's just Zeke on this site. Drone trying to hunt him down, stuck on the dice. Only a couple of spots he could be, and still gets away with one on the way down. Rest of NBG now here to fight it out, but M80 is well spread, and Alvin just waiting out this flash. That is such good disrespect coming from him. And the turn on the Carson, he does it all himself. It's back to M80's driver's seat.
It's just so hard for NBG to get involved in these team fights. Like, they want to, they're feeling confident, but there's so many things to get through. The traps, the Cypher util, the smokes on the chokes, the deadlock gadgets all being dumped, the wall, the Gravnet, the sensors, all of it just instantly getting reinforced for M80, denying the ability for NBG to get active, to help their teammates on site. It's just a lot, man. They have to hold ground. It's really the only way against this comp. You can't get overrun. You cannot get isolated against the M80 comp. It's exactly what they want. It's where a lot of the value is. Nice little cage by Alvin. Look at the tempo, just instant. This is an instant beast play. No mind games this time. It's just a straight confrontation on the mid to beat.
Yeah, so ready for it. Op already revealed from Son of Car. Stellar again. It's Nismo this time, catching the backstab and then heading back out. Now it's Stunna to take that substitution. Bonnie trapped away. Zeke holding on to the back of that operator. And the trap setups from Nightblood Gaming this round are stunning. Caillou with this Odin, still wreaking some havoc, but eventually pinched on the lane, and that'll do it. It's NBG's quick round. M80 just set the pace.
Is it too early to say that we have a game on our hands, or am I late to the party at this point, or what's that? Talk to me.
I would say we're at the point where we could say that it is.
I think we got a game on our hands, man. I don't think NBG's crumbling on this side. It looks like they're holding quite strong. And I think also shout out to Stellar, man. I feel like so many people have I always see it on the VLR threads of people, you know, kind of just making fun of his mechanics and making fun of his aim and calling him FNS 2.0. But I feel like this season, not even just this split, this year, he's been so good individually, and his calling has been mostly on point. But wait, screw that conversation. It's M80 straight for the B hit, just absolutely running it down. Caillou with the opening kill on Stellar. That's a massive find, and it's just Zeke alone.
Oh, but he's tucked well, able to get 2, and now turning on to try to find the 3rd. The timing is good, though. Carson with this rotation is going to confirm everybody coming back from backside for the retake, thanks to the neural theft. Owl drone out right on top of it. That catches 2 already in, reads Tuzi's position. Alvin's going to take the same one that Zeke did, turn it into a wrap on the lane to try to catch Tuzi early on with the help of this Odin spray. It's both that Alvin will catch, and in fact, with the short sight, he's forced down to the sidearm and still lands his 2. It's all Alvin all the time. It's 10-8 M80.
Dude, he's dancing, man. His movement is so annoying to deal with. He's making it so disruptive. It feels like it's so hard to get a grasp on him. No matter what you do, he's moving on you, and his mechanics are just so on point. Despite Zeke's efforts right here on the solo hold, evening things up for the 3v3, it's so good. I mean, what do you even do, man? Oh my
Crazy
God.
That he's the one getting that as well. Again, right? Out to 21 for this, and 18. That's nuts.
Okay. I mean, this is a good timeout, I think, for NBG. Yeah. Discuss options. Obviously, the economy here is a bit in shambles, but good. I think it's workable, I think. Maybe? Question mark. I think, yeah, this is a very important decision no matter what they decide to do, though, because either they're saving right here or going light and giving away the 11th on to M80, or they're going to try their luck right here, but potentially give away match and series point for M80. So it's a hard decision. Definitely worth the timeout, but it's tough. I'm trying to think of what I would do in this situation. I feel like you kind of, yeah, it's hard. It's a hard one, man.
You have so few rounds left where you do have an opportunity to shift momentum for the game back that this feels like the round that you have to go for.
I mean, the buy's
in
good,
order
though.
to try to hold on to it. Yeah, the buy is not bad here, and you have ultis. Like, you can totally win this round.
Yeah, no, it's worth it. It's worth it. And I think winning this round right here would make things so much more manageable. You don't want to lose the economy this late into the game. Allow M80 to have this like back-to-back gun round pressure. So again, M80 not really playing them. They're not really playing the mind games too much. This is a conditioned play. They've been setting the pace for these mid to Bs. A bit of a mind game actually in this one. They're pivoting into the ace play. So a conditioning for the mid to B, but it's a walk up into the hands of Son of Car, the hot young blood, the hot duelist player.
The Armageddon plus the light speed, though, it's just too much for him to handle, and nobody's there to cover him. Again, Carson unable to impact the round. Zeke already caught from the high ground, and Tuzi's been in this spot before. Bad peek again against the lane, and he's gonna start getting ISO too. Everybody from M80 having their threats that they can handle, and the running back is slowed down by this barrier mesh too. He's got to drop down and just go for this. Tuzi able to find one. Zeke helping out, Stunna fielding out with the Hunter's Fury, chases down everybody! And a recovery round indeed. 3 up for Nightblood to take us to 9-10.
And that's value that you never see on the scoreboard, man. 2Z surviving in that situation put so much pressure on M80. They had to get him out of there, but they couldn't, man. The smoke was in their faces. They're getting paranoid. And despite the wall, the stun sensors, and everything that Nismo was dumping on them to stop the fast flood, he still survived long enough to get everyone else active. Holy. 2Z's a beast, man. He played that so good under insane pressure.
Yeah.
Oh, this goes here.
Stayed up for so long in that spot where he was already red too. That's just insane. You force so many members to have to pay attention to you. And double back. Such valuable space. Tuzi again inserted up, takes the fight against Caillou in the one-way and wins it. GrabNet trying to catch him, but again, there's coverage. Finds Son of Car first though, and that'll be an easy twofer that M80 take into an A site that they'll try to storm. Stunna daring to challenge this? Oh, he does, and he wins against Bonnie. 5 HP to go, the reset on the heel and the barrier mesh up, so both sides will take their neutral space and undoubtedly lead us to a post plant. Door broken early. Zeke, Shock Dart does a bit, but stepped in front of Spaz and Alvin taking this 2v1 to nip it in the bud. As the Heaven rotational only net 1, Alvin deciding to ulti to confirm stun his spot, so he gets ahead of it and quickly felled by Nismo Sonic Sensor combo. They are 2-11 now, thanks to it.
Oh man, what a trap setup coming out from M80. Let's run it all the way back to the beginning, man. 2Z holds ground, the instant follow-up, full util dump, absorbing a lot of that early aggression that has been shown by NBG's side. And M80 does not hesitate a single second, even losing that first player. The trap setup still engaged. They go in, they dump Bonnie, gets in their faces, gets the kill, get instantly overrun. So sick, man. They had bad weapons too on top of that. It was just stingers across the board and pistols. 11-9 now, economy for NBG all in, and this seals the deal pretty much, man. This is one of the most important rounds we've had so far in this series.
What could be the decider? Tuzi, once again, TP into wine. Not overly challenged. M80 seeing if that first peak comes up a bit easier. Stellar playing solely for the mid take. And the pivot in case M80 decide to go from 0 to 100. And the perusing down B main is punished by Alvin, who is watching the entire time. Now you've got to go for the other jump peaks, and Tuzi gonna get that forward Stunna, forcing out the paranoia, just able to run out in time, but now a little trapped, and now these two are pinched. Tree room has been cleared away. Tuzi got to stand it alone, only can for one person's worth, and it'll be a 2v4 to keep NBG in this game. Stellar, good for many. Sprays through the smoke to get the second. Son of Car pressured immediately. Having to break the glass to reset. Getting through all of his deadlock util, and still, if he decides to exit through this door, he'll suffer one more. And with the mesh not being shot, it's pretty obvious where he's gonna be. Just challenge him here and now, and he'll be done. And Nismo will let it go into the ulti. Yeah, you bet he's got it again.
Oh my God, man. That's gotta be so frustrating. The 2v1 M80 not skipping a single beat, man. The macro is textbook. It's clean. It's perfect. The pressure into tree, they see no one there. Immediately they're thinking, okay, there's possibility they're in A main. The player in A main surviving at Spaz and Alvin Boy playing their lives. They crunch A main together flawlessly. And yeah, it got a little bit close off Stellar's kills, but still, even all that, it was a 2v1 and Nismo's performance affording him another ultimate in this half. And it's just textbook, man. It's so clean for M80. And now it's the match and series point. The overdog, one of the best looking teams we've had in potential VCL history, dare I say, is staring down the barrel of a potential performance of a flawless run in the upper bracket for NBG. 3 rounds to go to bring us into OT. Not a lot to work with in this round. Just rifles, couple of them. 3 sheriffs. Son of Car on the blades. It's a slow play here as the pressure starts to get, I think it's safe to say it's felt among all the players now. Measured this time, not as much high tempo play for M80. Looking to explore their options.
Time they'll try to check for Tuzi. Already back out though. Good overall read on the 4-1. Zeke just getting rid of the trap wire, so Alvin is questioned a little bit heavier. Stick around because of it. Slightly weaker stack now for the attack. 45 seconds to go. Just some extra shots to make sure nobody gets away with a free entry. Now Caillou will use that owl drone. Tuzi's in a touchy spot at the moment. I don't know if it found him, but the grav net does, so he's stuck. Bonnie in for free with the attack outlaw, quickly paranoid, but can't be dealt with immediately, and Nismo in the meantime gets the frag. Now M80 can swarm Tuzi, and Bonnie is still the one to get the kill after the entire team meets him. Now he's got that convergent paths thanks to it, and Son of Car, blades in hand, is slowed down to a crawl. It's gotta be him. Zeke helping out. In they go, but they're already starting to get circled, and it's over! M80 continue the now 3-month-plus undefeated run in North American Challengers and have sealed their spot in the top 3. They're going to Winners Finals.
And the flawless run continues for M80. I mean, it's so beautiful, man. It's the perfect crossfires of mechanics, individual skill, role identity, everyone being on the same page, a level of play that you don't really get to see very often, even at the highest level. It's just night and day difference. This M80 that we're seeing now in stage 3 looks primed, and they're eyeing away the prize. They want the play-in spot, man. They're looking phenomenal, and in this 2-0 win over NBG, I mean, they're pushing the envelope. I think we're all starting to believe, I mean, we all kind of mostly believe that M80 is the best team in the region right now, and I think this proves it. And I think the upper finals win would further push that envelope. But what we saw today was pure Valorant magic from M80. I'm excited. If that's what we have for the rest of this day, it's about to be an exciting day of Valorant. Congratulations to M80. Wow.
Yeah, a real shame that Nightblood Gaming couldn't take us to a third map because it's just so dang entertaining to watch them. But we will continue to see them fight through the losers bracket later on in the playoffs. M80 moving to that winners finals, another podium placement for this team. Every player on it had placed on a podium previously on a different team. For Caillou and Nismo, that team was M80. North America is not unfamiliar to any of these players, and they are ready to be their representatives permanently for Challengers. Takes a little bit more than that though, and they'll get a little bit of time to prep. In the meantime, we got another match, little fireside chat, and more coming up.
Trim, edge, shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
showstopper on the menu. Nightfall from Welly immediately comes out, and Sad just makes the most of it. It's out, and Sad sit on the other side. Yet they're going blind, and it's an ace from Body.
And on these extremities too, X is going to get caught off. You'd imagine. This right through the smoke, at least going to guarantee one as X is stat.
And congratulations to M80 for securing their spot in the upper finals here in playoffs. I mean, going from map 1 to map number 2, M80, I mean, this time around, Emily, they seemed a little bit more awake. They have this strong composition on Ascend. We've only seen it once before within stage 3, but man, it was great to be able to shut down this Nightblood Gaming, who I just didn't really get a chance sometimes to play the game.
Yeah, I mean, that was a hard one too, especially since M80, they did start off hot. They were up 3-0, right? We saw things going a lot better than how they did on Split. We saw them playing a lot more confident. We saw them actually playing a lot better together, right? Whereas NBG, they were really struggling that first half, especially once Bonnie got out that off. Like, yes, okay, Bonnie may have gotten some pretty lucky kills through walls and stuff like that, but at the same time, I just felt like NBG didn't do a great job at always pushing the off back enough and kind of like figuring out where it was before they decide to end the round, or before they decide where they want to end the round, I should say. Like, it was just so hard. Like, while they didn't get the chance to play the game a lot of these rounds, I also think part of it was to their own fault, because they weren't doing their due diligence of trying to figure out how M80's playing and figuring out proper counters to go up against it.
Yeah, it was overall pretty tough for them. I mean, already half these replays are just somebody spraying through a smoke and then somebody on the side of Nightblood Gaming going down. And sometimes there's just simply nothing you can really do about those. And while initially they had that slow start, we were starting to see moments of greatness. Exactly like this 2Z3K in front of you. We were starting to see Nightblood Gaming not be as scared or stalled out when they were down in that man advantage. But unfortunately, I think the timing was just a little bit too late, and we really got to see some of those M80 players start to come online in a massive way.
Yeah, I mean, one of the players is Nismo, right? With that deadlock pick. I've never seen a more annoying deadlock on this map yet, because it felt like whether he was on defense or whether he was on attack, using that net on their execs perfectly, especially towards that A site hell, just being a nuisance to NBG. And even with those trips for their post plants, we saw a round where Carson, or Son of Car, got hit by both trips and then ulted in a 2v1. Like, that should not be happening. It was just so tedious for them to play against. And I think while NBG, they did put up a good fight, especially going in from that first map, which arguably they should have won. They should have like had a better attempt at closing it out there. They were still able to come into this map, not let it go, and like still put up a good fight.
It was so tough, man, because we've talked about it throughout the entire stage, how Nightblood Gaming, their players have a certain level of caliber, right? Like, these guys, they've got the skills. We saw that in the first map. We know that they can run out there. We know that they can get those frags. But towards the end, as it started to slip away just a little bit more from them, we started to see their players need to go for those hero plays. Suddenly, a lot more of those well-coordinated strikes. The good util that we saw from that last map was just slipping a little bit more, allowing for the door to open for M80. We talked about how M80 are the team that you cannot make mistakes against, otherwise they're going to take advantage of it. And once that ball started to get rolling, it was really hard for Nightblood Gaming to get a hand back on the driving stick.
I mean, there's a reason that this M80 team is praised, right? I do want to commend Nightblood Gaming. I mean, it was, I know, still like a 0-2 loss for them. But again, that first map was within that realm of possibility. And the fact that, you know, if they'd won that second one, I feel like, the first one, I feel like we come into the second one with a different mentality, right? So like, to be able to put up this performance, I definitely have to commend them on. But when you look at this M80 that's just, I mean, warmed up going into the second map, you have this skill, this roster of highly skilled players. It's so difficult, especially too, when you're looking at impact from the get-go, even just from something as simple as pistol route. I mean, Emily, Alvin's dancing around the site. He's getting multi-kill after multi-kill in so many of these rounds. And like, M80 already looks strong and confident going onto this one. But when you have a Cypher doing all of that as well, like, it really just starts to look impossible for the other side.
I mean, it just looked like he was having so much fun at the end of the day. Like on that defense half, the fact that he had his own cages to play around, he had the deadlock trips to play around, the Omen smokes coming in for helping to anchor whatever site he's on. He felt like he was actually in his element. He loves being in those spots where you can just kind of anchor site. You don't have to worry about anything else. You just have to focus on your gun. And that's where we see him thrive a lot of the time. Time and time again, like I think with this new elevated M80 roster and their new ideology when it comes to their defense halves, often relies on Alvin, no matter if he's on weak side with Spaz, for example. He is there playing his life, and he's gotten so used to that. Rather than just kind of falling off and playing retake, he is willing to stay on site and consistently fight, go for his and more. And I think we've gradually been able to see not only his confidence go up, but his skill level at that going up.
I mean, it's like sure to just get it done. All right, like it's just absolutely incredible. And I mean, this double Sandy comp coming out from the marks was just too much for NBG to contend against. You have this Alvin that's just going absolutely nuts, and then I mean, just everyone else being able to follow up. Like we got to see some highlight moments from NBG. Don't get me wrong, but that was a little tough one.
Yeah, and I want to quickly look at the bottom left corner of the screen. This does feel a little bad. I'm going to admit that right now, but it genuinely felt like Stunna, and specifically Son of Car, could not play the game. It was just so hard. I mean, I heard the casters mentioning it multiple times, whether or not it was just a free kill because Bonnie got that operator shot off, or, you know, Spaz is spraying through a smoke, and just for whatever reason, Son of Car is in those crosshairs. Two players on Nightblood Gaming who we highlighted to be some of the best players on this team and really needed to be the ones to step up. We're just not really given the opportunity to showcase what they've wanted. And then on the flip side, like, okay, I've been singing the praises of Alvin since the beginning of the year. I talked about how M80 was the team that wasn't in the best shape before Caillou and Kaplan got brought into all of this. And then now, like, I'm so happy that Alvin gets highlighted again, because originally he was the player who consistently was going to be there for M80. And even when Bonnie is having a great game, even when all these other players are having a great game, Alvin is still ready to step it up.
I mean, this group of 5 coming out from M80 is just so strong, so coordinated. And I mean, know that there's like, you know, we'll talk about Bonnie before the day starts. We'll talk about the impact, but really anyone on this team can get the work done. And I think this is just a really, really fantastic showcase of it. I mean, the question that we've had for M80 is there a team that can take them down? And, you know, we got a little bit close on the first map today, but as for right now, M80 stay on that winning streak. And congratulations yet again to them for finding themselves in the upper finals. Now we got to go from here from the team with how they're feeling about all of that. With our Phillips Norelco interview, we have IGL Caillou on the line. Hello and congratulations. You're in the upper finals here. Congrats. How are you feeling? Or was that just kind of the expected? You just knew you'd be here.
Appreciate it. Thank you. You know, I think we expected to be here. We worked hard, so nonetheless, like we knew we were going to win the game, and even if we dropped the map, we knew we'd come back the next map, and even rounds, you know, we definitely threw some rounds. So, but yeah, it feels good.
I mean, you didn't drop a map, but that first map was definitely very, very close. I would love if you would talk me through a little bit how you feel like that split went, and if you feel like it is just you guys dropping a couple of rounds, or more so Nightblood and being able to counter you guys a little bit. I
mean, I do think that we were up 8-4 on defense, and we had some rounds on attack that should have won our way, in my opinion. I'm not gonna get too into like details, but even the rounds that they got first blood, I think we knew what they were doing. So you know, we had good reads and good calls, and it just came down to sometimes we weren't shooting or playing our micro situations well, which we will fix. Those are small mistakes, but I do think we had them, and it shouldn't have been that close, in my opinion.
I mean, for yourself too, when there is kind of, you know, a couple of these mistakes coming out, or like you're getting tested by this other team, are you kind of switching up some of these like set protocols, everything else from the team, or like how are you adapting on the fly without getting too in specifics? And I'm not trying to leak the strat book, don't worry. Yeah. But to be able to make sure you can still get that win in the end.
I mean, like, it's more of like we're just taking like time to just regroup and be like, boys, we're better than this, you know, close out these man advantage situations and play together when we do get these kills. And you know, from there on, we just play with a bit more confidence too, and we'll be fine. It's not necessarily anything strat wise, because our strats always do work, and you know, our game plans are well done. So what we do go into is always solid. We don't have to change much on the fly, and if we do, we're pretty good at it and pretty quick.
I mean, you're saying the strats are solid. I definitely can agree with that. Now, last but not least, I want to go back to something that you had said talking to Liz after your first match. And you were talking about how, yeah, stage 2, that's great, but you had a lot bigger goals, right? Obviously, there's a lot on the line when we're looking at stage 3, winning, we're looking at plans, we're looking at champions, etc. Obviously, accomplishing those big goals, we're still yet to get there. There's still games to play. But in terms of how you and the rest of the team are feeling in general, how well do you feel like you're on your way to being able to accomplish all of that?
I mean, yeah, I mean, we work hard, so, and we kind of know, like, this is just the first step in our careers on M80 and what we can accomplish. You know, winning stage 3 is also just another thing that will help us move forward. And as long as we keep up where we're at and know what we are capable of, we should be able to easily win stage 3. Not easily, but we should be able to win stage 3 and then move on to the next chapter. And I think it's just about progressing forward and believing in ourselves and, yeah, confidence.
And confidence in that next chapter as well?
Yep. I think if we do, you know, unfortunately win stage 3, then it's just moving on to play-ins, and, you know, it's going to up all of our games. And I think all of us do want to knock some VCT teams out, and it would be a lot of fun, you know. As a tier 2 team, all these tier 2 teams, we scrim them all the time. So, you know, it'll just be fun to play them in a match sometimes.
I mean, towards that progress, you're definitely making some good work there. Congrats again on where you placed today. Best of luck in that upper finals, Kai, and thanks so much for talking.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Thank you so much. I mean, M80 keep on their winning ways. What a fantastic result coming out from them. That is going to be our first upper finalist match. But of course, we have to figure out who they're going to be facing. And it's going to be a match between SRB going up against SAD Esports after this break. Stay tuned.
Trim, edge, shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
Well, there you go.
All right, a matchup between SAD Esports and Shopify Rebellion Black to figure out who is going to be facing M80 in those upper finals. For Shopify Rebellion, I mean, another one of those powerhouse teams that we have spoken so highly of. But SAD Esports, Marks, I mean, all these teams, they have something to prove, and I'm so excited to see the fight they can put up today.
Yeah, I feel like we hit the nail on the head with the story and the first thing where it's like, oh, we got the Titans coming in here and then there's these other teams. But based off of just how that last series went and also seeing how SAD Esports has really started to pull their own individual macro skills together, I do have to question now, like, I'm no longer just going to be a diehard believer in these Titans. I'm so curious to see how this one is also going to play out.
Yeah, I'm just stoked because, again, it's not something that we've seen before. It's not any sort of rematch. And I also feel like it's very highly anticipated because this will kind of determine, will we get a repeat of stage 2 upper and grand finals, or will SAD be the team to not allow history to repeat itself?
I mean, a lot of pressure on SAD Esports. Again, one of those teams that has to make the run to win the whole thing, to be able to contend with those same stakes that we've been talking about SRB M80 for. But talking about this SAD Esports team, I mean, it definitely is a team that you look at their last couple of matchups and you look at the capability of this squad. I think it's so high. There is a lot of firepower here. We've gotten to see some great calling. Marks, I think the biggest thing is just the form at which they show up on the day, because when I feel like when this roster is coordinated, they're working together, they're hitting their shots, like the sky's the limit. We just need to set ourselves up for that success to get to that sky.
Yeah, that's always been the big thing for SAT Esports. Obviously, we've seen Welly kind of step away from the Sova, go back onto the Fade, and that has been really supportive for a lot more of the players, with Vita and Paint usually locking in that double duelist. And the big thing is a lot of these players can have really great games, but at the same time may not necessarily show up to the server. But what I've really liked to see about SAT Esports is even when those players are not having that particularly amazing time, the rest of the team are ready to step up. I've been so impressed with watching Zaj and Pain as well, kind of being that very stable backline of SAT Esports, while Vita and Paint and Welly are those ones who are going to be always running it down. So there's so much to love about the way that SAT Esports play this game.
Yeah, I mean, I was gonna say, to me, they're kind of like a wild card roster. Like, I feel like you never really know what to expect when we're going into matches with them. Like you were kind of talking about, some individuals step up, and when they don't, others are right there to kind of take their spot and have that support to back up their teammates. And with this team, yes, they haven't had these amazing secure wins against a lot of these great teams, but I will say they have taken maps off of M80, they've taken maps off of NBG, and so they have the talent and they have the team and the roster to do it. It's just about, will they be able to keep it consistent throughout the entire series? Will they be able to show up on every single map the way that they do on the maps that they're strongest on? Have they had enough time to kind of overcome these little hiccups and be able to close out a lot of these 2-1 best of threes?
I mean, there has been inconsistencies of the team, which I think has been our biggest trouble yet, right? As you talk about like the past successes they've had. So I want to talk about a more consistent factor at all and talk about Pain and his impact, especially to not just within last series, but a lot in stage 3. We've been so focused here, Emily, on like the firepower and the duelists and everything else, where Pain has kind of just gone untalked about, but you can see this impact he's been putting in.
No, he's a great controller player. I don't like, it doesn't really matter if he's on that Omen or if he's on that Brim. He does a great job at playing his life and playing really smart about it. Like with all of the anchors that we see on the defensive halves, he's just so good at moving around the site and around his own smokes to be able to make, not only get those like kills and not even just go 1-for-1, but buy enough time for his team to rotate in. And I think that often is underlooked, especially when you are playing that sort of Omen anchor role.
Yeah, it's so funny like watching him, because I was able to cast the last game that SAT Esports were playing, and you could see on the player cams, like when Pain would find a crazy kill, even he couldn't believe it. He was like, there's no way I just did that. And once again, I think that speaks a lot to what Emily was describing. The way that he navigates things around is always just in the right place at the right time to kind of lock down a lot of these kills, in addition to just really well-placed smokes. Pain has just been a very solid player for SAT.
I mean, Emily's cat can't even believe some of those kills, getting the little cameo there, or just a big SRB fan. I don't know, Emily, is your cat a SRB fan? Is that what we're getting at?
I think so, because she just pulled up right in time for this best of 3. I think she's hyped to see how it plays out, to be honest. She just seems stoked.
I mean, there's out there, whether she's a fan of the series or the team. I mean, this is a team worth being excited about. Again, Emily, this is a team that we have talked about as like one of the teams to expect a lot out of, and for a lot of good reason.
Yeah, and I think they're also just a really fun like roster to watch or to play, because they are one of the more structured teams. You see that there's like reason to the rhyme to the reason, or whatever the saying is. Like you see the intent. They're not always sporadic. They're not always going for hero plays. They love to play around each other, and they have built up that chemistry over time that I think for me was kind of lacking early on. When you look at the SRB roster at the start of the year, they had the individual talent, they had the strap book behind it, but they just weren't meshing at a chemistry level, especially when it came down to a lot of these 2vx's, 3vx's. You just felt that disconnect. But I think over time, they've been able to push past that. They've been able to grow as a team as a whole. And I think the fact that they were able to overcome that, it just sets them up to be such a stronger team this time around.
I mean, one of those big shifts from stage 2 into stage 3 was just throwing Smoke into the mix, as opposed to kind of integrating and building around him, right? And we've gotten to see in stage 3 already, Mark, Smoke was crazy, but the team working to really promote what he can do has just been next level.
It honestly really has. And even just thinking back to like the interview that just happened with SRB when Smoke was just absolutely popping off, like you can see just how much this player has grown, even in the server, but also outside of the server as well. And I think that the Shopify Rebellion Black environment has been so impactful on Smoke's growth, specifically when he was originally on that core roster for stage 1. We saw when he could have those huge impacts, right? Like could pop off and everything, but then we also saw very quiet maps. And I think one of the biggest things that SRB have been working on is getting him comfortable when he's not popping off as much with that operator, and it's really starting to sing well with the rest of the squad.
Yeah, I mean, even when he is popping off that operator, though, it just feels like such a hard task to kind of shut down, or such a hard like opponent for these players to kind of work around. We saw a glimpse of what an op can do in that first best of 3 with Bonnie, but I think it's going to be the same story here with Smoke. Whether he's on the chamber, whether he's on the jet, he's just going to be a big pain in Sad's a big pain for Sad to deal with. Let's go with. And you cannot count him out. Even if he's not having a pop-off game, he can turn up at any point, especially when he does have that operator in his hand and getting those first kills, picking apart your XX, or even sometimes when we see him whip out that attack op. It's just, overall, he's just a big nuisance for them to deal with, and we're gonna have to ensure that Sad are able to kind of put that to a stop early.
A big pain in their side is what Emily's trying to get at, guys. That's you know, we all stumble over words sometimes, but I mean, there's definitely a lot more pain points within the server as well. Or Phillips Norelco head to head. I mean, we got duelists on duelists on duelists within this matchup, guys. So let's focus on a little bit more, because of course, on the side of Sad, Vita has just been on one. We've talked so much about his capabilities of what he can do paired up with Paint. And Satellite as well. We've talked so much about a system that's been integrating Smoke, Satellite being a part of that. But Mark sees someone as well within the server that's definitely not just holding his own, but getting extra kills and just putting in a lot of work himself.
Yeah, it's so funny to me because I feel like stage 2, we were almost always highlighting like the controller agents just with how much impact they were having in the game. And yet now we just stand with all of these crazy duelists popping off in the server. Vita specifically has been such a fun watch. Anytime you see SAD Esports playing, has been set up so well by Welly multiple times to just kind of get in there and get dirty and find those kills. On the flip side though, Satellite being a little bit less inconsistent, but is always ready to take the fight directly into your face. And given the fact that they've got Smoke as that secondary like top duelist, there is so much that Satellite kind of unlocks in being able to go for those individual hero plays to just throw off the enemy teams.
Yeah, I also think it's been fun to kind of see Satellite play not only the Phoenix, but also whip out the Raze depending on the map. And I think, again, you have these two really superstar duelists that are able to take over the server. You know, Vita with that Neon just being an absolute menace to go against with his movement. His movement is so hard to deal with. But when you look at the other side, having Satellite and having that double duelist kind of comp where they can work together to kind of shut down Vita, and oftentimes when he is a little bit more of that solo Neon kind of taking that initiative, it's going to be an insane brawl here. I think it's going to be a lot bigger. I think it's going to be a lot more reliant on these duelist players, more so when we look at the last best of 3, kind of talking about their team kind of stepping up and supporting them. I really do believe these two will be going at each other head to head, not really focusing on how well their teams are setting up, but how self-reliant they're going to be in this best of 3.
I mean, I'm so excited to get started with this best of 3. So let's start narrowing in on the series ahead and start talking about what we can expect with our map picks and bans, especially to, I think this is definitely going to be a little bit of an interesting one to start, and we'll have to see what type of energy SAD Esports can come out of the gate with, because heading into our vetoes, the first one on the list is going to be Lotus, something that's been so well practiced on the side of Shopify Rebellion. And for SAD within VCL Stage 3, Emily, we've seen them here once. It wasn't that win, so we'll have to see a swift turnaround heading into today.
It wasn't, but that also gives SAD so much time to try and fix and improve it, especially since heading into playoffs, knowing that they will probably have to bring it out again. And SRB, they have a good record, but to be a devil's advocate, both of these teams, when they've lost, it's been up against M80, and that's been the team to beat this entire stage and even last. So I'm glad that SRB feel a little bit more confident. They know how to play this map. They've had good runs on it so far, but SAD, you can never really know what to expect because they don't have a lot of footage on them. There could be last minute changes being brought up, and they could have put in the work to ensure that they're able to make it competitive if it ever were to get brought up. And then when you're looking at Haven, that is SAD's arguably their best map. They feel super confident running running that double duelist. I don't see any changes coming through on that side, but you can argue the same thing for SRB. That is the one map that they were actually able to take off of M80. So this map pool, it seems very competitive for both sides.
Oh, well, the map pool is competitive. Looking at our predictions, we kind of predicted a little bit of another way heading into today's series. Let's go to the first map. Let's get this off our screens. We do not need this at all. Let's start teeing up for Lotus. Because as said, I mean, there is the opportunity for SAD Esports here to be switching it up to try and correct a couple of those old wrongs heading into the agents. Mark's thoughts?
I mean, I'm still looking at SRB's side, specifically Smoke. We just seen how impactful Smoke is on this chamber. And SAD Esports, they really have to figure out a solution to try and deal with that chamber, because that is going to be Wrecking Shop is so good, specifically on the defense, to hold down those long angles. They got to make sure to utilize paint to be able to blow things open.
It's not even just that, but they have all the utility that they need to be able to deal with the defense-sided op coming in from Smoke. They have the Neon Stun, they have the Fade utility to play for that info, and the flashes to even back that up further. It's just, will they be able to be on that same page to actually ensure that they're able to execute that out thoroughly?
Yeah.
I mean, another David versus Goliath matchup on the day, considering how much we've talked about SRB going into playoffs. Goliath's already won once. It's time to see heading into this series if we can tell a different tale, as Lotus is ready and so are your casters. So let's get this started with Tenric and Roy.
Thanks so much, Sierra. Well, Godzilla won their bout. Let's see if King Kong can do the same, or if this bear can flip the script. Roy, it's Shopify, Rebellion Black, taking on SAD Esports. Couple ex-teammates both ways, but Shopify the obvious favorite, especially on this first map.
Yeah, and the one thing both of these teams have in common is their only loss on this map has been to M80. So shake some hands and let's get right into it. Yeah, recall back to the last time we saw SRB play this map was not too long ago against EG. Looking at the stats, and I can see why they've picked this map, to be honest. It's a little crazy.
Yeah, Smoke got to go crazy with this operator last time when they faced against EG Academy. SAD Esports have to make some good choices and make them quick. Otherwise, this half is going to fall apart for them. On an attack half in which they're normally mobilized, they'll be stuck on their weaker side for both of these starting maps. First pistol fight off a mount immediately. SAD know they can take the advantage in this one quick. Vita's gonna make quick work of the first, but they're still fighting from beyond the mound and trading their way through it. Exo winning the lurk duel, and Nature still standing and finding out Welly as well, who now sits as the last member of SAD found by the season. So surely that should be the fight. They'll take the double just in case, and it's a quick defensive win by Shopify.
Yeah, and already the team plays on display. The micro is just so on point. I think we're gonna, what we saw in this round is what we can expect for the remainder of this half, right? Or some versions of it, right? Where the core of the SRB roster is gonna be challenging at their own will, and you just leave Smoke on an island to handle himself. And I think he's done, I think it's safe to say he's done a pretty good job at just being on his own little island with the operator and the scope weapons. There's a reason why he's on the chamber here. And last time he played this map, he went 6-0 on First Bloods. Now on the topic of Smoke, and I think it's, I mean, SRB's invested so much time and resources, you know, buying out Smoke, developing him, building around him, having like a structure that makes sense for him and comfortable for him. And I think they're finally seeing that max return on investment right here. But a fast play coming out for SAD Esports and a force buy. The Stingers across the board. They're looking to up the ante, up the speed right here. And it's a free C site in the 5v5 here. Post plant about to happen.
It's a good win-win on the force buy. A good win-win on the force buy for C-Site. Knowing that if Smoke was there, you could swarm him. If he's not, everyone else is just going to back up, and SAD can start bulldozing. Back to formula for them. Paint and Vita trading blows. Smoke able to manage a bunch of it, but Zaj can come in and help out the group to make it a 4v2. Nature has gotten inside. Welly toying with him, but still losing the fight. But Pain turning back and catching both ends of it. And SAD will steal away the follow-up thanks to that extra buy.
It's not normally that teams would force buy on the second round, considering the spike never went down. So I think it was very unexpected by the SRB side. They've given up so much space. But overall, I mean, this is just a steal of momentum early on, right? The pressure's coming out. I think SAD Esports is coming in, gun swinging, not wanting to show that they're, you know, they're scared. They're not nervous at all to play SRB. Already on the 1-to-1, stealing away some of that thunder early on from SRB, but it's still early days. SAD Esports now in the driver's seat for now.
It'll be Mound again to start things out. This time Smoke will be planted there. 7 in the headhunter.
That's all he needs.
Hasn't put that trademark down. So no intercept, just shots. Nice
His aim is
starting
a
one.
trademark, Tenric.
Does the job.
Spike planted.
TP out, gets him out safe. Rest of Shopify will clear out A to make sure there's no lurker. There isn't.
Rest assured, they got the ult orb. A little bit of bonus here. And again, damage is the name of the game, right? Speaking in terms of economy, there's not really much for them to work with. Just classics across the board. And the headhunter in the name of smoke, but it's a fast flood from the heaven side. 3 players on this side. 1 player will flip the switch to pressure in the late round, but overall, it's going to be SAD Esports defending and trying to counter you to hold ground on the C site.
Vito with the quick outlaw shot is the best one that Shopify had. They'll still go into this and just let SAD have the orbs. Post-plant round that they'll take with relative ease. Aw, barely walled out from taking down Exa.
On the topic of SAD, I think it's pretty undeniable now that SAD Esports has insane X factor and skill, and I think their unique identity, their double duelist that they like to go with, has fallen right into their lap, right? Because I mean, Paint is he was flexing onto the KO last play. It wasn't really working too well, but I feel like the Phoenix is kind of a nice middle ground, right, between his former duelist role and kind of the KO/supportive role. And I feel like the all on the ground duelist has looked so good on him. And when you pair him up with a player like Vita, who's like so in your face, so fast, dude, so mechanically strong, I feel like it pairs really well. And I think this team will catch a lot of players by surprise. A missed shot, a missed opportunity for Smoke, unusual, but a fast play from SAD Esports, no hesitation.
And they're on top of it too. Prowler's gonna track down Smoke. Everyone's gonna get backed out again, and this is exactly how SAD want to take it. Very similar to how they want to play Haven attack as well. Seas catches 3 though, so they've got to brawl it out. Now Vita watching from the altitude, catching the 2. Re-entry though as the smoke fades away. Let's Smoke frag out. That's not confusing at all. Creeping up, 7 hell, still cracks Welly. 3v2, still holding this angle. Waiting for another cross. Pain is tempted, would have to use a TP if he doesn't want to challenge, and he will, and Smoke wins it again! Down to just the 1, but Zaj could maybe spray through this with such little health. No, Xander gets the help on the defuse, and Shopify barely survive, and Smoke still gets away with the op too.
And the most awkward situation to be in, right? 2 of your players at 1 HP having such a hard time getting in. It's really off the back of Smoke just finding kneecaps and elbows in that pulse plant. Insane, man. And the Smoke immediately reacted by Xander. The pressure of the follow-up was just so good by SRB. It looked kind of scary for a sec for them. But overall, they recover and they put 2 on the board nice and early. The operator's now in play for Smoke. And actually, he gives it to Satellite, and he's probably going to force the tour de force.
You want to play? Let's
So that's a double op setup here.
Let's do a divorce.
Every time I say that, I just think of Van. Just Vans is just in my head, man. She's always in there.
Living rent free.
Yeah, actually, pay the bills, man.
What that?
Joke's over. You're dead.
Extra French gun, extra French retreat after missing the first. Overdrive out now. And it's immediately burned away. Vita falls in a second, and Smoke is already back. He's got the running back. He's got Pain, and he's got company. Pain trying to hold it down, but Satellite with an op of his own. The double setup clears house, and Shopify's got 2 up for the lead.
And they're just not giving up space on the C site. They're making it look like a retake. They're giving up Ben. They're giving up the site itself, but they're holding back Pillar. They're holding for the fast floods. And it feels like it's catching SAD Esports off guard, and they're having such a difficult time plucking Smoke out of the space, man. He's just like an annoying mosquito that they just can't get rid of, just buzzing in their ear with the operator. No matter what they do, no matter how much utility they dump, he's just not feeling the pressure. He's just sticking around. It's kind of annoying.
Well, Saddle still rinse and repeat. Once again, the mound take. Sticking 1 on the lurk this time for A. Shopify are still holding those protocols. And Smoke is once again back on this site. Xander is purely the Prowler bait, has a judge in hand this time. And it's just going to cycle these smokes until SAD gives themselves away elsewhere.
And I wonder if this is their game plan. They don't really want to play the macro. They have a read that Smoke's going to be here quite often, and they're down to play these 5v5 kind of pulse plans retake scenarios. and maybe they don't want to play the macro game. They just want to force these scenarios, but they're not really having a ton of success right now. It feels like SRB is just so good at finding the gaps in the utility, holding ground, not really giving up too much. Not really succumbing to the pressure that SAD Esports is putting on them despite using ultimates. And now it's a 5v4, a forced pivot here for SAD Esports. Not a ton of space to work with on any of the sides, and they're slowly shrinking space away towards C as well.
All to fade into an A pivot managed by Welly on his own. Still just questioning everything. No clue where Shopify could be planted.
30 seconds left.
They're staying cautious. Playing way back. Heavy B clear will get SAD the spike down. Shopify can't compress on this immediately. In from Exa.
Yeah, important fight.
Not
nice.
one. Now the pit tossed up, and Satellite's already cleared Paint from the high ground. They've got to set this up quick, but they can't extend too far, and there it goes already. Welly just forced to back out and save, and that is 3 ultimates sunk into an empty round.
I mean, this is just unfortunate for SAD Esports. They're just not winning any of the important fights. It's all crumbling unfavorably for them, despite them finding decent scenarios. Yes, they're a player down, but it was still a free B site, uncontested. The flank kill would have helped a lot to equalize things, give them a little bit more space to work with. Exa comes out on top, and Exa's actually, on the topic of that, Exa's such a phenomenal player, man. And I know we've said it so many times, and I've said it for sure, but he's in such a good spot of just like having this high IQ playstyle backed by mechanics, and he's such a young talent that the room for growth, and I mean, the ceiling is just so freaking high, man. It's almost unconceivably high, and I think there's a lot of players on the SRB side that can be said for. But again, pressure from the core side. This time it's smoke on the front B side, and Exa solo holding with some utility here towards the C side of the space. They're forcing? Oh, I don't know. X is not the player you want to test, and I think they're feeling that pressure as well. They just back on up out of there. A force pivot once again.
A total lack of intel against the pit. You don't want to risk it if you're going for the full send. Right? They're reconsidering again after you've cut. Maybe convinced that if there was a stack there, now they're gone. Second Prowler used, and they go, and X is cleared. They're making it work. Smoke set up, challenged and beaten by Paint too. Everything working out this time for SAD. So far, Xander with the TP back, already found, but not fully traded away. Vita's still up. Xander still working, still killing, gets 2. 2v3 now. The Shopify walk back in from the back site. Paint in front of this, curveball up, run it back, finally down. Showstopper prompted thanks to it. Paint right in front of this and gets blinded away, and Paint with the lineup can clear it down. So SAD, get a grip on things once again, reduce the gap to 1.
I'm glad to see that SAD Esports is not really panicking once they got stalled on the initial idea, right? Because generally teams, when they see the Viper pit come down, they try to brute force it as quickly as possible. Dump the util, try to kill the Viper that's isolated, right? Normally, there's no one else to support the Viper. It's just solo, right? The core of the team is fighting on the other side, and the early utility confirmed it. But they wait out the snake bite, and they're measured, they're controlled, they're disciplined, and they go for the immediate rehit and overwhelm onto Exa. A massive win condition found by SAD Esports and capitalizing nicely, but an early pick found for Satellite through the wall, I think, as well. So that's Vita shut down now. They have to
still press on. Yeah, they have to. Nightfall proactive here from Nature. That tags a couple. And also kind of boxes out Paint for a second here against this screen, but now that it's down, back to business as usual. Still over a minute to go. You could use that Nightfall a tad bit later, but it's 3 in tree.
Shadows traveling.
I'll give it a go. Smoke to drop. Nature in front of this. Paranoia doesn't tag him, but it's still a free plant for SAD. Shopify can't go all in yet. Instead, Nature just keeping the creep. They haven't checked for this, but surely they will in a moment. Big Paranoia to force Welly away from it, though. Xander attempted Chow. Pain wins it, but Nature unchecked and finally getting his. Welly quickly takes care of that, but down to 29 HP. Challenges the op. Smoke with the reset, and now can take that back out of the kit as Paint once again only good for the frag trade away, as Smoke has that op back again and will once more to puppy guard this defusal. Zaj dares to challenge, wins the first, but can't stay alive longer than that. Shopify back in control.
Yeah, and Nature holding ground for so long backside, and the utility support was so good from SRB. First, it's the Viper's orb right in the middle of the bomb site, giving so much space to the left side. We don't actually see it. Do we see it? No, we don't see it on the cam, unfortunately. But there's an orb that blocks the left side scaling, so it just allows him to focus on one side. He survives it for as long as possible. The paranoia followed up, and of course, it's Smoke once again bailing SRB out of a very uncomfortable scenario with the operator never missing a shot. Man, it's so rare to see a whiff, even though we've seen two this game so far. But who's counting? Really?
That's the thing, is that they're so few and far between that you can end up counting them, I think. That's the fun part about it.
That's facts.
But that's been so much of the defensive capability of Shopify, is just if you give enough time for Smoke to get to where he needs to go, then you're going to be just fine.
Mm-hmm. And the one thing that for SAD Esports that's worked so far that they have to continue, I think, throughout this is, yes, taking the site is one thing, but you can't give up the push on only half the site. You have to push back the entire site before the players are flooding. And it feels like that moment of hesitations, allowing players from SRB to get into positions to provide extra support, provide utility, right? Like the paranoia from stairs. Like, you really can't get stuck, man. Once you're on site, you need to get that back space. You need to pluck out these players, because as long as there's a player surviving, it gives so much confidence for the fast flood, right? Like, if there's no players alive, it's much harder to flood. But if that player survives back site, it's a problem. And I think SAD Esports needs to solve that on this attack side ASAP.
Flip the defense, Shopify, expecting SAD to cash back in on the mound that they've been more powerful on the attack for, able to be more committal more consistently. Left Smoke to be singular, and he'll actually play way back. Door stab by exit imminent. 3 players now in blue on the 2-3. That'll pivot to a B pinch. And are they checked? Exa gets the freebie, sees out from Nature just in time to catch Vita on the creep. But the double duelist is too strong for him to last any longer. Now it's on Satellite, and the hot hands on the Ricochet lets him stick around a little closer to this. So SAD aren't certain with the space, especially now that the members of C could have made it through the door. Xander already making his way back through blue. So it's back over to the A site now for SAD, having to clear out a bit of extra space. And so Satellite gets the reset into the frag on the Vita. And there's the third whiff from Smoke. Now kind of stuck on drop. TP not free, but the snake bite can't completely flush him. Still, Spike goes down without a hitch. And Satellite now having to re-clear the stair creep because Xander has been stuck. No longer finds Paint. Now Paint's got to pay attention. Xander wins that one too. And it's down to Zaj, and Smoke won't whiff it again. Back to business for Shopify Rebellion, getting stronger by the minute.
And they're just getting corralled in these post plants, man. They're looking so uncomfortable in every fight that is important for SAD to win. They seems like they can't quite get a grasp on it. Xander that time getting such important kills, opening up the pressure, opening up that flank, and kind of cutting away the positions available. Also, I'm surprised I'm surprised they came out of that early round with SAD Esports, that being, by the way, that they came out with +2. And they got 2 kills on that pivot. Yes, Exa got one of them, but still, the judge there was a little scary, man.
Oh yeah, no, that could have easily gotten more. There's threats lurking around every corner in SAD. I mean, you already see how diligent they've needed to be and have been to get the 3 they did. They've been checking very well. They've been doubling up on intel and protocols. They've been anti-reading. I think Mikey's done a great job of understanding the pulse of Shopify's defense a lot of the time, playing around the early obstacles, but only do that for so long before the firepower makes that statement again. So got to call the timeout, adjust that macro, figure out how you can take these fights with better advantage.
For sure. And I think SRB's game plan is starting to become kind of obvious now, right? Is like just have the surviving player on site, allow everyone else to flood in. It's been pretty much the same story on every single scenario, thinking back on this entire half, right? So I feel like for SAD Esports, the conversation isn't really even about the early game or the mid round, because they're finding comfortable finishes. It's really just what they do once that spike goes down, because it feels like they're getting a little timid once that spike goes down. They're not really holding too much space. They're not really fighting for anything. And I think if you want, you know, against teams like SRB and M80, the name of the game is always disrupt the structure. Don't let them do the things they're comfortable running, because they've ran these things hundreds of times in practice. So you have to try to force a game that is, you know, unfamiliar.
By having a quick idea that there's members here, Prowler's gonna send out the sniper, and Smoke is now stuck out of the B site, and they slide. Nature catching Vita on the slide in. Momentum propelling backwards for SAD Esports. Still swinging back onto Nature. Smoke back in time, but SAD have the sight. No extension again, though, and out comes Exa to try to find one dry, but he can't. But now comes Xander yet again, back from the C door. Zash turns to that, and Smoke. A pop-off round for the Viper to find a Thrifty in the midst of it.
And a reminder that SAD Esports never has a shortage of heroics on this roster, man. There's always someone willing to step up in these situations. This time it's Zaj, the rookie of the roster, a player that no one knew anything about in the beginning of the year, and now he's a namestay.
A staple for this team. Was one of
he's
was
also
potentially
super
the
young.
best Yoru during the metas period in this season, I think. And
had to
now
pivot.
one of the best Sentinels, yeah.
Oh yeah, you know, he's so mechanically strong. But again, we're still seeing the same kind of narrative, right? It's like they're getting uncomfortable in these pulse plants. It can't rely on heroics all the time. It's good to have that, but you got to have a bit more of a consistent win con provided to you. This time, though, it's a little bit more measured for SRB. No real gimmicks available. A heavy stack towards the B side of the map. Looking to shut down the A to B options, and if any sort of B play happens as well. And of course, it gives them the fast rotate, which has been the name of the game for SRB on this defensive side.
Once again, they'll be on top of this quick. Sees, catches Pain. Doesn't matter. Still gets 2 while that ulti's running. A lot of space already made for SAD. Satellite having to take the back step after the jump peaks too, so they'll no doubt read he's here too. Xander once again going the distance nice and early. Paranoia into blue, the TP to make sure Welly gets caught off guard, but the flashback in to save him. Pain's so ready for that. Smoke daring to challenge this early, seeing if anybody extends from the staircase, but everybody's staying shy until the spike goes down, and even so, Pain will fall. Now the Nightfall toss solely into that pole position. Satellite, thank goodness for SAD's sake, he was there to try to follow up, because he's got to back away and waste more time, potentially enough to prompt the save from Shopify. Indeed, that's what they'll do.
Hey, at least they got the Nightfall out, honestly. They're so terrified of Smoke, man. Rightfully so, because he's kind of feeling it right now. And they're seeing the results that he's had recently. Yeah, okay, nice. All right. I mean, overall, I think SRB's happy with this half so far. I mean, you're getting 6 on your defensive side on a map that still feels a lot more comfortable in attack. Like, you have a lot more options to play the game. There's a lot more room to express your macro ideas and kind of a nice little protocoled game plan. Whereas the defense can feel a little claustrophobic at times, especially if teams are doing a really good job taking away your map space. But overall, it's been a back and forth between both of these rosters. Nice trades towards the breakable. Forcing the Nightfall out. That pretty much seals the deal in the pulse plant. But yeah, 6-5. I mean, this is a tame half so far.
Yeah, same story as Nightblood. These underdogs are keeping pace. That is for sure. Always somebody available to step up. And so too does the collective as time goes on.
Cover going out.
Ulti's in the bank here for Shopify. The cycle on the verge. Good for this last part of the half, but they'll still gun it down Mound. Showstopper after Satellite gets the opener, trying to find extra, but rest of SAD is running it down Sand. Able to avoid that explosion. And now the TP ulti from Pain to scope out a pretty vacant A site, potentially suss out Smoke, who is unawares.
Yeah, Smoke, there's so much pressure on him now. He's worried about the lurker. He has no idea where this player could be. You can tell that there's already Exa picking up his back. I feel like the Omen ult has really opened up the kind of the ideas for where SAD Esports wants to end. It really just comes down to the execution from Pain and whether he can snuff out what's happening over here on the A side of the map.
Goaded over 2 with the cut noise. Saj is gonna creep in to B Link. Haunt to check the step, so this should confirm the plant. Now Pain's position is even more critical. Smoke loaded up, Smoke turning on to it. How is he aware of that? How is he knowing of that? How does he know?
He's so confident, just walk out completely blind to A lobby, man. It's all down to Welly now. He's about to get collapsed on. There it is. The backstab coming in from Nature. The 7-5 lead for SRB. I mean, all in all, I think they're very happy with that. It could have, yeah, maybe there could have been a couple more rounds squeezed out by SRB, but I think both teams are going to walk away pretty comfortable in this first half. SAD Esports would have liked a couple more considering how many even scenarios they had in the pulse plants, but overall, I think it's fine. 7-5, pretty tame.
This is one of the
him
variables.
checking that is crazy.
Yeah, this is when you start getting into variables because Shopify haven't shown nearly as much attack rounds for Lotus, especially lately. They've played most of their last couple maps in this stage, starting on defense, and those games tend to wrap up pretty quickly one way or another. But notably, in that mutual loss to M80, Shopify couldn't get a single round on attack. So we'll see if they can wall break the same way they could against everybody else here. But sad, do have the proper setup for the Rubble fight. Wonder how often we're gonna see this activated from both sides on the same round. Like, I'm sure everybody's gonna try and go in for it, but this conditioning battle is gonna be crazy.
Conditioning is just so strong in this game, generally speaking. So much utility to work with. It's a slow walk up right now. I mean, rightfully so. You got Smoke leading the charge with the headhunter on a pistol round. You take those odds any day, man. Now this trap setup is deadly though for SAD Esports. They're all looking to break that instantly as soon as the flash play happens from Pain. There it is.
And Smoke's ready for it, immediately refragged. You got a stack 2 on top of it, but the rest of Shopify explodes. Blossom still has the personnel to keep up. The C's forcing Pain to step away, just barely avoids it, so he can reaggress this a little early, but with the toxic screens, he's actually walled away from doing so, so it's gotta be that mid plan. Smoke down on drop, so Welly's gonna commit to the bit, take down the drop from the cliff. Spike will get held up. Satellite taking the high ground. Takes himself down. Nature in front of this now, waiting for Welly's swing that's already been given away, and it'll be the last one for SAD. 3-man up again for the pistol, but Welly almost reduces it. Exa saving the day after a quick flick made things interesting for a moment.
I mean, you can try to trap Smoke, but he's going to bring one down with him no matter what, man. They had the trap play. It was beautiful. It was nice, clean, structured, and they still said SRB comes out with 2 for 1. That's so nuts, man. Even off the flash, how is that happening? 3v1 in the pulse plan as well. Unfortunate for Welly. He tried his best, but it was just too many players alive. Overwhelmed. 8-5 now. SRB looking to get their little win in their sails as early as possible in the second half. Nice once again. Nice slow measured, and just let Smoke work. And I'm sure we'll be seeing this pace repeatedly throughout this half.
Yeah, welcome back. Everything is as it should be. Sad with the conga line. Foresee if Shopify do go for it off rip. But yeah, we're in no hurry for this round. I mean, if you can let somebody farm up, I'd say Nature, because he's close.
Yeah, he's super close.
Teleport's ready.
If you want to get the economy going for Smoke, you can try to grab his as well, but I feel like the Fatal just gets so much more versatile.
Agreed. Sus is out 1.
Feeding
Line
Smoke
up.
more?
Come on. You gotta be more perfect about it next time so we can get all 3 at once instead of just in a row like that, because then he looks so stupidly good compared to if he just got the 1 shot through all 3. He could have just been, oh, how lucky is that? No, he has to go and pop off like that. It's such a stupid degree.
Now we gotta confront the reality that he's just good at the video game. Not lucky. Oh man, that's tough.
Is Welly gonna save a bandit here, or just wrap for the explosion? But yeah, I mean, Shopify is just gonna go hunting for this. They don't care.
I think Smoke's ebb and flow has been so interesting this year. Because at first split, it was like he was the best sniper in the game, like in the league for sure. Like his first kill to first death ratios were close to 2, which is unreal in an environment that's supposed to be pretty even competition. And then in the second split, kind of the meta looked a little bit awkward for SRB, with Yoru Nurse and kind of forcing Smoke into these like off roles that he wasn't really comfortable playing. And then come back into split 3 where it feels like the meta's fallen right back into Smoke. Yay! Okay, that's a little bit of luck as well. But yeah, I mean, the meta kind of falls into his lap, right? Chamber's becoming meta, so is Jet, and they're both playable, and a lot of teams are finding success. And I mean, his performance difference from split 2 to split 3 is night and day, man.
He's really managed to turn it around. Shopify made the right call, introducing him to this team, giving them a chance at the longevity that Core couldn't maintain. Still, that one looming Goliath waiting for them in the winners finals as long as they clear this hurdle. Sad. Still have the players, still have the potential to make everything go bear-shaped. First fight won here in the rubble. They stick one around into the swing past the screen. That's great timing for Exit and have a freebie, but the flash out from Pain is also counteracted. Shopify once again winning a group fight that it just seems like they shouldn't have.
It's a little off tempo as well for SAD Esports. I mean, I like the idea, but the spacing just wasn't there. Now it's Exa going for the... He's been spotted. That's the equalizer right there. A bit too forward, a bit too ambitious. Now it's the 2v2. Spikes down. SRB flushing themselves out a little bit. Damage done, a little bit of information gained, and that's Pain following up onto Nature. It's down to the 1v2 for Xander, and he gets it. I mean, man, that's the stars aligning right there. You had your chance. You equalized it. You get the opening. And just Xander clutching up 10-5 now. That's tough, man.
Stage so set for SAD this time. I mean, guy barely had his gun out for that one, and he was on 5 HP.
Wow.
And then still, yeah, Xander, I mean, it's open season for that. And that looks cinematic. That looks like a tech demo for him. How easy that looks after it's all done. And now Smoke, yeah, secure with the Outlaw, doesn't even need to start working for the Eco. The other way with the ulti. Oh, but Welly, dink! We got another sniper enter in the chat room.
Gotta fight for this. You have to fight for this control. It's a weapon. Yeah, there it is. They're dumping a lot of util for it. It's gonna help a lot. A lot of pressure onto Pain now to try to slow things down. Buy his team some time to flush out the map, get the weapons in check. Actually, is there even a weapon? You don't have it if there is.
It's all the way up. No, I don't think they were able to go and get it. Pain still grabs Satellite on the entry, but everyone else has been blocked out by the smoke. So 3v4 post-plant. Nightfall very early on, and Xander is ahead of it. There he goes again. Swinging back to the waterfall. That's where they think they're vulnerable. Now the Nightfall toss back in that direction. So back-to-back site. Everyone stares. Vito with the fast lane to divide these stacks into the Blaze as well. Little swamp copy here on Lotus, but still... Shopify can stare it down, and Xander stands tall, ever still. Welly does now have that sniper again, looking for another couple head taps with this Marshall. Couple bullets still in the tank to search for something, but it's so tough. Switch to the Stinger to try to get a better shot at it, but already it looks done and dusted. Time is running thin. Welly's shots can only carry him so far, and it did carry him quite far that round, but it's still 11-5 Shopify.
Yeah, they're just not even giving him a chance. Even though the Marshall's ringing right next to Xander, he could have easily peeked and taken the fight at any point in time right there. He was healthy enough to tank one shot. It would have been extremely favorable, but they're taking no chances, man. They're eyeing the prize. They want this win. They want it to be clean. 11-5 now. The lead extended. A lot of room for error now for SRB on this first map. The operator is in play. The Tour de Force in Smoke's hands about to come out. The Omen ult is available for SRB as well, so there's a lot of mid-round options available to them if they so want it. And for SAD Esports, it's the final timeout to discuss their options here in terms of how they want to approach this, how they want to do things.
They don't have too many. You could fight for C-Mount maybe and give Paint that orb so he can take some space really quickly with that run it back. Or you could fight Rubble again and do the same sort of thing, but risk it being a more common pack fight. And Smoke with that operator, either of those lanes, you need to put pressure on the barriers. Like you got to stick a smoke down or a flash really early, or like a relay bolt or something. That's crucial util for the intercept that you would normally use. So yeah, SAD. I mean, it's choice paralysis. There's too many options to respond to. And so you have to pick the first one and just kind of flowchart your way from there.
I think the awkward thing for SAD Esports, though, is no matter what they decide to do, there's always a world where Smoke peeks in front of the utility and takes a shot, and there's always a chance that someone is just, hey, see you next round, right? That's always a possibility, but I don't think it'll happen this round. I think it just looks like a normal A-take here for SRB. Smoke's looking to contact up front beat, and they're maybe looking for that mid to the A to B option here for the B split. But for now, it's just Smoke on the front side, looking to flash off Vita's contact.
On if Vita dies, Smoke. Another whiff. Nice off-kilter angle Vita took to make it difficult. But now Smoke is just back with the team as they'll make the creep back up to B. That didn't take a flash from Pain. He's still got both in the kit.
Oh, that timing.
Yeah. Has a sense. Let the screen do the work.
Bring them down.
Taking the door to feign the A presence. We'll take Link first. Paint with the Blaze setup. Kind of gives away his spot. Exa clearing one, forcing this blue hole to be a little slow. And Shopify, because of that, can set up shop on the B site. Smoke the first snipe with that Tour de Force. And now it'll be a snake to see. Paint ready, but nature better. And it's got to be Pain to catch the rest of this. As well, he looks to maybe backstab Smoke. Trademark's not going to catch his Smoke. Ready for it. He is, but Welly will win it this time. And now the double back with the cut noise from Shopify to take it to A. They're going through the stairs, but Welly still one more on the way down. Very doable round for Pain. Still the ulti in the bank.
This is pocket to pocket. They're all just holding hands, shoulder to shoulder, not giving any room away to SAD Esports. No individual plays without trades, maintains their lead. And now it's Pain on the long flank. Has to gain so much ground. Has to try to figure out where these players are playing. Needs to do it without giving away too much information before he gets to pounce on at least one player, but they're doubled up in tree. So it's a guessing game for him now. A lot of ground to clear. 2v1, SRB looking to go up to map point.
Paranoia is available, so this high-low is really prone to that, especially with Pain this close. But he's got to check everything else first, and he'll put the smoke down instead to start. First creep up from one. Haunt out from nature is bad timing for the second re-up, and the Paranoia at the big time. It's Pain to save at least one more round for SAD Esports, taking us to 11-6.
You forget your place.
No shortage of heroics ever on SAD Esports, man. Pain has been such a standout player for this roster throughout this split. He's been an absolute monster, and this is a perfect display of why. His mechanics, his intuition is so good, man. It's top notch in his role. Just making, nah, man, he made nature paranoid so bad, and no pun intended. So much paranoia there. I love that. A sick play by him, immediately pressuring the spike. That relieves a lot of pressure off SAD Esports now. At least they have a little bit more room to work with. But again, the deficit is still quite large. SRB still in the driver's seat for sure. But that round helps a lot to keep things rolling.
Shopify having to slow things down, see if they can get the quick picks again. Not wanting to try to match SAD immediately. Yet again, double presence. That haunt from Welly has to get shot down. Only confirms the one. Run it back.
He baited.
Or prompt out the TP from Smoke, and so it'll be an empty Phoenix ult and a necessary reset from quite a distance. So Shopify have a slightly quicker pivot. Still to stand on this C site to intercept, and the Poison Orb is active. TP over from Pain as well to get this early presence, but he'll fake it out. Maybe force Shopify to just turn back. And yeah, that's exactly what they'll do.
Yeah, it's a forced pivot. I mean, that's genius from Pain, to be honest. The macro is going to be overthought so bad by SRB, but look at the time on the clock. There's 40 seconds left for them to have to regain all of A main after showing full presence. So they're going to have to slow contact their way on up. It's looking like a B split, though. I think all this A utility, all this A pressure is simply going to turn into a B split. But SAD Esports has overplayed their hand on the A side of the map.
2 in tree here on top of the flash. Sander just faking it and selling Paint's shots. Pain still not giving away, but yeah, this B pivot now less vulnerable. Nexa still watching from the main door. Nature will lose that lurk. Showstopper out from Satellite just to play keep away as the spike ticks down. And SAD have a tough way into this with minimal time to go. Smoke still sniping from the door too, so you have to contribute something to that. And Vita's already slid to clear blue. Into the 3 stack with the weaker guns. It's a tough round for SAD any way you slice it, but it's a round they've got to try and hold on to. Zaj with the first. In they go to the pack. Paint able to swing wide off the blaze, and they've gotten majority control of the site to the point where Zaj is going to throw down that pit. Smoke with the backstab. Satellite quickly onto Paint. Paint shells on top of the spike, and they manage it all. Shopify, Rebellion, Black taking the round.
It was so chaotic, man. No one could see a damn thing. Everyone was smoked off. The utility between these two teams is so on point right now, but somehow Satellite manages 3 in that post plant. And Smoke doing his best to try to hold the line on the flank. Satellite, man, goes crazy in such an important round. SAD Esports, that could have been the round that brings that deficit closer, but now it's 6 in a row that's needed for SAD Esports. They have to be flawless from here on out to bring us into OT. 6 chances for SRB to close up this map and move on to the next.
Similar 3v2 already broken out. Smoke, one of the 3 players he could one-shot in this round with this outlaw. And SAD are trying to track that down even still. Close stack with the Prowler as well behind them. Shopify, know that means a weaker C site again. Zaj doesn't even have the Sheriff. How far back does he try to play? How much does he just try and let go on the way down? Boxes.
Poison's off.
Sad have made it all the way up. Gotta clear this trademark. Welly just trying to get some
He's
extra
about to get
shots in
overwhelmed.
through the door. Yeah, Zaj, yeah, that was inevitable. Valiant effort. Can't do much at that point. Rest is Sad trying to scurry in through the revolving door as the pick gets set up on a site that's probably already guaranteed. Unnecessary dome shot from Smoke. Some style points in the moments you think that there couldn't be, and Paint can't even land a consolation frag. It's a 13-6 game from Shopify, getting amped up in the tail end of that game to start a dominant streak.
And nice fundamental win as well. It kind of felt like their win conditions were very clearly laid out. A game plan full in effect from beginning to end. Let Smoke do his thing. Let him put pressure on the map control on both defense and attack, while the rest of the crew kind of clean up the map control, pressure space, try to force SAD Esports into these really uncomfortable scenarios. And when it came down to the retakes, they're so fast on the heels because of that map control that they were getting, that fast floods and players surviving in the back of the site. A job well done by SRB on this Lotus, first map of Lotus. But I mean, man, that there was a world where SAD Esports could have made that very competitive. So I think we're still in for a really good match here on the second map of Haven, if I'm not mistaken. It's going to be an exciting game. It's going to be a fun map, a map that both teams are really strong on. I mean, I'm excited for the rest of the series for sure.
100%. Yeah, plenty of reps onto this incoming map. Haven is going to be a banger for sure. SAD have had amazing attack halves on this map previously. We'll see if they can get their own one going after Shopify had their display on their own pick when we return after the break.
Philips Norelco OneBlade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco OneBlade 360.
Trim, edge, shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco OneBlade. One tool for all you need.
showstopper on the menu. Nightfall from Welly immediately comes out, and Sad just makes the most of it. It's out, and Sad sit on the other side. You have to go in blind, and it's an extra body.
And on these extremities too, X is going to get caught off. You'd imagine. But this spray through the smoke, at least going to guarantee one as X is stat.
It was fairly close to the half of the first map of the series on Lotus, but as soon as SRB get a chance at that attack, they're not going to waste the opportunity. 13-6 to close out the first map in the series. And guys, dare I say it, Marks, I think Shopify Rebellion are pretty darn good at the video game.
Yeah, to quote Roy there, we gotta have that reckoning coming at us now that maybe these guys are just really good at this game. And definitely that last map, it seemed like it was the case. I mean, we obviously came into this with the expectations that Shopify Rebellion Black were going to be coming out swinging. Obviously, we knew that Smoke was going to be putting up a really good performance on that. Chamber has looked amazing on the Lotus. One thing I actually noticed was that we're kind of coming up with these nifty little strategies, nifty little set plays to try and confuse SRB. And even though it did seem like they were getting away with quite a bit of stuff, when it just came down to those fundamental, hey, we got to push and we're going to take these team fights, SRB were consistently coming out on top.
Yeah, I mean, especially in that first half, while it was more competitive, it just felt like SRB were always in more control. You know, early on, we did see some gaps, but they were able to fix it very quickly. Like, in those first few rounds, we saw people trying to go for a retake, but being ahead of the rest of the team, not really being on the same page. But it was like the next round, they were able to come back, realize their mistakes, and fix it without even having to take a full timeout or really change too much of their game plan. And I think a lot of those rounds that Sad won was just them brawling back. I felt like, you know, Paint got some multi-kills with the Phoenix ult, opening up the round for them, or Zaj getting like an insane multi-kill and like a man disadvantage. It didn't feel like anything that was like sustainable, I guess, for them to continue on. It just felt like a lot of hero plays or players stepping up and being able to secure them the round. And then I think the same case for that second half kind of carried over. It just felt like Sad were not on the same page on defense, and SRB were punishing that, right? We saw it especially in that first gun round. You know, they were going for like a weird A refight, but then they were all taking ones, and SRB just absolutely destroyed them. And it felt like they weren't able to find something consistent that they could use to kind of come back into that game in that second half.
Yeah, I mean, even when you take a look at some of these stats and everything, like one of the players who we highlighted on the desk just at the beginning there was Welly being on that fade, being so good at kind of setting up the rest of the team. And we did see those moments where, you know, the Prowlers are getting huge amounts of value, flushing Exa out, making it so that it was so much more difficult for that defense to stand. And yet still, even when Sad had those opportunities, SRB could somehow just kind of come back into it and be able to win out those brawls, punish Sad on those small mistakes, and then just completely bulldoze them over, even when Sad had the upper hand sometimes.
I mean, there's a reason this SRB crew is one that we've talked about a lot, right? And even just when they're down, they are never out of it. I mean, Nature does such a good job leading the squad, but across the board, Emily, I mean, everyone being able to step up at just a moment's notice. Like, I know a lot of the times, and we'll come back around to the conversation about Smoke, don't worry. But a lot of the times the conversation is only about Smoke, that the rest of the team doesn't fully get to flowers at the same effect, but they're always good for their kills too. Like, this team can fight so well when they're down.
Yeah, I think each of them played a vital role in being able to get kind of a pretty dominant win here, right? You see Xander and Exa getting a lot of those anchor kills and being able to lock down site and buy enough time for the rest of the team to come in and kind of initiate those full retakes that Sad were having a really hard time playing against. Or even on that second half, just them kind of going in all together, being able to trade out Satellite. It just looked really clean and team oriented from SRB, which is kind of what we were expecting going into it to this caliber. I don't know, maybe they, you know, at the start it looked a little bit rocky, but I just think the resilience that they had and how quick they were able to adapt and fix these micro mistakes that honestly we've seen a lot of teams snowball and lose out from, that in itself is very impressive from SRB.
And I mean, for SRB, now we'll circle back around to the Smoke conversation as well. And I have a hot take, everyone, okay?
Oh boy, let's hear it.
I think he's pretty good at the video game. That's all I gotta say.
Slow down for a second. Hold up there. You mean this kid is good at Valorant? That's crazy.
Might be.
Well, we're bringing this dead horse back to life just to hit the point yet again that Smoke is crazy when it comes to this chamber play. Has been consistently one of the best operator players in all of BCL and has only gotten more and more comfortable the longer that Shopify Rebellion Black have been utilizing it. And then even when you pull this back together and you take a look at some of these plays, honestly, it's the mid-range sniper rifle kills that were so defining for Smoke, which is kind of crazy because once again, for an operator, you expect that to be consistently long range, but Smoke was just picking them apart one by one.
Yeah, I mean, he was kind of using the op as like a shotgun, if anything, knowing that it's just one bullet to the body, and he was hitting those pretty consistently. I mean, even when he had the outlaw and just punishing Sad's any attempt at going for a fast-paced eco round, he was able to kind of dismantle that and not even allow them to get one step ahead. It was just super impressive, and that's something I really do want to see being carried over into the next map, is just not giving Sad any room to get back in the round, not giving them any opportunity, just shutting them down in their tracks.
I mean, at this point, though, I'm just seeing Smoke like locked in the zone there. I'm scared for Sad after that. We got to see how that map won when we saw him lock it in even more. But hey, at least now looking at the next map in the series, remember the first map was SRB's pick. Now we do get to go to something that is a little bit more Sad favored within all of this, as we have our sights set on Haven. But again, we're going up against a team on the day, Emily, where I mean, SRB are looking so good. We got to see Sad and how they were able to take advantage of a couple of those rounds and how they were shut down. So even if we are going to something that's a little bit more comfortable, will they have enough firepower to really be able to fight back?
Well, I've always thought Sad have a pretty good idea of how they want to play this map and how they kind of execute it. The thing is, just based off of Lotus alone, I need to make sure that not only are they coming into Haven with a clear mind, but they're also actually playing together, not letting a lot of these micro disconnections happen, right? Because we're going to be seeing them brawl if they continued with their double duelist comp that got them. I think they were up like 5-0 on the map or something crazy like that, or 4-0 or whatever the case may be. Whatever has gotten them this far, they need to make sure the fundamentals are still there. And I just wasn't seeing that in that first map.
All right, well then, going into the second one, what do we need to see that as we get our agents marks on the screen? And again, a lot of aggression coming out from both these teams.
Yeah, I mean, these are the compositions we really would have expected for both these teams to come out. Sad has made that change over from Welly onto the Fade now, but one of the big question marks that I have, even though we just saw Sad beat Energy Academy pretty single-handedly on this map in particular, we did see a couple of slip-up moments coming through from a couple of team flashes, a little bit of misplays, a little bit of burn in your own team there, and those are those moments up against a team like SRB, who are also very locked in on their composition, where we can see it starts to slip away from them.
We're also looking at Sad when every time they play this map, they've started on attack. They've had such strong halves. Yeah. We haven't seen too much of their defense, and that's the side where you have to be in sync with one another. You have to be able to communicate properly and always be on the same page to not allow any gaps to open up for SRB to take advantage of. The communication has to be there. The team chemistry has to be there. The overall team dynamics have to be really good if they want to have a chance at making it into their strong half here.
I mean, going into the second map of the series, this is SAD Esports' opportunity to show they have what it takes to not just take us into a map number 3, but to get the upset win. But SRB, again, look good on the day. They look good for playoffs and the stage. It's time to see if they're going to slip up now as we get ready to head into the map with your casters. Back over to Roy and Tenric.
Sierra, we'll see if Shopify is able to take the series here or if SAD continue their Haven win streak that has gotten them so far in the Swiss and the playoff here. Roy, Shopify obviously entering with a lot of momentum from their previous attack half, starting now on this one. We'll see how active they can get.
Yeah, I think the really interesting thing with this map is both teams are so comfortable on this map. They've had some great wins recently. I think it's a 3-1 for one team, 3-0 for SRB. Yeah, 3-1 for SAD Esports. So I think the overall experience and the reps they've got on this map is so night and day. So clear, excuse me. But for SAD Esports and for SRB, the compositions are very similar, but the difference is that Neon, right? The fast tempo plays, the trap plays with the stuns, the ability to speed up, speed down whenever you want, versus the smoke on the operator. I mean, I think the Sinners should have ended after smoke, honestly, just smoke. But a lot of pressure coming in from the SRB side. But for now, it's pretty tame. Just eyeing out their options, looking to see what kind of setup SAD Esports is going for. But it seems like B site is the eye. Vita Paint, they do have the trap set up right here. That could be very dangerous for SRB if they walk into it.
Smoke on drop for the sewer. Smoke was trying to stay annoying. Huge flash out from Paint to start the first fight. Good first kill on to Xander. No more smokes available, so Shopify knows they have to brawl it out. Satellite gonna get right on top of this smoke, take a couple bullets, let the rest of Shopify snake over to C-side as Sad follows suit. Through Link, it's tough. Satellite, nice backstab timing. Now throwing the blaze up to obfuscate, force another pinch. And Shopify will use that to put on more pressure to beat. Really trying to go and separate these two halves of the team, and they'll succeed. EXO one way, Satellite the other. And Shopify's completely cut through this map to start out the attack side. It might be flawless from here. Xander, the only body to drop. Satellite versus Welly for the remainder. That's the one. Some time to spare here. Haunt available again. Has to check the back first, give himself away. And from there, you can check your cross and manage easily. Really nice strategy to start out coming from Shopify to put him on the board.
How does this keep happening with SRB? They get into these situations, it looks even Stevens, and then next thing you know, every kill is going their way. They're winning every single fight, man. They're wedging themselves in these scenarios, and it looks so dominant after. And this happens over and over. It's got to be really frustrating if you're SAD Esports, constantly finding yourselves in these scenarios that feel manageable and then just having everything crumble.
Leave the dream seer to me.
So wild. For SRB, though, it's going to be Smoke here, taking this peek towards the A side of the map, while the Phoenix looks to farm more towards the C side. That's Satellite. He's having a decent series so far. There it is. That's the orb grabbed. Pressure available. But there's a massive trap setup happening towards long A. Smoke could get caught here very easily.
Flash free. But timing looks like it'll go Smoke's way. Oh, everybody ready, though. So Welly, that'll get the credit. They'll mobilize from there, steal a Marshall. And see if they can find somebody else, because Xander is lacking. X also caught. Oh, Xander. Oh, the whiffs! Unfortunate. But now Shopify need to regress. Nature finding the two for the window and making their way onto the B site. Rest is Sad rotating with Pain on the Marshall. Gets dinked by Satellite.
Go, go, go.
Flashback out to get the double duelist into the yard, but Shopify can set up shop on the C site and stabilize from here.
Spike planted.
They get past these weapons, though, man. It's going to be tough. Yeah, there's no controller alive either, though, so it's going to have to be just a straight raw mech fight here against the long-range weapons. SRB in a really comfortable spot.
Vita's going to try and get a little active thanks to it. No slide free, and already the relay bullet used on the early bit of it. First peek to see if anybody is too antsy, and Paint will take the blows for it. Shopify cleans up from there, and that long-range mechanical duel doesn't net anything else for Sad. So Shopify have that opening, know that they can have threats on multitudes to start things out.
Oh, production,
already,
you're dirty for this one.
that's rough, buddy.
And I mean, Satellite is 1 point away from the ult as well, so I mean that could be a factor in this round as well. I wonder if SAD Esports has any plans on countering this eventually. I think they're fine just giving it up. Welly solo on the A defense, a 2-2-1 setup. Let them be fast flooding towards the C side of the map if that is the case, but for the A side, not an insane amount of support for Welly. He's giving up the line too. This is a lot of pressure. Yeah, he has to dump a lot of his util to try to see if they're still on A.
Yeah, totally on an island, so self-sufficient. Which means it'll be so much tougher to retake. Sad have every other reason to stick around and try to brawl this out. Huge blind available from Pain. Lets them take over the garage, but Smoke.
He's not human.
And we've frozen again. Spike stranded. And Xander, now with the shots available on the Guardian for himself, go for the wrap. Yeah, you got 50 seconds, so toy with this a bit. Well, he's outstretched. Now just the season, the kit. Looks like they're ready to take Xander on. Smoke free. He's out though. Oh, no one's looking. Vita's up next. Procs the star at the perfect time for him to get the kill. But it's time for Smoke to find his. He has given away the spike. with the help of it, though.
Oh, that timing.
It's all for Smoke. Xander's Nebula. The distraction he created by being there. All for him to work off this plant. If Shopify get the bonus here off of this guy. Cloudburst as he hears the slide. Haunt's gonna catch him immediately. Well, he takes some first shots. Adaptive armor should get him back up to 125. The C's avoided. Vita poking, prodding, spike tap the first time. Now you've gotta watch the sightline into the double swing and Sad manage.
Well played. I mean, that was literally flawless from Vita as soon as they got into that uncomfortable scenario. And I think as time got by, it kind of passed. It was getting more and more awkward. They had to push into space. Unfortunately, the timing was favorable for Xander, but yeah, overall, just very well played by Vita. Just keep staying moving forward, making sure he's not getting flanked or getting timing. This is, oh man, that kill was so nasty.
So stupid.
But yeah, I mean, at SAD Esports, important round secured. Not as clean as they would have liked to. Players only alive, but of course they have the run it back here for Paint, which could be, I mean, it's a double run it back actually for both rosters. So I do wonder what the game plan is, but as of right now, SAD Esports are posturing heavily towards the A side of the map. They're looking to brawl. They're looking to get that early value from the run it back. The same thing for SRB, it seems. Is it just a brawl off rip here? Oh yeah, it is.
So yeah, Vita's just gonna go in. Haunt catches him. He doesn't care. Now looking the other way to see if anybody's crept into the lobby. Not just yet. Shopify's entirely turned out. And they'll start perusing B and C. A quick step up onto the door. I think they go for this. Yeah, off the run it back. You have a lot more chances. Zash swipes two of them. Oh, it's Xander as well. No way. Exa doesn't have his command either. Oh, it's a tragedy of a round for Shopify. They still get the plant on the spike, but it is barren on this site. Nature already tracked down. Vita's made the dash over to main, and they'll start running it down. Doubling up on the cubby too. Every sightline managed. Zaj on a tear this round. Satellite only managing one. That is a complete destabilization on the back of Zaj and that Guardian.
I mean, he had a great first map, to be honest. Even despite the massive deficit, it was 13-6. He still ended 14-13, the only positive player. I mean, this is just, he's okay, that third one was crazy.
Come on.
I swear everyone has gotten so insane at spamming through smokes now. Like, I don't get it, man. It's beyond me. Everyone is just so good at it. 2-2 now. Of course, the defensive side on Haven is still a fairly uncomfortable half, to be honest. There's a lot to cover, and holding a lot of the space feels awkward. There's a lot of give and take on this map that needs to be done, but SAD Esports not really looking for the give too much early on. They're looking to fight again.
Checking out with that Outlaw. Vita will catch smoke. And the re-peek out into main from Welly is going to do some damage too. Shopify now pretty ISO'd into main. Body's red. No chance to rotate back. Again, you got to commit. Blaze is going to burn down the 2 HP Vita's got. Attempted insertion into the pocket based off of the cage. Welly has some good spray and Pain. Now some good support. Helps out the rest of the kill feed, and from there, Sad can clear.
You don't see that very often, huh?
No. I thought it missed him too. Looked like it for a second, but guess he's in range.
That thing does damage, man. It burns, it chunks.
Yeah.
Yeah, comfortable defensive round for SAD Esports so far. Now SRB, of course, they're just on the light buy. Last time it's gonna be all guns, knives for smoke, weapons available. Nature's done playing games. He's pulled out the attack. Odin, he's looking to start causing some mental damage. Of course, for SAD Esports, they've been pivoting and moving away their aggression over and over. It's been A main before. They're conditioning it here once again, but of course they've moved their aggression into another part of the map. Paint playing with fire, considering he has his ultimate up. Actually, no, he didn't. He used it. I'm sorry. But still, in the open against the Odins, not the best place to be.
Yeah.
But slow and measured here for SRB.
Is to cut off one. Pain got past the cage and catches Exa off guard. Gets out before the refrag can come through. Welly creeping up, watched by Xander, and Welly wins the fight. so optimized for Sad at the moment. Interaction's going great. That Prowler's even gonna chase Smoke down. Couple seconds burned.
Yeah, and typically when you look at highly successful defensive teams on this map, you see a lot of what Sad Esports are doing, right? Which is that they take the forward space, they condition a lot of that aggression, and then as soon as you show your numbers, they're instantly pouncing on the other map control, right? They're making their plays, they're using their forward spacing, they're taking away space as soon as you show your intent. And we're seeing a lot of that here on display for Sad Esports. Now, Zaj is a little too isolated right here. He has no support except for Paint, who could fast flood to help, but it's very easy for them to get swept right here if they're not careful.
You have no Blaze and no Smoke, so you've got to just go dry. And you're not checking for Zaj. Now you're not checking for Paint because you're flashed. And the Nightfall will fall on deaf ears. Smoke gonna be forced to save this, and that's an ulti burns. Although Shopify has the rest of them, you know, going from here. But yeah, weird call by nature to let that fly.
Bit of an overinvestment from Welly as well. I mean, the round was virtually secured. You're in the 5v2 at that point. Oh. Smoke gets to keep his gun, at least. Still got the knives up. Maybe could drop it over to one of his teammates. Has 2 usable weapons. Well played by Pain. I mean, just a lot of X Factor coming in. I think that was kind of highlighted by the desk, right? Is the amount of X Factor that Sad Esports has. Like, yes, they're a fundamental team. Yes, they have a lot of team play and a lot of set strats, but the individual expression that happens on this team within that dynamic, within that structure is so nice. And I think that free flow gives players so much confidence, especially if, you know, there's a lot of trust within the team. Kind of opens up a lot of these unexpected plays that can be really frustrating for teams like SRB, who are typically, you know, top-notch textbook style team risk, not so much individual.
We'll see what Shopify come up with as Zephy's will call the first time out. Right time to do it for sure. Now that you have so much, but can't buy up. Question of how heavily you want to invest in this round when the call is to fully activate. Smoke, I mean, do you have him on the, you give Satellite the hero rifle, you put Smoke on knives. Yeah, they'll send it.
Yeah, there's a world where they get to run it back as well and just have 5 ults to try to close off this round. I mean, the Fatal plus the Bladestorm are really good synergistic combos as well. Just 2 knives to the chest. Easy kill. But yeah, I mean, just for SRB, I wonder what the conversation's like, as they've been getting absolutely mopped on the A control, and they've been giving it up for free. This time they're going to go for the Phoenix ult, or at least try something. But look at the players for Sad Esports. I mean, it's just so well read. They're in a flow, definitely in a flow state in terms of calling. Like, the reads are so good, and look at Welly's positioning, just completely uncontested. And I think that is the one con of this comp, right? Is like, if you don't deny the A space, it's just so easy for that one player to hold the entire defensive setup together. So at some point, Welly needs to get pressured. He needs to get pushed back before the mid-round can really happen. Otherwise, oof, that's tough. That's the controller, man. It's a harsh early loss here.
Great shot by Vita. Now he's the one that'll get pressured. Will just crack the overdrive. He doesn't care. He's just gonna go for it. Nature wins that fight out. Now with the knives out, Shopify can make it go forward. Smoke turning onto Zesh. How did this happen? Just died.
Wow.
It just ran in and it made it work. Nature gets in front of it with the stinger, then you have 2 bodies on top of it, and then Smoke still having the intuition to turn onto Link the second somebody repeaks it.
Yeah, and the jumping headshot too, man. Like, what can you even really do if you're rifling against that? It's so clean. Now it's Welly to pick up the pieces. The man on the island now looking to return home, but there's so much ground to gain, and there's so much corners and crevices you have to clear. I think it's just a save. I mean, yeah, maybe if someone had given him a 1v1 here in Garage, it would have been possible, but overall, a massive recovery for SRB in this round. I don't even know what they changed in the game plan, to be honest. Nothing really looked that different. They weren't pressuring A. They weren't fighting back. Oh. Okay. Consolation, I guess. But yeah, I mean, in terms of approach, nothing really changed for SRB. They're doing the same thing. They're starting towards mid. They're starting towards the B side and Garage side. So I wonder if that's just that round specific. Oh, I mean, wow. That's just, he got pixeled.
It's a good read by Shopify to pressure Vita. You force out the overdrive. If he plays any better than that, then Shopify don't have a chance at it, but they double up on that fight nice and quick. And from there, you can, they could low-key isolate the threats a bit.
Mm-hmm. I see that. I'm seeing that SRB's added the lobby smoke. So I think that's their solution to the island player holding down the defensive setup. Just have that smoke that you can recall or pop at any point in the round. And it kind of denies vision from both sewers and for long. So I think that's their solution to that problem. They're not really changing anything up in the grand scheme of things, but that small little detail keeps two players uncomfortable, uncertain on that A side. It kind of spreads out, at least weakens one player from the B and the C side of the map where it looks like they're really wanting to play it.
See how far back Xander and Exa are playing to see if anybody goes for that rotation, tries to challenge the smoke. Now that it's dissipated, Sad won't be as convinced to stick around as soon as noise is made elsewhere. That's why Shopify have cut it. Color out onto A main just to, again, try to keep him convinced. Who strikes it first? Paint once again in front of this garage door. He's gonna go all the way out on top of the curveball, right into Satellite's run it back. The perfect body to sacrifice for it. Now Vita left alone for a moment. Nightfall thrown in. It's gonna be Zash holding it down with those phantom shots. Does it momentarily. Now the TP in, immediately counteracted. Xander taking care of that. Vita though, double up shot, finally taken care of. Zash also goes for the 1-for-1. Welly left alone, 1v2, Haunt catches both. Smoke just standing it down as Satellite will stick this plant after that shot rings out. Now the reset, Welly watching for the extension, but Smoke just re-peaks it and Shopify can stabilize.
And just Sad Esports, what better call can you make but having everyone there? Like the only other stronger defensive setup you could have is one extra player being there. So that's gotta hurt mentally, right? You have the right read. You know exactly where SRB is trying to end. Yeah, you lost Paint a little bit early. You still have 3 players there. And they just got mopped. Overwhelmed, and it's so decisive from SRB in that 2v1 as well. Instantly recovering on the double peak. Not really even giving a chance for Welly to make a play. Man's been a clutch player for this roster so many times. So that was really well played. Nice tempo play from SRB. Feels like they're slowly regaining control of this game after that attack timeout.
Feels like they're nailing the timing more and more often. Good way to trip up these win cons. As Vita will be forced off the operator financially this round. Still have the guns, but now Shopify can play their way a little heavier. And they didn't even use all their ultis. They still have the Cosmic Divide to go for entry if things get dire.
Mm-hmm.
So again, options still plaguing this defensive setup. And I want to see where Paint goes this round. I want to see if he is as proactive from either the garage or elsewhere, or if he decides to buddy up.
Yeah, I feel like the timing on the flash plays have been just a tad little awkward. Like just a couple seconds too late. You know, it's not even, he's not even making the wrong decisions. It's just that everything that they're coming up with is just a couple seconds too late. Like a second earlier, that flash is much cleaner. He gets a significantly better angle. But now they're in his face, popping the run it back. Just unfortunate, really. Yep. They hear the op long. See, no one's jump spotting that anymore. So that's a massive lane denied. Leaves the crossfire here available for Welly, for Vita. And that smoke is exactly what they need. The Prowler should be... Oh, they're drawing it. Nice.
Good on Shopify to negate any of the kills. For all they know, Vita's still here. So they'll stick one on top of it. Exa waiting for the wraparound. And Sad. Vita is ready for it. And now they're here for the fight too. Paint on his own now. Everyone from their corners. And Zash can frag out the rest. So Sad, get there quick. Cosmic Divide doesn't mean a thing.
Wow. I mean, this is exactly what they need to be doing, right? The forward spacing, trying to challenge space, buying time for people to fast rotate, get there in time. A lot better on the timing, a lot better on the tempo that time. And just so clean, coming in from just a complete overwhelm on that A side as well. I mean, the side of Esports are really bringing the game to SRB now. Yeah, the first map was decisive, but this one is looking like they're not really giving up mentally. And they're still in it. They're locked in, man.
Ad buy for Shopify this round. With this op ready. Maybe a little let them creep. So Welly will come back over and once again pair up. Oh, he would throw the Haunt. And a Prowler. Yeah, covering both lanes. Quick reflexes. And then the C's right on top to make sure there's no follow-up. Vita gets out.
Thing is, they have no space to fall back to. I mean, yeah, they have the cam in mid. Yeah, it gives them a little bit of way to pivot off, but I mean, they have no idea what's happening on the C side of the map. They don't know how many players have rotated over towards this A side of the map. It's just still only Welly and Vita that have showed A, so there's still a lot of guessing games here for SRB. I think they're just forced into this, either this B hit or this. Yeah, they're pivoting back. They're going right to B, but Paint is so close. He's got to run it back. I'd like to see him use it and not just fall into this flash play. Or if he is, at least do it right now.
30 seconds left.
Flash out. Free smoke. Trapwire protects the repeat, and Nature is gonna get fired down. Paint's got it all managed. Well done. It's flawless to get Sad to 6.
All right, lead extended. I mean, I think for the first time throughout the series, we're seeing, just a lead from Sad Esports. So good, man. They're finally looking like they're in the driver's seat. They're in control of the macro. They're the ones that are forcing SRB to react to everything that they're doing. It's been really the other way around. They've been reacting to smoke. They've been reacting to the control that SRB was doing on Lotus, with the core just pressuring them constantly. It feels like the roles are finally reversed. We're seeing Sad Esports in the driver's seat. They're doing so much. They're keeping an IGL as experienced as Nature still in the guessing game, which is not very easy to do for most teams.
It's supposed to be Shopify's stronger side, and Sad's weaker. Able to pick up any more from here. This could quickly go to 3. Sad again, making the read on the stack. Welly's gonna dig deep on the sewers. Peeks it. Exa. Good first blood. Nebula fade away on the entry. Quick dash in, and Vita gets swarmed. Shopify taking these better. Pain. ISO's on the sewer to take care of Exa, but now we'll get a lot more eyes on him. Huge rotation off the smoke, though. They're not prepared for the creep. And Xander has got to take that back to a 2v2. That smoke watches, but Pain wins out. How does he transfer that?
Last round.
Oh. Yo, that was insane by Paint, man. The pressure from Sad Esports is so good, and we talk a lot about the heroics. We talk a lot about the individual X factor on this roster. We're seeing it. Despite Welly going down right here, they couldn't pluck out Pain. He gets the 1, he gets the spray transfer on the second, he gets 3 before he goes down, and despite Smoke and the other player being in the crossfire, they still couldn't get Paint down. The follow-up, a lead extended now, looking a lot more comfortable, a lot more confident for Sad Esports. A 7-4, a potential 8-4 here on the board.
Satellite gonna use this run it back off rip to try to scare away the members of Sad. Vita is unfazed, still not after the Prowler. Finally, he'll get punished for it. And Shopify are willing to mag and util dump the way through the rest of it. Smoke is already in. Shopify will roto-tiller this site and take it over. Cosmic Divide to sink their teeth into a deeper Paint. Bit of a taller ask this time, and it'll get quickly taken care of. That is one of the fastest rounds we've seen all day, and Shopify will take it to 5.
If we kind of just felt like they were just sick of it, man. They're no longer playing games with them anymore. Let's just go right to the confrontation. Come out on top in a convincing fashion, but still 7-5 finish here for Sad Esports on what is normally an uncomfortable half in Valorant speaking terms. So I think Sad Esports are quite happy with that. And for SRB, the pressure's on now. Losing this pistol would allow Sad Esports to get their momentum rolling. You don't want these young kids to feel this confident, man. You don't want the pressure to be relieved off a team like Sad Esports. They're not a team you sleep on. And I think a lot of teams have been sleeping on this roster since the beginning of this split. And I think a win right here against SRB would be a super strong reminder of that. They're here to play. They're here to game. And they're not here to be underestimated. For now, it's pistol. Satellite isolated, looking to flash a classic trap play.
Oh, the Prowler didn't catch him, and so they're not checking for Satellite. Exa right on top of it. And what could have been such a decisive pistol round is flawless the other way. 7-6, Shopify. Another Mad multi-kill, getting an easy ending.
You know what's crazy to that decisive moment for Satellite is he had his flash out looking to play off of it, but as soon as the Prowler overlooked him, he instantly took out his gun. He's like, oh, they're not checking this, dude. They're gonna overlook me. That like small little change in play is so hard to teach, man. You have it or you don't have it. So sick. You gotta love that. A massive round picked up by SRB off the back of Satellite now. It's the defensive half. You want that operator up on Smoke's hand as soon as possible. That economy lead right here is fantastic. But for SRB, they've been thrifted before. And now it's just a Hail Mary play for SAD Esports, gunning it for that C site.
Oh, willing to just dogfight their way through it yet again. Losing some guns on the way, but Welly's already on his own. Satellite, Flash gives himself away quick, but Welly still has to pop out. Nice right clicks to nail another. Sees to try to keep it going, but Shopify once again trying to get things done quickly here. It's 7-up.
2 alive, though. That got a little dicey.
Yep.
Now, Satellite's 1 point away from the run it back. That could come into play into this round as well. But I'm curious to see what their adjustment is here, because their money is in shambles. And, of course, for SAD Esports, the money's going to be crystal clean. Oh, I see what it is. Okay. A good old A brawl. I think they want to do exactly what was done to them on their attacking side, which is the straight up brawls. And I think SAD Esports are here as well. So it's going to be just a... Oh, actually, Xander kind of left. That's unfortunate, but it's a brawl here, man. It's just a straight fight.
Without that slide from Vita, though, the space has got to be a lot more manual for Shopify. Smoke has tucked, but the read more potentially there. That's why Satellite's going to help him out with that flash slide in. Avoided by Smoke and still tailwinded away from. Now the crowd is here to fight it out, and it's a 2-for-2 trade at the end of the day. Hot hands from Satellite to try to placate. Prowler flies past it to try to get a scent off Graffiti. But Sat have the reset, and now the implant. They'll try to rotate back onto lane for the 2-prong pressure as Shopify hold on to 2 on the A site. Still willing to let Exa hold it down with this shotgun in garage in case Sad pivots. So they do have a minute to do so if they want.
Yeah. I'm sure Exa would have loved to press the map control, but unfortunately the Bucky doesn't really let him do that now. But it's a triple walk up, a shift in positions here for SAD Esports, looking to contact their way onto site. 2 are here though to defend.
Satellite losing that first flash out, and Xander can't pick up anything either. So it will be down to Exa, and he'll also have to clear that trap wire on the flank. He'll head down to sewer where the guns are. Kind of surprised. Well, I guess they don't know what he's got, so
yeah,
not reading that he can get this better gun, but rifle in hand, we'll see how much he can chop down in this bonus. It might not be anything. He might just go save it. Oh, yeah.
Oh, he's getting the green light. I saw literally the green light voice comm come in like, dude, just break their money. Instantly. Oh, that's aura. Okay, respect.
That's sick.
You gotta love that. But I mean, yeah, has a gun recovered all around. It could have been a little dicey there for SAD Esports, but the reposition from sewers had them a little bit confused for SRB, and the immediate contact up was clean, clinical, precise. 3 alive. I think they're happy with that. 8 now. Still a back and forth between both of these teams, and I think overall neither team has found a really consistent win condition at any point in time. Yes, it got a little streaky, but overall it's been coming down to fights. And I think that speaks to the level of play that's being shown right now. Is, yeah, it's a little bit messy, but I mean, we're beyond the macro at this point. It's just like everyone's just happy with any number of spread they can get as long as they're winning their fights, they're util dumping, and they're moving as a unit.
Now they're so past that I know that you know that I know that you know BS. They just want to brawl.
Yeah.
It's netted Sad a lot of great rounds on the attack halves for this map, especially recently. Once again, Satellite aggressed early on, hot hands to stop the garage door peek, and in fact, Vita's gonna tuck behind the rest of the team as well. They won't even go for the insert. Prowler can confirm the trap wire set on B. They'll get rid of that nice and quick so they can at least threaten that. Force the smoke to get pushed onto it. And Shopify have been cut in twain, at least for now.
Yeah, and I absolutely love this setup here from SRB. The trap holds smokes back. There's no drone to flush out smoke as well. So as long as he dodges the prowlers, he's going to get a free kill in sewers. And if they go up long, they'll still get the heads up on the camera. And X is there to support his back. But I think with how quiet mid and the C side of the map is, I think they kind of have an inkling that it's ending A.
They know, blazes up, cages now from Exa. Smoke gonna turn back, and quick kill onto the Cypher now, so the rest of Shopify gonna retreat a lot easier. Free plant, Nature not challenging until now, but can't land the shot spam with the Odin. And a matter of time before this is refought. Xander's turn to flank.
Save?
Ooh, no, yeah, they're gonna save, dude.
Whoa.
Wow. 4-man save?
Yeah, the spike is fresh too. It's not even like it's been planted for a while.
Yeah, early call. Man, they are that
it.
scared of I mean, yeah, I get it, man. With the double duelist so active, you can get him so in front of this, recycle all those fights. You don't want to risk it.
Mm-hmm. The other thing too is you don't really want to misplay the Phoenix ult. The fact that you have to run it back so early on, you want the opportunity to use it. And if they go for it and lose, they're gonna have to delay that ult another round. So that's another cycle of gun rounds that you're gonna be lacking the Phoenix ult as well. And on top of that, you don't want to give away the operator. So I respect the save call. I think the odds just aren't in their favor. They were not really in a position to contest it quite well. And I think investing both the op and the run it back is just too high risk for a medium low reward, honestly. I think I like it. I dig it. And I think, are they running the same setup back here?
Looks pretty similar, yeah.
Oh.
I wonder if Smoke is gonna take that same spot now that they didn't hit sewer. Looks like it.
Yeah, they're running it back. No pun intended.
This may be the round where they're actually allowed to, right? Oh yeah, here we go. This is what he wanted. This is the timeline he wanted to be in. Just set back the clock. You have a couple rounds to spare. Legs, Paint on top of the flash. Still having a tailwind back. Has a lot of support from the friends, though, and the hot hands can, again, keep away a lot of Sad. But Pain, the TP through, prevents the running back from doing any damage. So Sad, now frozen, stuck up. Pain makes the kill onto Smoke happen. Exa having to extend after the C's lands on him. A pinch will end another kill for Sad. Satellite now ISO'd. Tries to spray through onto more than one, but that's all he'll get. Huge haunt for Nature to land some intel, but can't turn it into some Odin shots. So Sad gets the spike down for free again. And I think they might have to save again. Oh, Xander gonna push it. Once again, they get the light. Give it a go. Yeah. And nothing going through there for Xander. Nature will turn heel, and it'll be 10-7.
And the setup is just too explosive for them. I think the smoke getting flashed off the angle, not finding any kills, completely destroyed any chance of that round. Because as soon as you give a tiny little wiggle room for SAD Esports, they're pouncing on that site, man. They're not hesitating, and they have so much utility to run it back, to run it down, as well. They have the haunt that goes high, they have the prowlers that are going low, the flashes, the double walls of smokes. It just gets so chaotic on the sites, and it feels like SRB, despite them trying to flood, trying to get active, they can't really find anything on these sites. And now they've lost the Odin as well in the hands of Nature, and it's pressure now for SRB as SAD Esports gets closer and closer to the finish line. A potential 11th on the board right here. And there it is, this attack. And that's the second attack coming out here for SRB, discussing their options before the game slips out of their control.
Which here would be... God, not really anything, right?
Yeah, the money's cooked.
I mean, you just maybe Gamba stack C? I feel like that's the move.
Mm-hmm. I think the weird thing, though, with this kind of matchup is between the Cypher, the Omen, the Phoenix, the walls from Neon and Fade Util, there's so little opportunity to get op value. So I think the real question is, where do we put Smoke to get value right now? Like, what line could we possibly get where we can feel comfortable stacking the other side? And I really can't think of a single one. Like, maybe down long C, like you could try to get him down long C, but the A stuff is awkward because there's so much for them to get through, and going down mid is awkward because the camera's there as well. So they'd have to kind of finesse it. So it's just a lot of problem solving required for SRB right now that maybe they didn't think would be a problem coming into this game, but now they're having to confront it.
Yeah, nothing that isn't like flash or smokable to put Smoke ahead of. Coverage for everything. Keeping that unbridled confidence that's gotten them this far. Map's still looking really good for SAD. Let's see if they can cap it off and take us to 3. Shopify, it is a stack. Up A main for the most part.
Instant reaction too. No hesitation. I mean, I think they spotted Phoenix that far up. They must have gotten an inkling to what this is, but they're overthinking it. They're slowing down. They had the green light, man. It was a completely isolated Cypher over here. Now they're overthinking it. SRB hot on their heels, rotated over.
Trading. They're just vindicated. They're still gonna go through with the snake double peek. Nets Xander an opener. Just trading out Nature for it. Exa now gonna get challenged. Zaj will win that. So far.
Oh, that's a neural theft.
It's okay, yeah. Should be just a shuffle in from here. Sad are economically set for the game, so just for orbs at this point. Would love to see Satellite get his run it back like next round. Like that's, I think, what you go for here with the extra
I think you just
buy.
send paint at them, honestly.
Oh yeah, Sad definitely. Yeah, just let him run in. Yeah, grab that for free.
Now Vita. Get yours, Vita. Free kills. Get your stats here. Get your stats. Oh, man.
So, yeah, the answer has to come this next round. That's likely what the timeout was mainly called for.
Vouch.
And, yeah, a lot of that is going to be where you decide to put this guy who's going to run in and die to Spike.
I'm just not even sure what the absolute counter to what SAD Esports are doing. They're playing slow, and when it comes down to the site hits, they're shoulder to shoulder, just util dumping anything they're eyeing out. So I feel like for SRB, they need to maybe figure out a way to get active on the A side of the map, get people up close and personal without triggering like a macro event. Like don't make it obvious we're doing it. Nah, it seems like they're just gonna have just smoke in the top B, looking for his timing in mid, and Xander and Nature, the vets of the roster, trying to hold it down on the A side of the map.
Spray down to start. SAD are putting their smoke down A main lane. They want to condition the creep for the immediate challenge for what is normally the fade on either of these sides.
Bring them down.
Yeah, and that'll force a Prowler out of his kit. Actually, both already gone. Xander does get caught by that cat, so he's got to duck back. But that'll confirm the SAD has multiple here, so you don't have to alleviate the presence. Now, a Nightfall in this doesn't really clear the board, but Nature does get caught by it. Deafened, Vita can clear that with ease. Xander with the tuck in through the smoke. Payne does this exact same thing, and Satellite with the interruption may afford Xander the crucial time he needs to get this spot in. Vita gone. Payne quick refrag through the smoke. That is lightning fast. And the Blaze will force a double peek through from Exa. Now the run it back, tossed out. Exa quickly finding one and smoke. Snipe onto the other. Exa quickly taken down. Smoke with this operator in hand. Knows where both of these last players are. Forces out the flash from Payne, but he'll still win that fight out, and SAD have 5 rounds of game point to work with.
And kind of an unconventional errors happening from SRB, right? They're getting frantic on site. Normally they're together. Normally they understand what they're fighting and what they're stalling, but it feels like they can't get both players on the same page. Nature and Xander, the two vets of the roster, getting completely on different paces. Xander fighting through smoke, and Nature just completely isolated in the back, overwhelmed and just util dumped, man. There's not a lot of room to fight back, and just the trades on site by SAD Esports look so good right now. 12-7, a deserved lead here for SAD Esports, and the economy for SRB is being tested on what could be the second map going in favor of SAD Esports, and a potential third here. Needs to be 5 in a row now for SRB. It has to be clean, and it's got to start right here.
Exa the first to take the brunt. Xander here to respond in tow. Flash out. Exa gets a bunch of empty-handed criminal kills. Almost the ace, but Zaj will quickly take care of that. But man, oh man, a very quick way to get Shopify at least 1 round on the board here. Sure, we take those.
Yeah, we definitely take those. It's a tale as old as time, right? Nothing fires up a roster more than a heroic play. I mean, a 4K and almost ace to kind of get the energy back up. I'm sure the vibes are in the dumps right now.
2 of the 3 guys there are not even holding their gun, dude. Like, that is so free.
Oh, man. Yeah, it's a gift. A gift to SRB. 4 now, though, required for SRB to bring us into OT. Money looking a lot better now than it did the last round, that's for sure. And a nice opener here for Xander.
It's that point where they don't care again. Just like the last round of last half. Paint, flash in, just spray it. Yeah, who cares? Shopify don't. That's how SAD have been winning this map. Stop caring about what the other team has to say for itself. Just win! Another smattering on C-Site. Shopify keeping their claws in this.
It's starting to kind of look like SAD Esports are getting a little over eager to try to close off this game. and they're forcing the matter. The things that have worked for them has been the slow, measured play into the explosive hits. It's never been the rushes. Now it just feels like they're trying to press the matter. They're trying to just close up the map and try to take us to the third. But SRB is not the kind of team you want to do this against, right? Like we've seen composure comebacks from them. We've seen them stay locked in all to the very end of the game. Despite your comfortable lead is only 3 apart now, and your economy for SAD Esports will be tested after this round. So yes, while you do have guns, only 2 of the remaining 3 will be actual gun rounds. Xander now looking to defend in between smokes. He does manage to find the kill and going for the second as well. Xander holding ground, and SAD Esports are straying away from the thing that has been successful for them and being punished by it. A 5v3 now. SRB, Smoke holding the line with the operator.
Oh, and it's the ball missing a crucial pixel angle. Reset on the updraft isn't gonna net everything, but the hot hands will put him down low. Quickly finished away. Balls of steel on the members of Shopify to try to take this map back, with the paranoia out from Pain takes it down to 2. X to the pinch. And again, Shopify just keep on bulldozing. It's 10-12.
Tac timeout. Are there even any left? Does anyone have any tac timeouts?
Sad has
left?
one. Sad has one.
This would be the time to take it, I think.
Agreed. Yeah, sticking around for that. Vita not being able to slide into the cubby as well.
So
And then that flash not hitting him, bro.
Yeah,
That
no.
is such an incredible spot for him to take, knowing where the curveball flies.
Yeah, he knows where they've been landing every single time because of the round he was boosted up, saw exactly where it was hitting. So the positional awareness there from Smoke. And this is the reason, we're seeing the reason why Smoke has been the leader in first kills, first deaths, right? Like his intuition, his read in the moment to these kind of small little details are top notch, man. And there it is, the timeout for SAT to discuss their options. I mean, again, they've strayed away from the thing that has made SRB uncomfortable. It's never been the contests. It's never been the solo individual forces. It's been the group ups. It's been the hit together with full util, overwhelm on the sites. That's been the thing that has worked for SAT Esports. And it feels like they're trying to switch it up for the sake of switching it up to close off the series. But I think they have to return back to the thing that has been working. But now the economy for SRB is so much better. Fortunately for SAT Esports, there's not a lot of strong ults in play. Yes, the Cosmic Divide is good on the retakes, but nothing too game-changing. But Smoke and Nature are very close to those ultimates, so that could come into play. And I think they're eyeing it out here on this A side, at least a Nightfall, hopefully. That should be one more thing for SRB to work with. But this is pretty much it, man. SAT Esports has this light buy right here, and after that, it's the final hoorah to either take us to map 3 or OT.
More dwindling of the 2 chances left in regulation. And Shopify want to pour salt into that wound. Quick pressure on the trap wires set up in garage. Exa gonna hang out once again, outside angle from the window. No presence any other spot. And neither defender ended up getting that A orb. So not extra ultis, but good idea of where they're gonna end here. Prowler again, caught by the trap wire. Exa, temporarily a distraction. What else can he be? Catching some tops of heads, but nothing else. Can't land a decent shot. Satellite's got to try and re-enter this, but that lets Paint get the flash. Satellite turns it. Vita refrag on the Bandit. Now the overdrive whipped out, trying to get that extra space taken one way or the other. Jump up from Xander as well, overwhelmed. And SAD, trailblazing their way to this round. The C-site's stuck. Extra plant on Link. Vita's in front of it, Bandit in hand. And Smoke now has to clutch it. Has the knives available, but Paranoia is going to slow him down as this spike ticks away. Zaj the only one with a really decent gun in the pocket. And he's the one waiting, but Welly's the one dinking another crucial op shot that isn't on the op, that isn't on Smoke, to get SAD to a 3rd map here in the series.
And on the thrifty of all rounds for SAD Esports to take to close off this map on what was an absolute stronghold by SRB towards the very end of this 2nd map. But SAD Esports, they had the winning condition. They strayed away from it for a little bit, but they returned back to their tried, their tested solutions. And SRB overwhelmed once again on their defensive holds. And SAD Esports, they take us to that 3rd map. And man, this is about to be an absolute banger. And I think it's safe to say we have a match on our hands.
Oh, we certainly do. It's been such a great day of Valorant, man. These 4 teams have all truly delivered. Sad proving that they continue to own this map, but shall they own the series and the underdog status truer than Nightbloods? We'll find out on Ascent in just a moment.
Philips Norelco OneBlade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco OneBlade 360.
Trim. Edge. Shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco OneBlade. One tool for all you need.
Showstopper on the menu. Nightfall from Welly immediately comes out, and Sad just makes the most of it. It's out, and Sad sit on the other side. Yeah, they're going blind, and it's an ace from Body.
And on these extremities too, X is going to get caught off, you'd imagine. And the spray through the smoke at least is going to guarantee one as X's stat.
Welcome back to Challengers North America, where we just got to watch Sad win and close out their map pick of Haven against SRB, and it got really close in the end there. But for Sad, it looked like a complete 180 for them. I mean, especially starting off on that defense side where, you know, that wasn't supposed to be their strong side. We haven't seen them play it really much at all, considering that they always start on the attack and they always look so dominant on it.
Yeah, like that was the thing, right? Even when we were sitting there, we're like, okay, you know, this is looking pretty good. And even the fact that they haven't gone onto their strong side, this is looking a little bit dicey for SRB. And it definitely felt like that was going to be the case as this map continued to go there. And then somehow, I will say, it did kind of feel like maybe the script got lost for SAD just a little bit, but SRB were starting to claw their way back into this map, bringing it to the closest scoreline that we've seen SAD face another team with this composition on.
Yeah, I mean, for SAD, it just felt like everything was working out for them in that first half. Their confidence, even going into this map, felt like a complete 180 from that first map. You know, on that defense side, you saw a lot of cohesion coming in from the players, huge floods and crossfires being held on site to lock it down. And I also think the confidence going into just how they like pushed through to get those man advantages, or even when they did have man advantages, like my Fade is just solo walking up a lobby and just winning a random 1v1. And it's just something that we weren't seeing happen on Lotus. And I talked about how SAD was kind of a wild card team for me at the top of show, where it's like some maps, they'll look amazing, they'll look like they're on fire, but then other maps, not so much. And I think these first two maps was a good showcase of that, right? Because on Lotus, they were having a lot of like micro mistakes, micro mess ups that we weren't really seeing here on this map too. So it's just a consistency thing for me. Will they be able to bring that into map 3?
That's the big question, right? Like, the consistency is huge. And I want to comment specifically on this Haven. It did feel like that even though they were running away with a lot of these rounds, there were those gaps. There were those moments where some of those mistakes were just allowing Shopify Rebellion Black get away with it. Obviously, yes, SAD won the map. We can walk away with that. But I think that this could have been a bit more of a runaway if some of those mistakes had been cleaned up. And then on the other side of Shopify Rebellion Black, they were just always getting overwhelmed whenever they wanted to take those team brawls. It wasn't until SAD basically gave those free kills onto C to Xander round after round that we started to see SRB stabilize themselves a little bit, but at that point it was a little bit too late, and SAD were just ready to close out that map.
Yeah, I mean, even Roy was talking about it. In those last few rounds, it looked a little bit dicey for SAD because I think they were honestly just eager to try and close it out. You know, they saw us see it work for the one time. They wanted to just kind of repeat the same thing to just secure the map. And so it did allow SRB to get some leeway getting back into it. But honestly, SAD just looked too clean at the end of it. Just in those brawls that you were talking about, how they were able to overwhelm the Jet and Phoenix coming in from SRB with that Neon Phoenix, you know, that stun coming in to kind of destroy any crossfires that they were trying to hold. It just looked so good at the end of the day. And even when you're looking at these first kills here, like it was so even across the board, but it didn't always feel like that. I think for SRB's side, when you look at, you know, who's their first kill merchant, most of the time you're looking at Smoke for that. But I think this time around, he only got away with one first blood, which is just insane to see, especially for your Jet who's trying to pull out that op, especially on that second half for them.
That was the thing, right? Like, it was just like, oh man, we're coming off Lotus, Smoke heating it up as per usual. This kid's unstoppable. He's a beast of the server. And then this map just not able to reach that same level of performance where we get to see Vita elevated up into that status. And suddenly Vita was the one who was able to find so many of those open kills with the operator, making Smoke's life so much more difficult, which is the biggest reason for me why Smoke is all the way down there. Meanwhile, like on SAD Esports' side, like we're seeing Zaj and Paint up at the top of there. And I think that they were really well supported by Welly. I know you have some thoughts on bringing Fade instead of Sova onto Haven here, Emily. But in general, like the utility being used was great at trying to make sure they isolated where some of the people were, allowing Paint to just kind of flash their way in, and then the rest of SAD just decided to spring the trap on him.
Listen, I get the idea with Fade, right? But I just feel like it's so much easier if you are an op or just breaking a Fade dog, not having that concrete, like, I guess, evidence, you could say, just based off a Fade dog, because you don't actually get to see like you do with a Sojourn, right? You don't know if that's an op or someone baiting for an op. You never get that 100% security in it. And I think SRB did tend to struggle a little bit, especially against Vita, who oftentimes was playing towards that back of sight, able to get away with op kills before playing into a full retake or a full flood. But at the end of the day, I mean, I think the score lines show it. I think the fact that both of the teams were quite even, there wasn't one superstar player. There was just a lot of players having their step up moments. That was really impressive to see. I think one person I really got to give shout to was Paint, because I feel like in that first half, there were so many times where just off of no timing, off of whatever, just off of the feeling, he goes for a flash play and it catches SRB off guard, where a lot of the times they weren't even playing anti because they were thinking in their heads, like, we're not making sound anywhere else across the map. We're not giving any cues for Paint to kind of just go into a trap play or to activate a trap play, but it just worked out for Paint a lot more than it didn't. And moving on to Ascent, I mean, this map could go either way now, right? You have Sad, who's currently 0-3 on the map. They haven't had a good showing here yet. But I mean, you could say a similar thing to Lotus. And for SRB, they do run like not a standard comp, and they've shown that in the past. So I'm excited to see if Sad going into it may have cooked something up, could maybe change a little bit of different things in their game plan, especially knowing that they're most likely going to be going up against a double Senti.
Yeah, no, I consider myself a man of science, right? And so I'm looking at the stats here. I'm looking at how stage 3 we're going for each of these teams, specifically onto Ascent. And what I'm noticing is Shopify Rebellion Black have played it once during stage 3 against Energy Academy, won it 13-3. And on the other side, Sad, 0-3 across the board from Victix, Nightblood Gaming, and M80. Given those last two teams, yeah, they're pretty darn good. But needless to say, Emily, I'm not feeling great about Sad right now, while I'm feeling pretty good about Shopify.
I mean, I have to agree, especially if Sad haven't brought any changes to the map. You're going up against a double Senti. They're starting on that defense half, and the comp that they run, or that they used to run, or whatever the case may be, is that Phoenix Yoru double duelist. They don't have a heavy movement agent, and I think a lot of the times in the past, that's where they struggle, especially because they're going to have to be breaking a lot of this utility. But thankfully, we are getting a last-minute change. We're getting double Itty instead of the double duelist coming on the side of Sad, which is great. I love that they're bringing back a Neon, someone that can be a little bit more self-sufficient, even when they don't have to, with all this utility, all the flashes, all the darts coming in from their double any setup or comp.
Yeah, and you look at Paint going back onto that KO. Paint, formerly on that M80 squad, you know, getting coached by Nismo, arguably one of the best KO players in the entirety of Valorant. And so Paint having a lot of reps on that KO. It just wasn't quite working out on M80. Goes over to Sad Esports, steps into that double duelist, but now gets a chance to reflex what that KO can do. And meanwhile, on the other side there, like Exa on the stage, they know this composition, but I'm also looking at Smoke on that chamber.
Yeah, I mean, I think the biggest thing for Sad is going to be a tempo thing where they have the KO Knight that can stop a lot of the double Senti capability and possibilities for SRB, but they're still gonna have to be able to break that wall and find a good timing to not get slowed down by the rest of the stage slows. But I mean, we never know what we're gonna expect here, especially after that first two maps. Let's hand it over to Roy and Tenric and get on with this match.
Emily, one way or another, this game is gonna bang Sad Esports with that late stage change in the composition to try to challenge this Shopify Rebellion Black, whose unorthodox comp has led to some really decent results, Roy.
Yeah, we have a small sample size, but damn, that sample looks damn good, man. It was a convincing win, 11-1 defensive side against NRG, a team that has looked so good throughout this split, a playoff contending team, and just overall dominated by SRB. I mean, this just the composition is unusual, it's unconventional, and it has a lot to work with, and it feels like everyone kind of gets to be in their strong suit, right? You got Satellite on the Phoenix, you got Smoke on the Chamber, and this is one of those maps where it can be kind of easy to find the op angles and the op lines, and it, you know, it forces a lot of these teams to have really good fundamentals. But looking on the Sad Esports side, they have not had any results. So I'm not too surprised to see the compositional change. I think this one suits them a little bit more. And of course, Paint is no stranger to KO. We've seen them play it before. So they should have a little bit more tools to work with here on this attack side than they did before.
Yep. Veering into hopefully familiar territory against a team that knows this map all too well. Knife will confirm some spots, but not all the kits are going to get hit by it. Eventual persuasion away. Smoke will TP out after taking some chip. Nature staying hidden. Nice early headshot, and Satellite gets his own. Still hold up in the boathouse until Pain can clear that. Zaj on this late angle to catch Shopify's early interruption on this plant, but Xander's prepped for it. Still takes the worst part of the fight until the double swing comes through. Still, the double back after Pain lands some chip onto the remainder of some of these players' health pools. Forces Exa into a tough spot as that healing orb is unavailable. Painful Spike is opened up. Has a heavy advantage for this post plant.
Yeah, and the Spike not having gone down is actually such a buff to Exa, being able to kind of think throughout this process and maybe wait out his heal depending on the cooldown that he's got. And I think it's back up. Yeah, I see it up now. So he's going to be healing and he's going to have 100 HP, a full-on fight, the 1v1, but a lot of room and a lot of angles for Exa to guess.
Nerf Sage. You guess a 50.
Oh yeah, right.
No, it's cool. I know. I was also expecting it to go up. all the way. But it's not. Jump in, and Payne lands it. Yeah, surgical. Great take by Sad. Really managed well. That knife had a decent impact to clear the board, so they didn't have as much to individually check. And then from there, yeah, just get behind the boxes, get behind the boathouse. You're chilling.
Yeah, it's another just a casual Payne 3K in the clutch up for him as well. And I think this round kind of sets the pace and the tone for the rest of this half. I mean, yes, it's early days, but it feels like SAD Esports don't want anything to do with SRB's antics, man. And I think why do this push, pull, get lurks deposited when you can just run it down and take your odds on site when you're mechanically such a strong team? And it kind of makes sense. This time, of course, it's the anti. So you're just chilling, you're waiting out, you're biding your time, waiting to see any aggression and soaking it in from SRB. And of course, pressures on SRB right here to try to guess where these numbers can remain confident on the stack. Nature. Oh, I like that he's like not shying away from that util, just kind of acting big over here to try to force SAD Esports into the reaction towards the A side of the map. Let's see if they take the bait.
I think the Sova specifically could throw it off. I'll go in through tree into the stack. Exa, he's reopening the door to get a peek again. Boss. Couple preventative things down, just make Shopify as ready as possible for this. Oh, that's great. Well, they found their way up to heaven all this time. And Payne's gonna be able to grab another 2. Vita just sliding into... Oh!
Ew. Bro, that's so nasty. Off screen, perfect flick. What?
He wasn't supposed to get either of those, bro. It was meant to be a ragdoll.
Wow. Vita the deleter, man. Absolute beast. So crazy. Yeah,
Better
SAD
have
Esports.
that shacked up on the replay.
Wow. Actually insane. Holy. I mean, Nature just looking for consolations at this point. Some economy damage and armor break will do for now. A lot of damage dealt to SAD Esports, but no kills in the hands for SRB. As clean as it can get for SAD Esports. Guns look fine, too. They have a lot to work with coming into this round.
Oh, my God. Oh.
All right.
Yeah,
well.
again. Yeah, again. Yeah.
I mean, okay. So, historically speaking here, SAD Esports has already put more rounds on the board than NRG did. No shade, of course. But, I mean, the pistol round is already off to a good start. And I think SAD Esports has been struggling historically looking at their records. I mean, yes, they're 0-3, but they haven't really been able to come out on top on almost any of their halves.
Vita once again being the high ground decoy and still being the guy that gets the first blood, too. Already a good start for this bonus. Hand in that hero phantom to Vita. And they go, uncontested. Exa making sure nobody's fielding the late lurk. Giving up that high ground pretty early on. Payne, 1 for 1. Smoke will take that position back and backstab Vita. Now watching from main, manages one more, and Zaj is out of snipes. Has to reload, so the refresh makes Welly kind of uncomfortable. And he wins against Smoke, though. 2v2 now. Double drop down has to come through. And Welly's still not checked. Finally is, but he wins the fight against Nature. And now the pincer can come through from Zach. It doesn't matter. Welly's got that too. 307. Oh, it's a different beast today, Roy.
Yeah, I mean, dude, Welly played that so well. It's so claustrophobic for him, and all the pressure's on him. He knows Zaj can't really peek. He knows Zaj needs to bide his time, so he's playing it perfectly. It looked like it was crumbling for a second, but I think we're seeing it. We're seeing it slowly, Chenrik. They want nothing to do with SRB's antics on this defensive side as set plays after set plays, and now the pressure's on SRB to defend and try to stop this pace and put it to an end before it gets out of control. But of course, it is once again the anti. So it'll be a little bit slow, a little bit measured. And I wonder, a part of me does wonder is, are they doing this to throw off SRB? Like on these rounds, they play slow, but on their gun rounds, they're just going to just 5-man hit, just set piece after set piece. They're just like, until SRB realizes what's happening. And now might be like 6 rounds, 7 rounds too late. It would make sense if they are. I just wonder if they're thinking that as well.
Yeah.
This time it's looking like a lot of pressure towards the cat side of things. SRB taking the bait. Smoke on the other side of the arches.
I go for it. Gives Welly a peek. It confirms at least 2 from the distance that was made from the steps. X is gonna throw up the barrier. Gets burned pretty early on. Still 50 seconds to play with. And now they'll push into mid. That smoke's out of there. TP right onto the site as well from Pain, and everybody from Sad is suddenly here. Vita just stepping in, and Sad, quick work of this one. That's a nasty setup from Pain to get an extra.
It's an overwhelm over and over and over.
Okay, Zaj. Okay.
Get active. I mean, rightfully so. You're on the 3rd map of a banger series. You want this win. You want to be that underdog team that takes it to the upper finals. Oh, man. I mean, this is a good timeout, I think. I think the discussions needs to be changed immediately, and I think the style needs to be changed immediately for SRB. They need to put a lot more pressure on the mains. They can't let those mains get exposed like that. Typically, when NRG struggled against SRB, it was them trying to go mid and trying to play slow and break a lot of the Sage util. Like, that's exactly what SRB's comp wants, right? But if you lose mains, it kind of just overrides the entire comp philosophy. You just can't lose the mains. You have to force mains early, defend it as much as possible, and then force them to go into the mid stuff. And that's when you go back to your normal antics. But for Sad Esports, they're feeling it right now, man. Pain 6-2, Vita 5-2. Paint is starting to feel it on the KO as well. And it's honestly looking a lot more drilled than I thought it would be. Like, such a late last-minute comp change. I thought there would be holes. I thought there'd be a different kind of style. But it feels like the executes are so well rehearsed for Sad Esports, which is kind of awesome to see.
Yeah, they really did their homework coming into this. Not a like big turnaround time either. Like 2 weeks max for them to drill this.
This goes here.
Good stuff already. So we'll see what comes of the timeout and full economic reset for Shopify. Smoke back in mid with this op. Not going to get challenged by everybody, but already that double pressure. You can see how much they want to play either through or around him, and either way really works. Vita just barely avoiding the first op shot. Yeah, you sure do. Flash out now from Pain into the null command, and another whiff from Smoke. Gets easy access into the V pinch. Sad in the 5v2 by proxy. Fragment to keep Nature from trying to fight this back as they'll duck into backside first. Satellite in a pocket, but only good for the 1. And Sad are gonna go for a snake through CT while the spike is stuck in B. They're trying to lead him on a wild goose chase here.
Yeah, this is so awkward. There's a ton of pressure on Xander now, who's got to pick up Cat, who's got to pick up Tree. There's so many angles. He's getting overwhelmed in spawn. He's completely isolated. It's a guessing game now for Sad Esports. And now they know where he is, so a little bit less guessing to do. Now he's got to be flawless from here on out. These 2 players on B are starting to feel a little antsy. They're starting to push for space, but Xander, he's got to be absolutely flawless right here, completely alone.
30 seconds left.
Gets the smoke out just in time as the knife comes through. Turns that hell peak into a guessing game, so Sad will focus on taking the space first. Now they'll start putting people on it. On the reload, so Xander gets a freebie, but even still, just the 1-for-1 trade. 2v3 for the retake, and the rest of Shopify's here. And out. Willie with the sandwich. Zaj, giving away with the cam. Pain on top of the high-low. Waiting to take the space. Nature holding close with the Odin. That's 1 down. Tap on the spike. Waiting for the timing, but Nature's just peeking it. Welly alone, 1v2, Nature on 5. Tap on the spike, surely forces the pressure, but Exa wasn't holding, and so the onus is now on him. Welly can toy with him, too much. Exa has to hightail it, and it's another Sad round.
And another clutch. Wow, I mean, Welly's a beast, man. He plays these scenarios so well, and I wouldn't really call him an amateur at this point. I think he's gotten his reps in VCL, but the way he plays these scenarios makes him look like a straight up vet, man. Like he knows exactly what's happening, the way he peaks, his intuition in these moments. A lot of players crumble in those scenarios under pressure, man. But he seems like he's locked in, and another clutch goes in the favor of SAD Esports. 5-0 against a double Sentinel composition. They have their ults up in play. Another cycle of ults is coming up here shortly, and so much pressure is starting to be felt by the SRB side of things. They need rounds on the board ASAP, Tenrik. This cannot slip out of control.
They can barely hold on to this economy with the help of the tour de force that Smoke is going to let go of. And so SAD are going to try and scope out where that's at. Now the drone, after Wine was caught, that'll clock him. That will drone in response to make sure no one pushes on top of that open space. Instead, SAD is rotating the long way over to Cat. Early Hunter's Fury to lock down that Sova, and oh, it almost does. Well, he just barely avoids it. Big ult down now for Shopify.
Mm-hmm. They haven't really gained much from it either. Like, kills aside, they didn't really get any space. They didn't get anything. SAD Esports now pivoting over towards the A side of the map, but Smoke's reposition. He's over here now with the team. They're holding strong. They don't even care about Cat. They don't care about Tree. So SAD Esports, another set piece onto the A site incoming.
Smoke on top of the door, so it's fragmented. Vito with this overdrive in through the fast lane, finds one off the concuss, turns onto the second on the doorway. And SAD have enough personnel to help
30 seconds
bodyguard their way through it. Satellite's gonna let go of the run it back for some stall, but nothing more. It's another ultimate in the trash. Okay, it's okay. No, you can get those do-overs. It's a 4v2. Oh no, he'll go back into hell. Blaze out to ISO. So many good positions for SAD though. This is so tough. But you've used way too much to not go for it, right? Oh my God, dude.
It's too much.
Oh man, that is such a tough round, bro.
Yeah, I mean, the psychology of that round is tough, right? Because you got your 3-player stack on site. They're not even split up towards the Cat or anything. All their efforts on a single choke point, man. And they just can't hold it. The flashes, the util timing, all of it is so clean. And Vita not even missing a single pixel on those flicks. Look like an aim lab scenario for him. And they just can't hold it. And that's got to be a bit close to a mental boom at this point, right? You have the reads, you know where to be, but you can't hold the site. I mean, something's got to change. I'm just not even 100% sure what that could be. Look at this. It's just...
30 seconds.
It's nasty.
I mean, Virgin 3, and then Satellite uses his ult. Called a timeout 2 rounds ago, man. Just should not be happening. Play on panic mode right now. And that's only going to get worse as this goes on.
Yeah. I mean, it seems like they're not even dealing with the flashes correctly. Like, the flashes are getting so much value. The smoke is getting pushed off the angles. Everyone's forced into these, like, uncomfortable spots, and they're just getting util dumped. And it's looking like another ace play coming out right here for SAD Esports.
Wow. Hunter's Fury to dole out. Smoke on the high ground can at least find Vita's creep, but he still has to hold close as the rest of Shopify makes it back. They're here quick, though. So SAD has got to set up shop with a bit of a tough fight. Good hot hands from Satellite to slow that down. And get Paint down to 63, but he doesn't care! Give him the ace!
Oh, look at that energy, man.
Look at him! Look at that man!
Yeah, I mean, people have been sleeping on Paint for a little too long now, and he's finally showing up in a big fashion. 13-5 on the KO. 7-0 lead now for SAD Esports, man. It's pure energy now. It's pure passion. Max passion, as they say, for the SAD Esports side. It's just looking so good, man. So decisive. It feels like everything SRB is doing is just 0.5 seconds too late. Like the wall going up there, Paint bypassing it. Everything is just a little too slow. SAD Esports, the tempo is becoming uncontained at this point. And SRB once again on the back foot. Economy completely in shambles. SAD Esports looking to extend the lead to 8-0 on the attack side of Scent, Tenrik. It's not supposed to be this way.
Cover going out.
Another SAD attack half that is proving to be the death of a team potentially, or at least the sending of it to the loser's bracket. Xander hold up in Wine, ready to intercept this first part of the A push. Very two-pronged 3-2. They're going in on this. Smoke challing with the Headhunter. Yeah, worse guns, so it's gambling. The Satellite with the Stinger has a chance at it, but now the With the null command, yeah, has to completely duck out and just hand this over. See if they try to fight it.
They can't. It's gonna be a fast flood, but it's just coming in from all different directions. The kills are ringing through, but overall, it's just a flood happening from all directions now. 2v3, and Smoke gets the third and the fourth and puts SRB on the board in the unlikeliest of scenarios. Not the way I had in mind, Tenric, but around nonetheless. Smoke. Wow. I mean, insane, man.
He just walked out into heaven, started taking shots. He still had 3 left in there too, man.
Who's counting?
That's unreal.
Yeah, insane.
I mean, just locking down all of that just on your own. And that is a moment of sad. Getting too close to the issue. I mean, Exa gets in off the door on that too, gets the quick first. When they decide to refight that, a little too big for the britches. Got to reset mentally. Oh, that's a way to do it. Yeah, sure. Just slide in. Barrier orb keeps a refrag opportunity. Smoke is... He's going to repeat this, right? Here. Come on.
Ooh, he almost got both of them killed.
Barrier keeps him for a second. Exa fun angle. Smoke, better shot. Zaj gets out of logs via just fall into it. Getting their own frags though, and Pain is on site. Nature extra pressured here, still takes down Paint. And now in the 1v1 duel with this Sheriff too. Finally dealt with, but Satellite's here now. And it's down to Pain and Xander after he turns onto him in an instant. The Omen v Omen, Pain's got the ulti, he's going over to A!
No, this can't be another clutch, man. It would absolutely destroy SRB. It's a guessing game now, though. Mind games between the two, 1v1. Yo, nah.
Oh, bro. Oh, wow.
We're one-tapping?
Yeah. That last round practically didn't even happen already in my mind.
Bro, Pain is so cold, man.
He's like that.
Dude, even the double up.
That kill on Satellite
happened,
too. Yeah, like that was like a 180 back to Satellite as well.
Yeah, the flash. I mean, Satellite was trying to literally fast flood with the flash. Nature was on site, drawing attention. Gets Nature, turns around, gets Satellite, ults into A, one taps. Bro. Oh, that's the second time out now for SRB. They're out. I mean, even if they manage to recover this half, the next half would be an entirely different beast with no words from the coaches. I mean, Odorous and Effies are some of the most experienced coaches that we have in the league, standing next to Kaplan. But absolutely insane form coming out from SAD Esports. And this is what the desk was highlighting, right? It's the X factor from SAD Esports. These young guns, man, you can't sleep on them. Even if things seem unfavorable. We comfortably gave him the Caster's Curse, too, on top of that. We gave him the full-on curse. I mean, this is all our fault. That's all I can think of.
We did this to ourselves.
Insane. I mean, this is just beautiful to see, man. This is what the Cinderella story is all about. But still ways to go. This half is salvageable for SRB. And for SAD Esports, they cannot get too comfortable. The foot needs to remain on the gas, and they cannot get too eager to maintain this lead or extend it even further.
No complacency allowed for SAD.
Enemy tag.
Gotta get this done. Gotta get this done now. For Shopify, it never feels out of reach until it's 13, but it is a ways away. Xander with this judge. Flashed in his face. God, Pain had a millennium to deal with that.
And they're pivoting instantly. And they're wedged now. It's a 2-2 split for the defending side. This is a curse split. The double senties are here, so they have a little bit more to work with, but they're going to feel the pressure coming in from Market here shortly. They need to push forward. As soon as that door in Market breaks, there's a lot of pressure now on Smoke.
Already has to TP away after that first shot whiffs onto main. Barrier orb does afford them a little bit of time, but Exa, only a body, no more. Another whiff from Smoke is absolutely everything, and Vita now messing with it, juking him, disrespecting him. And that might be the call already for Shopify, but at very least, they get Vita once again in the front lines. Look at this snake around from Paint. Almost both. Nature afforded a second chance to get at least one more, but no. This KO wants everything. 9-1 for Sad on the attack.
Yeah, it's cool, calm, and collected for Sad Esports now. You can just tell in their cams. It's just the stress levels are down to an absolute minimum, man. It can't get any lower. All the pressure's now on SRB. The expectations for this roster have been so high throughout the split. And while their form has been in an ebb and flow, they've had some close series. They've looked like one of the top teams undeniably in the league. And at their absolute peak, they've looked like the best team in the league. But now, against complete underdogs, a team that people have been sleeping on since the beginning of the split, are made to look like fools. It's 9-1. And it's a further aggression coming out here from SRB. A desperate play to regain dominance, but they can't get anything out of it once again.
Satellite is way up. The Blaze just gonna let Vita know where he is. Easy slide, easy kill. Neural Theft gives away Smoke's position next. Surely on the chopping block too. TP's out to save face. And now confirm the 2-2. Sad are gonna take this with unbridled confidence. Vita just walking it down this time. Xander, low. Nothing for him either. Nothing for Shopify coming up right this round. It's gotta be an attempt at 10-2. As Sad manage completely fine this round. He even spotted Nature on the getaway.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to be contested for sure.
Oh,
rifle to work with.
No, it's flawless.
I mean, this is absolute boom for SRB, right? You went from the last time you played this having an 11-1 defensive half to a potential 1-11. There's not enough rounds to work with anymore. It needs to be the 210 right here. It needs to be the pistol. It needs to be the bonus. You need to get at least 6 or 7 in a... I did it. Need to be at least 6 in a row to at least make this manageable, man. This is so out of control now. Paint 20-7, Pain 12-5, 2 clutches on for him already. Welly a clutch for him as well. Vita an absolute menace, breaking wrists, breaking ankles on every single angle and every single fight that he takes. Wow. I mean, full driver's seat. I mean, look at the tempo. SRB has no idea where to be. They tried playing forward, got swept. They tried playing passive, got swept. They don't know where to be. Satellite trying to play fast rotate with ultimate, but Sad Esports are in full control. The tempo is all in their hands now, and it seems like they're eyeing out this B site.
Smoke will be set up on the lane. No command in, no TP free. Run it back as well in response for Satellite to try to enter this early. That does help get rid of Vita. Still on this site, Pain making a ruckus, just spraying down Nature through the smoke. Now the only smoke left on site is the guy that is so used to having a scope to take this command over the site. Left without. Teammates trying to help out. Double flashing is gorgeous from Satellite and Xander, who both get theirs. Exa with the res. Welly on his own. Gets a whole lot, but not enough. And Shopify have just enough to get to 210.
Switching sides.
And the room for error is non-existent now. I mean, just insane half from Sad Esports. Everything they called, everything they were doing was working out off the back of team play, off the back of individual heroics when it was required, never skipping a beat. Every kill was so on point. And now they're in such a comfortable lead on a much more manageable half. But again, Tenric, attack can be a little bit easier sometimes if you have players that are smart, you have players that are talented, and you're kind of a fresh to the map. But on defense is when things get tested, right? It requires a lot of team play. It requires a lot of things to go favorably for you. So this is the real test for Sad Esports right here on this defensive side. Yes, this is a defensive-sided map, generally speaking, but it can still be very hard with this level of experience in the server. Important round here for both teams, I think. SRB desperately needs this. SAD Esports looking to keep the throttle going.
Deploying drone.
This go both ways, or is map 3 a done deal? Instant dumping off the flash drive, and SAD get rid of the easy one. Meanwhile, two members of Shopify snaking through tree, smoke creeping all the way up through mid, 1-for-1 for them. And now the ruckus down on A main turns into a full-blown brawl. Vita not finding anything but pain, still left uncontested in the flash out, forced to just grab the spike. It's Satellite in a 1v2 after Zaj survives that fight and makes his way back over.
The guessing game now, though, for Satellite. He has no idea where Zaj is rotated to.
Yeah.
He guessed this, though. He's got some time on the clock. He's got some ways to unravel this. He's going to force it, and that's going to force the scenario 1v2 double flank.
You gotta play it mathematically where you watch where you already know the one guy is. Just see where it goes from there. Work on your reflexes.
That's awkward.
Luckily won't have to be that crazy. And that one way is hella good, but Satellite can manage pretty well. 25 HP to take care of the last one. Steps out once, twice, 3 times, 4 times, wrapping it. Low on time, but Payne has the angle. And it's 4 for him instead. Yeah, means a
Lights
lot.
out.
Either way, but for SAD, it means everything.
I mean, what a standout player, man. He's just been such a beast, quietly at the top of the scoreboards for this team. We've talked a lot about him, but I think the level of credit this player deserves is so crazy. His util is always on point, and now his clutch ability on full display here against one of the best teams we have in the region. The 4 kills on the pistol, 11-2 now. The room for error is non-existent. It has evaporated, Tenric. It needs to be lights out for SRB now. SAD Esports in the absolute driver's seat, looking confident, looking dominant. And SRB scrambling to find solutions in this entire third map. A map that they came into this so confident in. And even the desk were saying they're favoring their odds. Everything was pointing against SAD Esports, right? They're 0-3 record on the map. Everything pointing away from SAD Esports. And for them to come out in this dominant display is so inspiring. 11-2. Whew. It's a lot, man.
Smoke on his lonesome with this outlaw. A lot riding on his ability to get this first blood, and he will. Vita falls. Could sell that presence, but SAD, not necessarily discouraged from keeping this 2-2. Yeah, they'll stick around. Hear the steps. They'll run it back out from Satellite. Gets slowed by the trap, forces out another curveball, but it still does well to get rid of Zaj. Swelly now swarmed by Shopify, doesn't get one on his way down. 5v2 for Shopify. This take looked sublime. What comes of it now? Barrier orb on top of this too, just making it as slow as possible. And Exa in front of this now, able to play out time, and SAD will fall short.
Okay.
A good start, a little late, but not too late.
Yeah, at least the team play and the comms have not broken down fully, which is a positive sign. Team play still there for sure for SRB. And again, yes, you have a comfortable lead for SAD Esports, but man, that lead could chip away very easily against a team like SRB. We've seen the composure before. We've seen them make these comebacks. One of the more experienced rosters that we have here in VCL. Definitely do not want to get too comfortable if you're SAD Esports. The economy here is in shambles. SRB staring down the barrel of a potential 4th. Slowly but surely, chipping away. But man, the expectations for SRB throughout this entire split from the organization and from everything is so high. I wonder how they recover if they go down to lowers, man. It's gonna be so tough.
Yeah. Your road is so much tougher and so much more dangerous. You're more vulnerable to core beating you in points or another team having that chance to win out the stage as a whole.
One enemy remaining.
Shopify will make quick work of this round. SAD have a couple in this economic cycle that they are able to give away. Can't get too comfortable with it, but this round, it's fine. Yeah. Oh! Trying to pick up another. He does. Doesn't even need the regular rifle.
Terribly
Finally
sorry.
finished, but
You didn't like
honestly,
me anyway.
getting rid of those 2 guns is kind of major.
And also just styling on him for 2 kills with a pistol.
Oh yeah, those are solid.
Trying to heat up and he won't even let him. That's crazy.
One enemy remaining.
Terribly sorry.
All right. I mean, 4-11. No,
Yeah, what's the
on
plan
board.
here? This is
Possible-
Shopify's round. Like this is the need to win one.
It's got to be the run it back. It's got to be that early control for either A main or B main. I think they're eyeing out A for this time. Overwhelm A main, take the run it back and make some work with it. A set play though coming out from SAD Esports, looking to maintain that tempo.
Extending quick, trying to turn it into a trap, but smoke! The man short side, and he still got it under control. Now letting that run it back go to make sure the A take is good. Welly can spray that one down at the very least through the blaze. So the fight's gonna be reset, and the barrier orb will prevent a decent angle. Everybody from SAD able to defensively reset, and now that everyone from SAD is here, Shopify, consider turning it back around. Still 65 on the clock.
Yeah, they don't really need to press the matter, to be honest. They can take their time. The double kill from Smoke has bought them so much room and so much time. The pressure's on SAD Esports to try to figure out where they want to be. Honestly, if I'm them, I'm just stacking A site. If it ends here, great. If it doesn't, we're just saving these 3 weapons. There's really no reason for SAD Esports to take excessive risk at this point. Just try to maximize as many gun rounds as you can get. You definitely don't want to keep throwing rounds away to SRB, feeling too comfortable with this lead. That's for sure.
Yeah, bank until you can win. Vita's gonna be here. It is indeed an hit onto A.
Fine.
A little bit of crowd surfing. Good time wasting. Vita's gonna pop out again. Now let Zaj get his, but both get sprayed down quick. Big recon dart to let Welly get a freebie at the very least. Exit taking his timing with the jump up now after the kill onto Satellite. Still, good scrapes done by SAD, but you do lose all your guns in exchange.
Okay. Slowly but surely. That's 3 in a row now. SAD Esports on the back foot once again. Economy in shambles. Look how I didn't notice how top heavy SAD Esports' score looked. It's really just 3 players that are putting in the work right now. The other 2 are a little bit quiet. For SRB, Smoke's got the outlaw in hand. It's a great round for that. I imagine it's going to be nice and slow, methodical, surgical, precise. What other words can I think of?
Plenty of synonyms for that. You can go on for hours. A drone in through mid, good space gained. Especially with the smoke out, Shopify can lean pretty heavily on this. He's gonna go for it. Vita with the double. Smoke the one planted for it. Feels like you can get a really easy eco out of this if you go for it, but no. Noise cut, so they won't.
Oh. Well, haircut for Zaj.
Alvito
Just
will go
sick, because
in.
now they need to react to Chamber, but as soon as they do, he's going to TP out and have a ton of info to work with. Yep, that's the reaction on A now available. 2 players here defending, 1 in wine, so there's still a crossfire available here for SAD Esports. And it's going well for SAD now. 4v3. Excuse me, 3v3, all even, but ground is available for SAD.
Enemy remaining.
Satellite can just spray through the rest of heaven and turn on the pain as well. Bullseyeing with that Odin to speed run the remainder of the round. That already looked pretty good for Shopify, granted.
Oh, wow, that was quick.
Yeah.
I don't think he let go of mouse 1.
I don't think he did either. Yeah, he just swung it.
He actually just he let that thing sing, man. It looks scary though. Oh, unfortunate. Wah, wah, wah. But I mean, yeah, it looked very scary for SRB. The space that they had to work with, the amount of crossfires that were available in those positions. For now, the economy is stabilized for SAD Esports. The op is online now for Vita for the first time in this half. The Odin here for Welly as well. All the tricks up being spent on this round, Tenrik. Early line here available for Vita. He's going to establish the B line. That's going to allow SAD Esports to pivot more heavily towards the A side of the map, where Paint and Welly, or excuse me, Paint and Pain Say that pass multiple times.
I know, isn't it great? It's like that team that got posted once nothing got signed to Wolves, because now you have nothing, something, nobody, 9body. Right, Payne here again to intercept. Good fragment to stall out, but Smoke still finds the shot onto Payne. That recon dart doing God's work, but Payne waiting out to get the free 2. Xander has to trade it out quick, but Welly, the spray from on high, turns it to a 3v2. Now the plant commitment from Shopify to reset. The Hunter's Fury is going to be late to it. Smoke can avoid it. Another empty ulti from the side of Sad this time. And that neural theft is going to confirm the spots instead. Smoke having to reposition to the Jenny. Now the double up in Hell. Classic spot, still a strong one even if it's known. And when these players are this good, each getting theirs, both low HP, but now they'll double into the high-low with the crouch. Creeping around the Jenny, Welly in front of this. Odin is strong against it, turns onto the first, waiting for Smoke to give himself away, but he does it until the last moment. And Shopify continue to hold on.
And the tension there was so visible. The low HP, the Odin in play, they could have easily pressured the spike. Could have gone so wrong for SRB. But Smoke, the composure remains. I mean, he was having a bit of a rough time earlier in this third map, but now he's fired up. 20 and 11 now for Smoke. Ever since that 4K, I think he's just been kind of lights out. That's revived him. And now the first timeout coming out from Sad to discuss their options. They haven't really been tested before. Hi, Kitty. They haven't really been tested before. Now they have. But starting to look a lot more manageable now, Tenric, when you look at that score. 11-7. Economy broken here for Sad Esports. Looking for potential 8th on the board for SRB. Alt cycles coming up here shortly after. Rez available on Sage as well. Still one of the highest converted ults in the game.
A hella winnable game from Shopify here. A lot of resets. A lot of things you can switch up from round to round with the alt cycle.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of credits left over after these couple rounds where they've been able to slowly build up.
Yeah. I think the composure that you would need for SRB to stay locked in this game, to come back in this fashion and win out, I mean, it would give them so much confidence knowing that they could play and make this many mistakes and still come out on top. That's a huge buff to the mental. But for Sad Esports, a win right here would put a jet engine in their sails. It would give them so much confidence moving forward in this upper bracket against M80. Welly with the Marshall, he's so good with it, but he'll get smoked off. And a slow, measured play here for SRB, looking to see and absorb a lot of the aggression that has been relentless from the Sad Esports side of things.
I'm out of here.
Maybe trying to get the stack going. Well,
shut down.
Give it a try with 2. Yeah, it's quickly taken care of. And this will have to be another round you're just okay with parting with. None of these shots really hitting. And the barrier orb's so much stronger now. And nothing's gonna land here. Payne will at least get the 1, but that'll do it. And Exa was farming without the need to with that res. And yeah, getting excited about how close this is getting. Back to the buy round, back to the ults for Sad Esports. The round that really matters here. It is, I mean, it is this or it's 11-11, you know? Like that is how, that is what we're talking at this point.
And I think the fortunate thing for SRB now is, I mean, even if they lose 2 in a row, they still at least have guns for both of those rounds, right? Their economy is stabilized for the most part. So it's a lot less pressure on SRB than what we had before, obviously. And for the deficit between them is only really 2 gun rounds. Like one of them will be another eco for Sad Esports. So, I mean, anything could happen right here. They have a lot to work with in these follow-up rounds. So still a ton of pressure on Sad Esports despite the lead.
Doesn't even care about the slow orb. Still almost gets out. Now that res can be used on Satellite to turn it back to a 5v4. A TP ulti from Payne to get him over to B site quicker. On top of all this Cypher util, it's going to be tough for Shopify to fully door bust.
I think they know that 2 players are here, right? Because they saw the Neon stun from Barkit. They saw the Cypher on site. They see the util. And the Omen ult pretty much confirms that 3 are here unless the mind games are happening. But I think they'll just pivot off, leave the insert here for Smoke. He'll probably look for the rotators on the way out, but I think the spike and the players for SRB are all shifting towards the A side of the map, so pressure's on Payne, who's been having a hell of a game so far. He's got to be clean from this wine position. I'm curious to see if SRB is diligent enough to check it and clear it.
Is waiting for Smoke to duck back out, but Smoke's just gonna go forward and find Zaj on the lurk. Pain stuck over there too. Pain getting one is well down, and on top of the flash bounce, they can recover. Turned away. Shopify making a 3v2. Pain and Vita now quickly on the way back after they were managing their corners. Plant down for free.
He's got the ult
Satellite
too.
making sure no one's flanking. Here's the overdrive from Vita, and he goes. Sprays down from Nature. Xander covers back. Nature gets his again, and Shopify win another one. That is ult burned on both ends, but the momentum still favoring the 9.
Yeah, and it's actually a max emotions being displayed now in SRB. Before it was like, okay, fist bumps, we're not out of the water yet, but now they're starting to get a hint and a whiff of that potential comeback. 9-11 now. Again, the economy here for SAD Esports is mostly in. This is so aggressive too from SAD Esports, holding ground, trying to desperately find gaps in the default that SRB's throwing at them. And I think that desperation again isn't. Oh wait, hold that thought. It's a fast play.
Ow. No, they're just going for it again. Vita double slide on top of the TP. Smoke still recovers to get one. Pain can at least refrag it. The bad gun's forcing SAD to be this active again, and well, he's gonna make it work. Turn it into a sheriff pick onto Exa through the door as it's smoked. Now it'll get shut. Rest is SAD on the way back. Slightly better guns to their names. Pain, namely, with this Guardian, can pierce and do the tiniest bit of chip to Xander.
Oh, this flank. Anyone check it?
Doesn't seem like it. Neither looking. Oh, now they are. On top of the flashing. Quickly managed.
Wow.
Saj gone.
Yeah, that second of hesitation cost him his life and his timing. Now it's a 3v3 from the forward positions. No more flank available. The jump up now for Xander to make things a lot more manageable. The Hunter's Fury invested a bit of an overinvestment. I think it's worth it. They need these rounds. They cannot take the chance. And now it's the 3v2. HPs are low. Xander finds the third as well. The second, excuse me. And it's all Welly now by himself in the 1v3. He's clutched up, but this one might be just a little too much for him. Players all around. He's surrounded. He's alone. He's got no HP, and it's SRB against all odds. Even when it looks uncomfortable in these scenarios, they hold strong.
Once again, nasty work throughout to hold it down. Continuing to watch those sixes, pay attention to when players could respond and react, and always acting in accord. Big buy up necessary to hold on to the momentum, but Shopify have been saving up. And SAD now with what may be their penultimate full buy for this series of regulation. And the only ult they're close to is a Hunter's Fury.
Yeah. And they likely won't get it in the beginning of the round either because this map's so attack-sided for the orbs. It's so hard to get on defense. So he likely won't get that unless he finds a kill or in the next round, of course. But honestly, just looking at the ults, I think the Hunter's Fury is going to be the main ult that comes into play for the rest of the series, I think. Unless we see a satellite pop-off or something. Everyone else is pretty far away from any meaningful ults. Like, yeah, maybe the Neural Theft comes up. Maybe the Tour de Force, but those aren't like round changing per se. The dynamic stays the same. It's just an extra gun in the hands. But 10-11 now. The gap's completely closed, Henrik. A round win right here would crush SAD Esports' economy and their comfort that they've built in their phenomenal first half. But on this half, we said it was the one that was the difficult one. They got the pistol. They got thrifty, and it's cost them so many rounds since then. Smoke. He's always good for one, no matter what gets thrown at him in this game. And he's looking to hold it down towards the B main.
Thrown out, confirming one. No more. Seeing if Welly tries to peek into it. And he just might. With that Odin. Guaranteed angle. There's the drone. Into the shock dart. Catches the corner. Nature takes some chip. But again, that costs space. So that'll let him curveball in. Again, Welly backs. Now the recon dart to force the slowdown. And a little more spray, hopefully. Rest of SAD is on the way back here. They'll fight this quick. And Shopify still relatively uncertain of the push. Lets Vita start spraying through. Zash for the re-engagement, but Vita is active, moving, finally refragged. Welly, with this Hunter's Fury after that kill, is able to track down at least part of Nature's HP, but too scared of the aggression, doesn't go for the third tag. 2v2 when it's all reduced. And SRB is back on the lane, but Payne with this flank could be major. Recon Dart will give away his position in the boathouse, and it's Odin for Odin action to send Satellite on the way in, but Welly sprays right through it, and Payne's made his way back. He's got to pay attention to both sides! And Sad are one round away from making this a reverse comeback.
Match point.
The patience from Welly to just hold strong while Payne gained ground on that flank is so good, man. And the brawl right here, the supporting util to allow Sad Esports the opportunity to brawl out comfortably from both the backside and the front side from spawn. 12-10 now. The economy here for SRB is still good. The economy for Sad Esports is mostly all in. The Outlaw will do damage if he so chooses. Oh, he's pulling it out. That's nasty, Smoke. 2 rounds to go right here. Tenric, if this round is a loss for Sad Esports, that's it. That's their economy all in. It will be the overtime, and it's a fast play, a Hail Mary play from Sad Esports, and they're getting shut down, but it's an absolute brawl in spawn. 2v2, 1v2. Satellite by himself now. 20 seconds into the round.
Welly got such insane value out of just spraying through the wall for that. And Satellite forced to go for this rushdown, does have the ulti to reset this fight, and Zaj doesn't have a good gun. But Welly's so damn close to this. He has like no time to get set. He's got to just go for it, not even able to ulti. Both flashes used before Welly even comes in. And that'll do it, folks. From 10-2 to 11-10 to no matter. Sad Esports complete the upset we were all kind of hoping might happen. And the second seed has been sent into losers where their fate is so much more scary.
And a reminder for Sad Esports, winning is the only way through. Second place is not enough. And this win right here is going to propel them in such an amazing trajectory. Give them the chance to play M80. And if they can show this form against another Titan, 2 Titans back to back, it'll put them 1 match away from potentially keeping the dream and making the dream happen, man. It's inspiring. It's beautiful. This is exactly what the VCL spirit is all about. This is what the VCL experience is all about. It's these underdogs. It's these Cinderella stories, these unknowns, a team that people have been sleeping on. No one said their name. No one's shouting their voices in the streets. But here they are taking down SRB and making themselves in the upper finals. Oh man, that's insane.
The first 2 teams to make it to 3-0 in this Swiss, the first 2 teams to make it to the top 3 in the playoff bracket, the best of the stage twice over now. Sad trying to dethrone Shopify for that second seed spot for a chance at a ticket to the play-ins. M80 is waiting for him in those winners finals. We're done with games for the day, but we have a little bit more chatting to do and another week of Valorant to get prepared for. We'll see you on the other side.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
Trim. Edge. Shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
showstopper on the menu. Nightfall from Welly immediately comes out, and Sad just makes the most of it. It's out, and Sad sit on the other side. You have to go in blind, and it's an extra body.
And on these extremities too, X is going to get caught off, you'd imagine. The spray through the smoke at least is going to guarantee one as X is stats.
I thought the script writers were getting lazy for the day, but no, they were waiting until the final map before pulling out all the stops, just like SAD Esports did. I mean, Emily, a composition bomb to perfectly shut down SRB, then the flip around into the final chaotic 2 rounds, like...
Listen,
awesome.
I'm grateful, and I was happy that we saw a comp change coming in from SAD, because, you know, it really wasn't working for them. They tried and tried and tried again, and nothing was coming from it. But then they come here, you're thinking, oh, it's a last-minute comp change, but it's executed so perfectly. That entire first half looked so good. We saw their game plan playing out and completely just countering SRB, right? You see that drone to kind of push back that op and drone out and clear mid, find the op, push it back. You have the KO Knight to clear the mains, and anytime they went into an exec, the neon wall comes up to break any possible op line. Flashes coming out left and right from Paint, and it just looked so well executed from the side of SAD. And talk about individual performance. We have Paint getting aces like we just saw here. We have Paint getting some Omen TP clutches. Welly in an insane 1v2 that he played to a T. It was just excellent performance from SAD all around.
Yeah, and on the other side, SRB, especially on that defensive half, looked almost lost in the midst of all of it. And like we were talking about how there were so many of these moments where it's like, okay, they finally got a lead. And then to really talk about those clutches that both Welly and Payne were kind of putting up, you can feel the mental of SRB shattering just before them with these players just finding crazy amounts of value. And it was such a, honestly, it was looking like, all right, SRB, they're out of here, nothing there. And then we started to see SAD overheat a little bit and just feel so confident. Like they were like, you know what? We're those guys. We can just walk in there and win. And then, well, the scoreline almost looked like for a second, SRB were about to turn it right back onto them, but they were able to collect themselves, calm themselves, and clean out the wind in a surprise that I don't think any of us were expecting at the top of the day.
I mean, that's exactly how the last map played out, right? You saw them getting a little bit overheated, overexcited to close out the map and try and close out the series. It just, this time around, it took them an extra like 7 or 8 rounds to do so. But they eventually got there, and that's really what counts here for SAD.
That was just still incredible. Like, my jaw is just still on the floor. Like, we have talked nonstop about the big 3, but talked about, you know, there not being that crazy of a gap, right? Like, these teams good. Like, they have the firepower. They have the skills. They could take them down. And to be able to see it come down in this sort of fashion, I think is awesome, especially to, I mean, SRB, you can see just on that scoreboard down below, the string of rounds, that momentum they were building up. And all it is one good time out. SAD the next 2 come out of the gate so strong, Emily. Like, that was just mad.
That just has to be such a good moment for SAD too, after all the 2-1s that they lost in the past, not being able to close it out on that third map, even at times where they should have. And here, almost history repeating itself with them actually finally coming out on top, especially when it matters here in the upper bracket of playoffs.
It was just incredible. And I mean, looking over at the player performance as well, I mean, again, you have to highlight the individual performances across the board, because sometimes we see the composition swaps come out, we see the ideas get called, etc., and it's all good on paper, but you know, maybe we're just not getting the kills, but it marks. I mean, again, Payne with the 27. I mean, he learned from the best. Like, this KO was incredible, and like, we needed that step up in map number 3.
I was saying, like, before we even came into this one, right? It was just like, remember back in the day when, honestly, Paint was on Shopify Rebellion Black and was just absolutely killing it on that duelist, and then swaps over, has a little bit of a coach come in to try and help with specifically that KO. But when Paint has a good game, oh my goodness me, it is crazy performance from Paint coming through on this one. Obviously on this KO roll, but was still going around and finding so many timings. Like, I remember one of the rounds, Paint was all the way in the spawn and just walking in behind Shopify Rebellion Black, who had this crazy hold onto that B site and just got away for free with all of it. Like, Paint was on fire and simply could not be stopped. He really shined in this last game to make sure that SAD were going to be able to get this victory.
And again, like Emily was saying, like we really did get to see the step up across the board. Like Pain with these Omen plays, Welly with like the instrumental clutches, just across the board. This was such a coordinated team effort, and that's what we really need to see here in the thick of these stage 3 playoffs to be able to get these wins. Like this was just incredible. And with that, SAD Esports, they're going to the upper finals.
Yeah, I think it's just crazy to see how far SAD have kind of came, especially when you're looking at their history. You look at how, you know, at top of show, we were talking about the individuals who really stood out and kind of were the reason they won a lot of the maps that they did. But for them to actually come together as a team, see a lot like this new comp change that is heavy on that utility, being able to see the vision and actually have it come to light for them to finally, like I said, secure a best of 3 in a 2-to-1 fashion. It's just so impressive, and really big props to SAD.
Yeah, I mean, the biggest props, and I need to go get the tea on how this was able to happen. So for a Phillips Norelco interview, we have Welly on the line. First off, I just want to say a big congratulations. What a best of 3, what a victory. You are in the upper finals here at stage 3. How's it feel?
Yeah, it feels amazing. I've made playoffs a few times in VCL here, but I've never made the upper finals before. I've made top 3, but only through the lower, so it definitely feels really good to make it through the uppers.
We're going to be talking a lot about this final map of the series because that one was just incredible. First off, I want to talk about the composition switch because seeing a comp swap, especially at this stage in the game, sometimes spells a little bit of worries for the team, right? Like things aren't going right. What are we swapping up? But you guys executed it flawlessly. Like, how are you feeling going into this? Do you feel like you had that ace up your sleeve? Were you a little bit worried about the execution?
Yeah, we were definitely looking really good on the map in scrims. So we were definitely pretty confident going into the map. I think the KO it just plays into like our pace, kind of like early in the half we were disrespecting them, and then we like could also slow it down later in that attack half. So I think yeah, the composition was definitely helped us compared to what we were running before. But yeah, definitely Ascent, we had no doubts that that map was definitely going to be good for us.
And especially to that first half of Ascent, I mean, SRB, I mean, it's no surprise they have a crazy offer in this league that can steamroll games, right? And a lot of what you guys were able to do was really be able to counter that. Was that an active decision going into the game, or was it just like, hey, this composition that we've been practicing actually perfectly counters what SRB's been cooking up? This is awesome. Yeah,
definitely like hit 2 birds with 1 stone there. We definitely had a really good game plan going into Smoke. He's obviously a great player, so you know, you have to account for anything that he might do. And at the same time, like our comp also did kind of play really well into the Sage and the Chamber, like both of them. So yeah, definitely a little bit of both. I gotta give credit to the coaches, Scorzy and Mikey. They're definitely helping so much behind the scenes with like, especially the ante, and like making sure that we have good plans going into like how to counter like Smoke and these really good players.
I mean, I love that you give that shout out as well, because I specifically want to talk about, we're looking at this 10-11 score line. SRB, they're chaining rounds together. We get the SAD Esports timeout. Without leaking too much of the strat book, I'm not trying to do that, but like, what was the conversation? Because you guys came out of the gate flying those final 2 rounds to close out the game.
Yeah, I think we all definitely needed a breather. You know, I'm sure I can speak for myself, but I was definitely feeling a lot of emotions, and yeah, I think Mikey definitely helped calm us down and just like say how it is. We're still up around, like we can just take it round by round still, just keep doing our thing, just remember what we've been practicing, and yeah, just play comfortable and confident.
Last but not least in all of this, I mean, you find yourself in the upper finals. Now you're going up against M80, and M80, they have been the most winning team here we've had in stage 3, but there's been a couple maps that they've dropped along the way, noticeably up against SAD Esports as well. You've been able to take a map off of them before, but now that you're in the upper finals, you've had the split of growth. How are you feeling going into this rematch? Yeah,
we are definitely super confident. I think in the first match, there were some rounds that could have gone either way. And I think I personally was definitely kicking myself after that match. I think we definitely should have beat them. But I'm super excited to play against M80 because I remember after we lost, they interviewed Nismo, and he was sort of throwing some shade at us, saying like, oh, well, we dropped the map to like a team like SAD, you know what I mean? So yeah, definitely gonna be a really fun match. I'm super excited to play them.
try and get your revenge, get them to drop a whole series to you guys. Well, Welly, you definitely deserve a break after, and best of luck in that revenge match. Thank you so much for the chat.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much. Back over to the desk for us. This is getting spicy, guys. The final day of the first week of playoffs, and we got SAT Esports looking for the revenge up against M80 in this upper finals. The defeat SRB, getting knocked down to lower leg marks. This is, oh, there's so much.
There is so much to take a look at here. Obviously, I think the big result surprise is SAD being able to win that one out, but now they've got a chance at that upper finals up against M80, kind of like we're talking about. But if you look at the lower round, once again, these teams facing elimination. Nightblood Gaming up against NRG Academy. That's going to be interesting, but what's going to be more interesting is this Shopify Rebellion Black versus Core matchup. As we know, Smoke originally came from Core all the way back in stage 1 when Core beat Shopify Rebellion Black, so you know that's going to be a spicy matchup between those two teams.
I mean, the stakes are even higher for those two as well. As we called out, there's 3 teams with circuit points that whoever wins this gets that spot in playoffs. Whoever has the most circuit points goes to LCQ for the opportunity for their spot in playoffs as well. M80, SRB, and Core. Oh, there's 3 teams with points. If that match, Core takes that win, Core's a bit behind the other 2 right now, but SRB will be relegated to sitting at the side and preying on their downfall. So there is so much stakes in that one match. It's absolutely incredible. And of course, we gotta figure out who's gonna be the first team to secure their spot in grand finals. Oh my gosh, it is absolutely amazing. But that is the end of the week for us, which means we're gonna be ending all of that off on a cliffhanger. Thank you all so much for tuning in. This was an incredible day of Valorant today. We will see you in a couple of days for the conclusion of our playoffs.
As well, they have a lot of util to work with, but they can find themselves overrun once again. Here's the Super 10 ring.
Shell's at the ready this time. Once again, so in front of this showstopper out. Attempt to chase away from Son of Car, but knows what's going to track him down after the showstopper loses, and still finds Stellar in a second spaz. Watching the extension from Smoke as well, and this time nothing is working for NBG. Fully deconstructed. Alvin now right on top of it. That catches 2 already in. Leads to Z's position. Alvin's going to take the same one that Zeke did. On the lane to try and catch Tuesday early on with the help of his own spray, and both that Alvin will catch, and in fact with the short sight, he's forced down to the side on.
If you want to get the economy going for Smoke, you can try to grab his as well, but I feel like the Fatal just gets so much more versatile.
Sus is out 1. Line up? Come on. You gotta be more perfect about it next time so we can get all 3 at once instead of just in a row like that, because then he looks so stupidly good. Compared to if he just got the 1 shot through all 3, he could have just been, oh, how lucky.
Just getting util off this, looking like another ace play coming up right here for SAT Esports.
Wow. Hunter's fury to toll out. Smoke on the high ground can at least find Vita's creep, but he still has to hold close as the rest of Shopify makes it back there. You're quick though. So SAT's got to set up shop. A bit of a tough fight. Good hot hands from Satellite to slow that down. Get paid down to 63, but it doesn't count.